Conceptions of the Lord, even though both are considered worshippers of the Ujjita. In the same way, the Svanista and Ekanti devotees also have different conceptions of the Lord. The Svanista devotees meditating on all the Lord's qualities, and the Ekanti devotees meditating only on the qualities of the particular form of the Lord they have chosen to worship. That is the conclusion of these two Adhikaranas. Adhikarana for the Lord's Childhood and Youth. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now the author begins a discussion of bringing together in meditation the Lord's qualities in his childhood and other ages. In the Gopalatapani Upanishad it is said, Krishnaya Devaki Nandanaya O Tat Sat, Prabhuvasvas Tasmai Vinamo Nama, Tat Sat, Prabhuvasva. Obeisances to Lord Krishna, the son of Devaki. The author of Namakamudai defines the name Krishna in the following way. Krishna Sabdas Tutamala Nilat Vc Yasoda Stanandhe Radha. The word Krishna means Yasoda's infant son, who is dark like a tamala tree. In the Ramatapani Upanishad it is said, born as Dasaratha's son in King Raghu's dynasty, the spiritual supreme personality of Godhead, who is known as Mahavishnu and Hari, was splendidly manifested on the earth. He delighted everyone. In this way the Shruti Sastra describes the qualities of the Supreme Lord in his childhood and other ages. Many similar descriptions are also found in the Smriti Sastra. Sarmsa, doubt. Should one meditate on these descriptions of the Lord in his childhood and other ages, or should one not meditate on them? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. One should not meditate on the form of the Lord in his different ages, for then the Lord's form would be sometimes large and sometimes small. This would contradict the Shruti Astra's advice that in one's meditation the features of the Lord should be harmonious. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 10. It is proper because he is all-pervading and for other reasons also. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. It is proper to meditate on the Lord in his childhood and other ages because the Lord is all-pervading and because the Lord is not limited to his features in his different ages. In Sutra 3.238 the Lord's all-pervasiveness was confirmed. The Lord's so-called birth is not in reality a change of condition for him. In the Purusa Stikta prayer it is said, although he is never born, the Lord takes birth again and again in many different forms. Therefore the word birth here means the appearance of the Supreme Lord, who never really takes birth. The word ka, also, in this sutra means, also because he is the reservoir of transcendental mellows. This is confirmed in the Taittiriya Upanishad 2.7.1. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the reservoir of transcendental mellows. By his inconceivable potency, the Supreme Lord appears in a particular form appropriate to the mellows and pastimes his devotees desire. This is perfectly proper. The Lord has numberless devotees, beginning with the liberated souls. This is described in the RG Veda 1.22.20. The wise and learned devotees always see the supreme abode of Lord Vishnu. The Supreme Lord, who is always one, simultaneously appears in his different ages before his different devotees. Something similar is seen in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 5.2.13, where the syllable da was interpreted in three ways by the demigods, human beings, and demons. In this way, because the Supreme Lord is all-pervading and because the Lord always remains one, one should certainly meditate on the Lord's pastimes of childhood and other ages. Adhikarana 5. The Lord's activities are fraternal. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Because the Supreme Lord is by nature eternal, it may be said that his activities performed with his associates in his childhood and other ages are also eternal. In this way his many different activities, from beginning to end, may all be considered to be eternal. However, it is illogical to say that there can be an eternal previous action that is followed by another action. If the previous action is followed by a subsequent action, then the eternality of the previous action is destroyed. If one action is eternal, then any subsequent action must be performed by a different person. To say that the subsequent action is performed by the same person contradicts both scripture and direct experience. Every action has a beginning and an end. Without beginning and end no action can be brought to completion, and without such beginnings and ends there can be no experience of the nectar of transcendental mellows, rasa. For these reasons, how can it be possible that the Lord's activities are eternal? If the Lord's activities were eternal they would be still and unchanging, like a painted picture. If it is said that the same actions are repeated again and again and in that way they are eternal, then I say that there are bound to be times when the beginning of the action is different, and thus the subsequent actions will become changed, and the action would then not be repeated in the same way as before. Therefore, how can it be that the activities of the Lord are eternal? Therefore it should not be accepted that the activities of the Lord are eternal. Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words the author of the Sutras gives his reply to this idea. Sutra 11. Because of complete non-difference they are in another place. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Both Lord Hari and his associates are the same persons in both previous and subsequent actions. Why is that? The Sutra explains. Sarvabhdad. Because of complete non-difference. This means that because there is no difference in their personalities, the same Lord Hari and the same associates present in the previous actions are also present in the subsequent actions. That Lord Hari remains one even though he expands into many forms is confirmed in the Gopalatapani Upanishad in these words. Although he is one, the Supreme Lord appears in many forms. Also, in the Smriti Sastra it is said, although he is one, the Supreme Lord appears in many forms. This is also true of the Lord's liberated associates, who remain one even though they appear in many forms. In the Bhuma Vidya, Chandogya Upanishad 7.26. 2. This is said of the liberated souls. In the Smriti Sastra this is also said in the description of the Lord's marriage with many princesses and in other pastimes also. In this way the Lord and the liberated souls can, retaining their identities, expand themselves to be present eternally in different places in time. The sentence "it was twice cooked" is understood by an intelligent person to mean that one thing was cooked twice, not that two separate foods were separately cooked. In the same way the sentence, "he called out the word cow twice" means that one cow was addressed twice, not that two cows were addressed. In this way Lord Hari, his eternal associates, and his transcendental abodes all retain their identities even though they are manifested in many different places and perform activities that are all eternal even though their activities have a beginning and an end. In this way it is said that a wonderful variety of transcendental mellows are manifested by this sequence of eternal events. It is not that these ideas do not have their root in the descriptions of scripture. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.8.3 it is said, the Supreme Personality of Godhead exists in the past, present, and future. In the Atharva Veda it is said, the one Supreme Personality of Godhead is eternally engaged in many transcendental forms in relationships with his unalloyed devotees. The Supreme Lord himself affirms, Bhagavad Gita 4.9. One who knows the transcendental nature of my appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, take his birth again in this material world, but attains my eternal abode, O Arjuna. Only a person who has attained the Supreme Lord's mercy can understand and accept all of this, as the Supreme Lord himself declares, Srimad Bhagavatam 2.9.32. All of me, namely my actual eternal form and my transcendental existence, color, qualities, and activities, let all be awakened within you by factual realization, out of my causeless mercy. In this way it is proved that the Lord's activities are eternal. However, only the actions that the Lord performs with the help of his spiritual potency are eternal, and the actions that the Lord performs with the help of his material potencies and material time are not eternal. For if the Lord's creation of the material universes were eternal, then the eventual dissolution of the universes could not occur. Adhikarana 6 Meditation on the Lord's Qualities. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now the author of the sutras discusses the following point. In the Vedanta scriptures the Lord's blissfulness and other transcendental qualities are all described. Samsa, doubt. Should all the qualities of the Lord be combined together in the devotee's meditation, or should they not be combined in that way? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The qualities of the Lord should not be combined in meditation, for there is not evidence to say that this should be done. Because it is not said in scripture that all the qualities of the Lord should be combined in meditation, therefore they should not be so combined. Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words the author of the Sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 12 of the Supreme, those qualities that begin with bliss. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The transcendental qualities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, such as his bliss and knowledge, and his paternal affection for they who take shelter of him, are all described in the Shruti Sastra. These qualities should all be combined in the devotee's meditation, for altogether they increase the devotee's thirst to attain the Lord. Adhikarana 7. The Supreme Lord is full of bliss. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Visa. The subject to be discussed. In the Shruti Sastra it is said that the blissful Supreme Personality of Godhead has a head and other limbs that are composed of transcendental pleasure. In the Taittiriya Upanishad 2.5.1 it is said, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is like a bird whose head is composed of transcendental pleasure. Samsa, doubt. Are the qualities of the Supreme Lord to be remembered in every meditation, or are they not to be remembered in every meditation? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. It has already been explained that the Lord's bliss and other qualities should be brought together when there is meditation on the Lord. Because the Lord's pleasure, as described here in the Taittiriya Upanishad, is not really different from the Lord's bliss mentioned before, therefore it should be included in all meditations on the Lord. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 13. There is not attainment of the qualities that begin with his head consisting of pleasure. In the difference there is increase and decrease. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The truth that the Lord's head is composed of pleasure, as well as other qualities of the Lord, are not to be employed in every meditation without exception. Lord Vishnu, who is full of transcendental bliss, has the shape of a human being, not the shape of a bird, as described in this passage of Taittiriya Upanishad. Furthermore, the bird described in this passage of Taittiriya Upanishad is composed of happiness and joy that increase and decrease. Thus there is a difference. The Lord is not like that. His happiness never increases or decreases. Thus the qualities described in this passage of Taittiriya Upanishad should not be included in every meditation on the Lord. Sutra 14. But others because of the sameness of the result. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. However, other passages of Taittiriya Upanishad, such as 2.5.1 Tasmadva Tasmat, the Super Soul is full of bliss. From him this world has come. 2.6.2 So Kamayata, the Supreme Personality of Godhead desired, T shall become many, I shall father many children. And 2.8.1 By Susmat. Out of fear of the Supreme Lord the wind blows and the sun rises, which appear both before and after Taittiriya Upanishad 2.5.1, and which describe the Supreme Personality of Godhead's all-pervasiveness, spiritual bliss, creation of the material universes, supreme power and opulence, and many other of the blissful Supreme Lord's transcendental qualities, may be included in the devotee's meditations. Why is that? The Stitra explains. Artha Samaniyat, because of the sameness of the result. Meditation on the Lord's qualities, such as his supreme power, his opulences, his friendliness to all, his being the shelter of all, and his granting liberation, qualities described in the Vedanta scriptures, brings liberation as its result. Therefore one should meditate on these qualities of the Lord. Here someone may ask, why is the Supreme Personality of Godhead described as a bird in Taittiriya Upanishad 2.5.17 in the Katha Upanishad it is said, know that the soul is the chariot driver. In this way the soul is described as the chariot driver and the material body is described as the chariot. The purpose of this little parable in the Katha Upanishad is to teach that the devotees should diligently control their senses. However, in this parable of the bird in Taittiriya Upanishad 2.5.1 no purpose is anywhere to be seen. What is the purpose then? The Vedas do not speak parables without a purpose behind them. Fearing that someone may speak these words, the author of the sutras next proceeds to explain the meaning of this parable of the bird. Sutra 15 Because of the absence of another purpose, it is for meditation. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. This stitra means, this parable is meant for meditation. This is so because of the absence of another purpose. The word adhyana here means meditation. This is the meaning. In Taittiriya Upanishad 2.1.2 it is said, Brahma Vidanoti Param. One who knows the Supreme attains the Supreme. The Supreme is manifested in two ways. 1. In his original form, and 2. In the forms of his pastime incarnations. In his original form the Lord has the names Narayana, Vasudeva, Sankarsana, Pradyumna, and Anrada. They whose intelligence is firmly anchored in the world of matter find it very difficult to meditate on the Lord, who is spiritual, blissful, and all-pervading. Therefore, in order that the conditioned souls may more easily understand the Lord, the Taittiriya Upanishad describes the blissful Lord in this parable of a bird whose head is pleasure. In this way the conditioned souls attain elevated spiritual intelligence and are able to meditate on the Supreme directly. Meditation on the Annamaya Purusa feature of the Lord is given in Taittiriya Upanishad 2.1. 2. Meditations on the Pranamaya, Manama, and Vijnanamaya Purusas are given in Taittiriya Upanishad 2.2. 1. And meditation on the Anandamaya Purusa feature of the Lord is given in Taittiriya Upanishad 2.5. 1. These 5 aspects of the Supreme need not always been included in every meditation on the Supreme. Here someone may object. The Supreme is 1. There is no basis for your statement that the Supreme is 5. To this objection the answer is given. In the Gopalatapani Upanishad it is said, although he is 1, the Supreme Lord appears in many forms. In the Shruti Sastra it is said, although he is 1, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is seen to be many. In the Katarveda Sikha it is said, he is the head, he is the right wing, he is the left wing, he is the self, he is the tail. In the Brihat Samhita it is said, Narayana is the head, Pradyumna and Anrada are the right and left wings, Vasudeva is the torso, or Narayana is the torso and Vasudeva is the head, Sankarsana is the tail. In this way the one Supreme Personality of Godhead is manifested in 5 ways. In this way the Supreme Personality of Godhead enjoys pastimes as both the limbs and the possessor of the limbs. The Lord's power and opulence have no limit. He is inconceivable. How can mere logic grasp him? He is immeasurable. How can he be measured? Sutra 16 also because the Shruti Sastra employs the word Arma. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in Taittiriya Upanishad 2.5. 1. The bird is described as Atma, the Supreme. For this reason the bird here cannot be an ordinary bird with wings, a tail, and other like features. The bird here is a parable. Sutra 17 Atma here means consciousness. Because of the following it is like the others. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana here someone may object. In the Taittiriya Upanishad 2.2. 3. It is said, the Atma within is the Pranamaya. The word Atma is used to mean dull matter and it is also used to mean the individual spirit souls. In Taittiriya Upanishad 2.5. 1. It is said, the Atma within is the Anandamaya. Since the word Atma is thus used for these different Purusas, how can it be said that the word Atma means the all-pervading, all-knowing Supreme Personality of Godhead? To this I reply, the word Atma here means the all-pervading, all-knowing Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is so because this word is used in that way in many other passages of scripture. For example, in the Shruti Sastra it is said, in the beginning only the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Atma, existed. Why does the word Atma here refer to the Supreme Personality of Godhead? The Sutra explains, Adarat, because of the following. This description of the bird is followed by these words, Taittiriya Upanishad 2.6. 2. The Supreme Personality of Godhead desired, I shall become many. Thus this passage, which follows the parable of the bird, proves that Anandamaya bird in that passage is certainly the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In this way it cannot be that the bird in that parable is not the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore the purpose of that parable is to assist the meditation on the Supreme Lord. This must be so, for that is the appropriate explanation. Sutra 18 If it is said, this inference cannot be made then I reply, it is right, for that is the understanding here. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana here someone may object. It is not possible to conclude, merely on the strength of the following passages, that the word Atma here refers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. After all, in the previous passages the word Atma referred to inanimate matter as well as the individual spirit souls. If this is said, then the sutra replies, Sid, it is right. This means, it is right that the word Atma here refers to the all-pervading, all-knowing Supreme Personality of Godhead. Why is that? The Stitra explains, Avadaranat, for that is the understanding here. In the previous passages the word Atma clearly referred to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. There it was said, Taittiriya Upanishad 25.1, Tasmad Vatasmad Atmana the Supersoul is full of bliss. From him this world has come. To interpret the word Atma in any other way would do violence to the meditation described in this passage about the Anandamaya Purusa. In this passage, passing over the Pranamaya Purusa and the other Purusas, one comes to rest at the description of the Anandamaya Purusa, who is certainly the Supreme Personality of Godhead. As one may point to the star Arundhati by first pointing to other stars as reference points, so the description of these other Atmas is meant to lead the reader to the Anandamaya Purusa, who is the Supreme. Thus the passages that precede and follow the parable of the bird clearly show that the Atma here is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Thus it is proved without doubt. Adhikarana 8. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the Father. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here the author of the sutras begins his description of other qualities of the Supreme Lord, such as the Lord's being the Father of all. Visa, the subject to be discussed. In the Shruti Astra it is said, Lord Narayana is our mother, father, brother, home, shelter, friend, and goal. In the Vedanta Stotra, chapter 1, it is said, O Supreme Lord, you are my father, mother, friend, kinsman, brother, son, knowledge, wealth, and desire. I have nothing else but you. In the Vedanta Stotra, in the middle and end, it is said, O Lord Madhava, from the time of my birth I have been your servant, disciple, and son. You are my master, guru, mother, and father. Samsa, doubt. Should the devotees meditate on the Lord as their father, son, friend, and master, or should they not meditate in that way? Purvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The Shruti Sastra explains, Atmati Evapasita, one should worship the Supreme Lord. That is how one should meditate on the Lord. One should not meditate on him as one's father or in these other ways. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 19. Because of the description of the result it is like the former. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here the word trava means the previous qualities, such as being full of bliss. The word apturva means the qualities, such as being the Father, that are like these previous qualities. The devotees should meditate on these qualities. Why? The Stitra explains. Karyakunad, because of the description of the result. The result here is the result attained by worshipping the Lord with love. This is explained in Svetasvatara Upanishad 5.14. Bhavagrahyam Anadakyam. The spiritual Supreme Personality of Godhead is attained only by love. The Supreme Personality of Godhead himself declares, Srimad Bhagavatam 3.25. 38. Because the devotees accept me as their friend, their relative, their son, preceptor, benefactor, and supreme deity, they cannot be deprived of their possessions at any time. Therefore, as the devotees meditate on the Lord as full of transcendental bliss, so they should also meditate on him as their father or other relative. The idea that the Shruti Sastra's declaration Armti Evapasita, one should worship the Supreme Lord, means that one should not think of the Lord as one's father has already been refuted in this book. Adhikarana 9. One should meditate on the transcendental form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by 5. Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Visa, the subject to be discussed. Now begins a discussion of the truth that one should meditate on the Supreme as having a form. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1.47, it is said, Atmati Evapasita, one should worship the Supreme Lord. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1.415, it is also said, Atmanam eva lokam upasita, everyone should worship the Supreme Lord. In the Gopalatapani Upanishad 1.810, it is said, Brahma said, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is a cowherd boy. His complexion is like a monsoon cloud. He stays under a desire tree. The following verses describe him. His eyes are like lotus flowers. After thus describing the form of the Supreme Lord, the Gopalatapani Upanishad 1.10 concludes, meditating on Lord Krishna in this way, a person becomes free from the cycle of repeated birth and death. Sarnsa, doubt. Does one attain liberation by worshipping the Lord in his formless feature or by worshipping the Lord in his feature with a form? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. One should worship the Lord in his formless feature. Only in that way will one attain liberation. Only by meditating on the Lord with undivided attention does one attain liberation. Because in the form of the Lord there are eyes and many other different limbs and features of the Lord, it is not possible to give undivided attention to any of them, and therefore it is not possible to attain liberation by meditating on the form of the Lord. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stras gives his conclusion. Sutra 20. Although it is not divided in that way, because of non-difference. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word ka here means although. Although the Lord's eyes and other bodily features and limbs are all different, still they leave the same impression on the mind. The features of the Lord are like golden statues, which although present in a great variety of forms, still, because they are all made of gold, leave the same impression on the mind. Why is that? The Stitra explains, Abhdat, because of non-difference. This means, because the Lord's eyes and other features and limbs are not different from his soul or self. For this reason, by worshipping the form of the Supreme Lord one attains liberation. If this were not so, then the description in Gopalatapani Upanishad 1.10, Sintam Setasa Krishnar Mukto Bhavati Satisratek, meditating on the form of Lord Krishna in this way, a person becomes free from the cycle of repeated birth and death. Would not be true. In the Smritis Astra it is said, the forms of the Supreme Lord are undivided. They are all full of eternity, knowledge, infinity, and bliss. In this way it is said that although the Lord's forms present a very wonderful variety, still they are all one in essence. Although this truth was also described in Sutra 3.2.14, the merciful teacher of Vedanta repeats the same teaching so this very difficult topic may be clearly understood. In this section the truth that one should meditate on all the qualities of the different forms of the Lord has been explained. Now will be considered the nature of the qualities the Lord manifests in his Avesa incarnations, where he gives special powers to certain individual souls. In the Chandogya Upanishad 7.1, 1 and 3, it is said, Narada approached Sanat Kumara and said, O Master, please teach me. O Master, please take me across this ocean of grief. Sanat Kumara and some other individual spirit souls are Sakti Avesa avatars of the Lord. This means that the Lord has empowered them with knowledge or certain other virtues. That is why Sanat Kumara is here addressed as Bhagavan Master. Sarmza, doubt. Should one meditate on these great devotees as having all the transcendental qualities of the Supreme Lord, or should one not meditate on them in that way? The author of the Stitras here considers this question. First he gives the positive view. Sutra 21, because of his touch it is like this in others also. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. All the qualities of the Lord are present in the four Kumaras and the other Sakti Avesa avatars. Why is that? The sutra explains. Sambandat, because of his touch. As fire transforms an iron rod, so the touch of the Supreme Lord transforms these great devotees. Now the author of the sutras gives the negative view. Sutra 22, or not, because of non-difference. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. One should not meditate on all the qualities of the Supreme Lord being present in the Sakti Avesa avatars. Why not? The Stitra explains. Avasat, because of non-difference. This means that even though the Lord has given them special powers, they remain individual spirit souls. They are not fundamentally different from other individual spirit souls. The word va, or, here hints that because they are very dear to the Lord, these souls should be treated with great respect. Sutra 23, it also reveals it. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. This truth is revealed in the Chandogya Upanishad 7.1.3. For Narada Muni, who is here seeking the truth, is himself a Sakti Avesa avatara. In this way it is clear that all the qualities of the Lord are not present in the Sakti Avesa avatars. Sutra 24, therefore maintenance and being present everywhere in the sky also. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In this sutra the words Sambriti and Dhyayapti are brought together in a Samahara Samasa. These two qualities should not be attributed to the Sakti Avesa avatars. The reason has been given in the previous sutra. The reason is the Sakti Avesa avatars are individual spirit souls, jivas. In the Inanyo recension of the Vedas it is said, Taittiriya Brahmana 2.4, 7.10. The Supreme Personality of Godhead possesses all powers. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is present everywhere in the great sky. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the first of persons. Who can rival the Supreme Personality of Godhead? In these words the glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, beginning with his maintenance of all and his being present everywhere in the great sky, are described. These qualities cannot be ascribed to the individual spirit souls, for they are qualities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead alone. Now the author of the sutras gives another reason why these qualities cannot be ascribed to the individual spirit souls. Sutra 25, it is taught of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in the Purusa Sukta prayers, and it is not mentioned of others. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the descriptions of the four Kumaras and other Sakti Avesa avatars there is no description of their being the creator and controller of all or of having other qualities that belong to the Supreme Lord alone. For this reason all the qualities of the Supreme Lord should not be ascribed to them. Giving an example of the difference between the individual souls and the Supreme Lord, the sutra explains. Purusa Vidyam, it is taught of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in the Purusa Stikta prayers. The word ka, and, here hints, and in the Gopalatapani Upanishad and other scriptures also. These qualities of the Lord are mentioned in the descriptions of the Lord in these places, but they are not mentioned in the descriptions of Kumaras and other Sakti-avesa avatars. The Sakti-avesa avatars may be compared to iron rods heated by a fire. As iron rods heated by a fire have two natures, so the Sakti-avesa avatars may have two natures also. One nature is like the heat generated by the fire. That nature is the specific qualities with which the Lord has empowered the Sakti-avesa avatara. They who meditate on these qualities in the Sakti-avesa avatara may thus meditate on all the qualities of the Supreme Lord. The other nature is like the iron rod itself. That is the nature of the individual spirit soul who is empowered to be a Sakti-avesa avatara. They who meditate on his qualities may not ascribe to him all the qualities of the Supreme. However, they may meditate on the Sakti-avesa avatars possessing the qualities of a great devotee, such as his being very dear to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Because he dearly loves them, the Lord accepts the Sakti-avesa avatara devotees as his personal associates. That is why in the Srimad Bhagavatam and other scriptures these great devotees are respectfully addressed as Bhagavan, Lord. However, because they are individual spirit souls, the Sakti-avesa avatars are all humble and lowly in comparison to the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself. This is the proper understanding of their nature. Adhikarana 10 The Ferocity of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. It has been said that one should meditate on the Supreme, especially by thinking of the Lord's qualities as described in one's own branch of the Vedas. However, it is said that they who desire liberation should not meditate on certain of the Lord's qualities. In the 8th Atharva Veda 8.34 and 17, it is said, O fiery Lord, please cut Yatudina into pieces. And tam pratyakam archisa bidya marma, O Lord, with your flames please break open Yatudhana's heart. Samsa, doubt. Should one meditate on the Lord as one who cuts others to pieces, or should one not meditate on him in this way? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Because the Lord becomes violent only to stop the demons, therefore it is proper to meditate on the Lord in this way. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 26, not cutting into pieces and other violent acts because of a different result. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word not should be understood in this stitra. One should not meditate on the Lord as the punisher who cuts others into pieces and performs other violent acts. Why not? The stitra explains. Atha bidat, because of a different result. The word artha here means result. The saintly devotees renounce violence and other negative qualities. That is the meaning here. The Lord himself declares, Bhagavad Gita 8.8, humility, pridelessness, non-violence, tolerance, and simplicity, all these I declare to be knowledge. Also, in Srimad Bhagavatam the Lord says, my devotee should renounce materialism and cultivate renunciation. Adhikarana 11 Meditation on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Visa. The subject to be discussed. In the Svetasvatara Upanishad 1.11, it is said, by understanding the Supreme Personality of Godhead, a person becomes free from all material bondage, his sufferings perish, and he escapes the cycle of repeated birth and death. By meditating on the Supreme Lord, when one is finally separated from the material body, he enters the opulent spiritual world and attains a spiritual body where all his desires are fulfilled. This verse means that by understanding the Supreme Personality of Godhead, a person cuts the ropes of false possessiveness that make him think that his body, house, and other things are all his property. Here the scripture glorifies knowledge of the Lord, saying that knowledge destroys the sufferings of repeated birth and death. By understanding the Lord and always meditating on Him, a person becomes free of both gross and subtle material bodies, travels beyond Chandraloka and Brahmaloka, and enters the third realm, the realm of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. What is that realm of the Lord like? The scripture explains. It is Visvesvarya, full of spiritual opulences. It is Kavala, untouched by matter, and it is Aptakama. All desires are fulfilled there. Here it is clearly said that this abode is attained by understanding the truth of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, truth taught in the revealed scriptures. Sarmsa, doubt. Is meditation mandatory or optional? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Meditation is mandatory, for it increases faith and thus fixes the mind on the Lord. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 27. But in liberation because of approaching, because of the Shruti Sastra, and because of the means to the end, it is like voluntary kusa grass, prayers and hymns. This is said. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, but, is used here to begin the refutation of the opponent's argument. When, by understanding the truth of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, a person becomes free from the ropes of matter, such a wise devotee falls in love with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In that condition he spontaneously meditates on the qualities of the Lord as they are described in the revealed scriptures. He does this as a person voluntarily takes kusa grass, recites prayers, and sings hymns. As a student, when his daily studies are completed, may of his own accord take kusa grass in his hand and then recite prayers and sing hymns, so the liberated souls of their own accord meditate on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is hinted by the use of the word abhidhyana. The reason for this is given in the word apyana. He has approached the Supreme Lord. The word apyana means that he loves the Lord and he has approached the Lord. The word sabda means words of instruction. The word sasatvat means because all these words are the means to attain a specific end. This is described in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.21. Tam avadira. A wise man, aware of the Lord's true nature, should engage his intelligence in the Lord's service. He should not meditate on other things. He should not waste many words speaking of other things. In Srimad Bhagavatam 3.9.41, the Lord himself says, "It is the opinion of expert transcendentalists that the ultimate goal of performing all traditional good works, penances, sacrifices, charities, mystic activities, trances, etc., is to invoke my satisfaction. For this reason the liberated souls of their own accord meditate on the Lord." That is the meaning. 1. It is very difficult to understand the truth by studying the difficult Vedas and following the difficult path of logic, for there are many branches of the Vedas and many complicated arguments in logic. One whose heart is softened with love for the blissful Supreme Lord is not attracted to follow the path of the Vedas or the path of logic, for these paths only make the heart harder and harder. There are times, however, where these two paths can be employed to increase one's love and devotion to the Lord. In the following words, the author of the Sutras gives the reason and evidence for all of this. Sutra 28. When there is love for the Supreme Personality of Godhead, because of the absence of bondage, so the others indeed. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word Samparaya here means the Supreme Personality of Godhead because all truths meet in him. Samparaya is therefore said to mean love for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This word is formed by adding the affix n, Painini's Astadhyayi 4.4.21. For one who loves the Lord, meditation on the Lord is spontaneous and not ordered by rules. Why is that? The Sutra explains. Tartavyabhavat, because of the absence of bondage. This means, because there is nothing to cross beyond or because there are no ropes of bondage that must be severed. The Vidyabhusana, Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.21 explain. Tam avadiro vijidya pranam kurvita brahmana nanadyad bhadan sabdan vako viglapanarm hitat. A wise man, aware of the Lord's true nature, should engage his intelligence in the Lord's service. He should not meditate on other things. He should not waste many words speaking of other things. The Lord himself explains, Srimad Bhagavatam 11.20.31. For one who is fully engaged in my devotional service, whose mind is fixed on me in bhakti yoga, the path of speculative knowledge and dry renunciation is not very beneficial. Adhikarana 12. The way to attain liberation. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Thus it has been explained that one should worship and meditate on the Lord as a person who possesses qualities. Now will be described two different ways to worship the Lord. In the Gopalatapani Upanishad it is said, Tadyuhavaka Haranyo Gopa Vesam Abribham. Brahma said, the Supreme Lord appears like a cowherd boy, and his complexion is like a monsoon cloud. In the Ramatapani Upanishad it is said, decorated with earrings and a jewel necklace, his complexion dark, his garments yellow, and the hair on his head matted. Saintly, two-armed Lord Rama is accompanied by goddess Sita. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.22 it is said, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the master and controller of all. By meditating on the Lord's sweetness one attains the Lord. This method is called Ruchi Bhakti, the path of spontaneous love. By meditating on the Lord's glory and opulence one also attains the Lord. This method is called Vidhi Bhakti, the path of following rules and regulations. Satansa, doubt. Of these two kinds of meditation which is the best? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Because the result of both these kinds of meditation is uncertain, one should not desire to perform either of them. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words, the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 29. By his will, it is not so, for in these two there is no contradiction. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. As Afrag jumps from far away, so the word na, not, should be brought to this sutra from Sutra 22. The word Chandita here means, by the Supreme Lord's will the way of devotion is divided into two paths. How is that? The sutra explains. Abhavirodat, for in these two there is no contradiction. This means that the descriptions of these two paths do not exclude each other. This is the meaning. The beginningless and eternally perfect way of devotion flows like a heavenly Ganges river from the Lord's personal associates to the newest beginners in devotional service. Lord Hari wishes that all the spirit souls in the material universes associate with his devotees and voluntarily follow the path of devotion to him. By following that path they can attain him. To attain this end one should seek the mercy of a kind Madhyama Adhikari devotee. The Madhyama Adhikari devotee is described in the following words. A person who loves the Supreme Lord, befriends the devotees, is merciful to the people in general, and ignores the demons, is a Madhyama Adhikari devotee of the Lord. In this way it is clearly shown that Lord Hari is not cruel, unfair, or unkind. Sutra 30. In both ways the goal is attained, for otherwise there would certainly be a contradiction. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Both paths led to the goal. By the path of meditating on the Lord's sweetness and also by the path of meditating on the Lord's glory and opulence, one may attain the goal. The word artha here means the goal of life. The attainment of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the highest goal of life. That is the meaning. To say this is not so is to contradict the scriptural texts that describe these two paths. The word high, certainly, in this sutra is evidence that both paths are equal. One cannot quote Sutra 3.3.6 to say that the methods of these two paths should be combined. These two paths are like the path of the Ekanti devotees, who do not wish to see in the Lord qualities other than those manifested by the Lord's form they have chosen to worship. This will be described in Sutra 3.3.56. Adhikarana 13. The Path of Spontaneous Love. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Visa. The subject to be discussed. Here the author of the sutras proves that Ruchi Bhakti, the path of spontaneous love, is the best. Samsa, doubt. Who is best? One who follows the path of spontaneous love, Ruchi Bhakti, or one who follows the path of following rules and regulations, Vidhi Bhakti. Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Because he carefully follows all the rules, one on the path of Vidhi Bhakti is the best. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 31. It is best, because of attainment of the goal, that is he who has that nature, as in the world. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. A person who worships Lord Hari by following the path of Ruchi Bhakti is the best, or is the one who has attained the goal of life. Why is that? The sutra explains. Tal laksan artha palabdha, for it brings the goal, that is he who has that nature. The phrase he who has that nature here means, he who loves his devotees. This refers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead when he manifests his quality of sweetness. Here the word apalabdha means because of independently attaining. Then the author clarifies this by giving an example. Lokavat, as in the world. The Lord is like a great king who himself comes under the control of an expert and devoted servant. This nature of the Lord does not in any way diminish his supreme independence. This is so because the Lord's being controlled by the love of his devotees is actually a great virtue on his part. This is the meaning. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is attracted by the love of his devotees, and he reveals his own sweetness to the devotees that love him. Seeing his sweetness, the devotees love him all the more, and they respond by offering themselves to the Lord. The Lord accepts this offering, and by doing that, he sells himself to his devotees in exchange for their love. In this way the Lord makes his devotees very exalted and important so they can directly associate with the Lord. Without this it would not be possible for the devotees to see the Lord and associate with him. Sriman Sukadeva Goswami explains, Srimad 1 Gavatam 10.9. 21. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, the son of Mother Yasoda, is accessible to devotees engaged in spontaneous loving service, but he is not as easily accessible to mental speculators, to those striving for self-realization by severe austerities and penances, or to those who consider the body the same as the self. Although the Lord is controlled by all his devotees, he especially places himself under the control of the devotees filled with spontaneous love for him. Therefore the path of spontaneous love, Ruchi Bhakti, is the best of all paths, and the devotees who follow this path are the best of all devotees. Adhikarana 14 The methods of devotional service. Introduction by 5 Shrila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Visa. The subject to be discussed. Now the author of the sutra shows that there are two kinds of devotional service, one kind having a single part, and another kind having many parts. In the first chapter of the 8th Arva Vedas Gopalatapani Upanishad, the 18-syllable mantra is described. There it is said, 1.6. One who meditates on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, glorifies Him, and worships Him, becomes liberated. Sarmza, doubt. Can one attain liberation by performing only one of these three, or must one perform them all? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The Upanishad names all three of them, and, after naming them, says that then one becomes liberated. Therefore one must perform all three in order to become liberated. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 32 There is no rule for them all, for there is no contradiction with the Shruti Sastra and Smriti Sastra. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. No rule declares that meditation, glorification, and worship must all be performed in order to attain liberation. Any one of them is sufficient for liberation. Why is that? The sutra declares, Sabdanyamanabhyam. This means for there is no contradiction with the Shruti Sastra and Smriti Sastra. Later in the Gopalatapani Upanishad 1.10, it is said, by meditating on Lord Krishna a person becomes liberated from the cycle of repeated birth and death. In the Gopalatapani Upanishad 1.12, it is also said Panka Padarn Pansingarm Japan Dayavabdhami Saryakandramasau Sagni. By chanting these 5 names one attains the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose potencies are manifested as the heavenly planets, the earth, the sun, the moon, and fire. In Srimad Bhagavatam 12.3.51, it is said, simply by chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra one can become free from material bondage and be promoted to the transcendental kingdom. It is also said, Tenasve Medhavabhrithas are not equal to one's bowing down before Lord Krishna. One who performs Tenasve Medas again takes birth. One who bows before Lord Krishna never takes birth again. These passages do not in any way oppose the statement of Gopalatapani Upanishad 1.6. If this were so, then each scriptural statement affirming that liberation is attained by performing a certain kind of devotional service would have to be rejected. Therefore the statement of Gopalatapani Upanishad 1.6, he becomes liberated, must be considered to be connected individually to each of the statements. He who meditates on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he who glorifies the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and he who worships the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The meaning here is, LF even only one of the many kinds activities of devotional service brings liberation, then how much more effectively will the performance of many kinds of activities in devotional service bring one to liberation? This is a hint pointing to the 9 activities of devotional service, beginning with hearing and chanting about the Lord. Here someone may object. Is it not so that the Shruti Sastras teach that liberation is attained by meditation alone? In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.5. 6 and 2.4.5, it is said, Atma Vardrastavya. In a trance of meditation one should gaze on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore how can it be said that liberation is attained by other methods, such as chanting the glories of the Lord? To this I reply, chanting the glories of the Lord and the other activities of devotional service are woven together with meditation on the Lord. They are not separate. Therefore when one chants the Lord's glories or performs other activities of devotional service, meditation on the Lord is also present, and when one meditates on the Lord, chanting the Lord's glories and the other activities of devotional service are also present. Here someone may object. It is not correct to say that one can attain liberation simply by understanding the truth about the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Although they are perfect in knowledge of the Lord, Brahma, Siva, Indra, and the other demigods still remain in the material world. Indeed, it is even seen that sometimes they oppose the Lord's desires. If this is said, then the author of the sutras gives the following reply. Sutra 33 The office holders stay for the duration of their terms in office. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. We do not say that everyone who has perfect knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead at once attains liberation. However, their accumulated past karma is all destroyed by their knowledge of the Lord, and their present actions also bear no karmic result. When the term of life in their present body is exhausted, then they will attain liberation. Because they hold posts in the management of the universe, Brahma and the other demigods do not become liberated until their terms of office expire. This is so even though their past and present karmic reactions are already destroyed. When their terms of office expire, then they become liberated and enter the supreme abode of the Lord. This should be understood. The demigod Indra and the others like him that have relatively short terms of office go, at the end of their terms, to the demigod Brahma, whose term of office is much longer. When Brahma attains liberation, they all attain liberation with him. The author of the Stitras will describe this later in this book. 4.3.10. As for the demigods opposing the Lord's desires, they do this only in conformance with his wish and in order to assist the Lord's pastimes. These demigods may appear to be materialists engaged in sense gratification, but that is only a false show. In truth, they are transcendentalists fixed in knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, when their terms of office expire, they all attain liberation. Of this there is no doubt. Adhikarana 15 Meditation on the Qualities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Visa. The subject to be discussed. Now will be discussed the truth that qualities such as being neither great nor small should be attributed to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.8.8 it is said, Adadvaitad Aksaram Gargi Brahmana Bhivadanti Asalamanava Hrasvam O Gargi. The Brahmanas say that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is neither great nor small, tall nor short. It is also said, please know that the Supreme never wanes nor does he ever die. The Supreme is never seen nor is he ever grasped. He is never born in any family. He cannot be described in words. The eyes and the ears cannot know him. Samsa, doubt. Should these qualities of the Lord, where he is considered imperishable and neither great nor small, be included in every meditation on him, or should they not be included in every meditation on him? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. In Sutra 3.3.20 it was said, Samanavam Kabhadat, although it is not divided in that way, because of non-difference. These words are understood to mean that the Supreme certainly does have a form. However, the previous description of the Lord as being imperishable and neither great nor small cannot be considered to be a description of a being with form. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 34. But because he has the same qualities, the idea of imperishability should be accepted, as in the opposite mantra. This has been explained. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word too, but here begins the refutation of the opponent's argument. The idea that the imperishable Lord is neither great nor small should be included in all meditations on him. Why is that? The Stitra explains. Because he has the same qualities. The Katha Upanishad 1.2.15 explains. Sarvveda Yat Padamamananti. All the Vedas glorify the Supreme. The worshipable Supreme is always the same. Therefore these features are present even though he has a form. Therefore the qualities like being neither great nor small are also present in the Lord's form. This is the meaning. Svetasvatara Upanishad 1.11 affirms that by understanding the Supreme Personality of Godhead one attains liberation. The knowledge here is knowledge of the Supreme as an extraordinary being, not as an ordinary being. To posit anything else is illogical and an insult to the Supreme. Therefore the qualities like being neither great nor small should be included with the qualities like being all-pervading, all-knowing, and full of bliss. In this way there is the knowledge that the Supreme is an extraordinary being. From this it may be inferred that the Supreme is different from all other persons. In this way it is proved that the form of the Supreme is free from anything that is bad or to be rejected. In Srimad Bhagavatam 8.3.24 it is said, He neither demigod nor demon, neither human nor bird nor beast. He is not woman, man, nor neuter, nor is he an animal. He is not a material quality, a fruit of activity, a manifestation or non-manifestation. He is the last word in the discrimination of not this, and he is unlimited. All glories to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Prayed to with these words, which describe a being neither great nor small, the Supreme Personality of Godhead personally appeared in his transcendental form, a form that must be the same as the being described in these prayers. That appearance is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 8.3.30. Hriravairasit. Then the Supreme Personality of Godhead personally appeared. In this passage Gajendra prayed to the Lord, addressing him in a certain way, and the Lord reciprocated by appearing in the form that was described in the prayers. If those prayers were not appropriate to the form of the Lord, then the Lord would have appeared only as a vague impersonal knowledge in Gajendra's heart. In this way the idea that the Supreme Lord is a material demigod or some other kind of material being is clearly disproved. However, the Lord does appear in a form like that of a demigod or a human being, but these are his own forms and they are not material. With the words apasada vat, the stitra gives an example to show that secondary features inevitably follow primary features. The word apasat here refers to a specific mantra in a specific Vedic ritual. When it's chanted in the Jamadagnya ceremony where pure Odasa cakes are offered with the mantra Agnirvihatram, the apasat mantra is chanted in the Sama Veda style. However, when it is chanted in a Yajurveda ceremony, the apasat mantra is chanted in the Yajurveda style. In this way the secondary nature follows the primary nature. Thus the secondary qualities of the Lord must be understood according to his primary qualities. This is described in the Vidikanda in the following words. Guna Mukhya Vyatikram Tadarthatvan Mukhyana Veda Sarnyoga. When primary and secondary meanings are in conflict, the primary meaning should be accepted. Here someone may object. The nature of the Lord's form is described in the following words. Sarvakarma Sarvaganda. The Supreme does everything. The Supreme possesses all fragrances. For this reason all meditations on the Lord should include a meditation on his doing everything and possessing all fragrances. If this is said, then the author of the sutras gives the following reply. Sutra 35. It follows the description. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word it means in that way. In that way one should always meditate on the qualities of the Supreme Lord's transcendental form. In what way? The sutra explains. Amananat, following the description. This means, following the description of the Lord's primary qualities. On the Lord's primary qualities are compulsory in meditation on him. Therefore it is not necessary that in every meditation on the Lord one must meditate on his doing everything or possessing all fragrances. Adhikarana 16. The Lord's Transcendental Abode. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now it will be explained that one should meditate on the transcendental abode of the Lord. In the Mundaka Upanishad 2.27, it is said, the all-knowing Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose greatness is seen everywhere in the world, resides in his own effulgent city in the spiritual sky. However, it is also said, Mundaka Upanishad 2.2.10. Brahmavdam Visvamidam Veristam. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is present everywhere in the material world. Sarmza, doubt, is the description of the Lord's city in the spiritual sky merely an allegory to describe the Lord's glories, or is there in truth such a city with many wonderful palaces, gateways, surrounding walls, and other like features? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. What is the answer? The answer is that these words are an allegory to describe the Supreme Lord's glory. In the Chandogya Upanishad 7.24.1, it is said, Sa Bhagavikasmin Pratastita it Svamahimni. Where does the Supreme Personality of Godhead reside? He resides in his own glory. In this way the Shruti Sastra describes the Lord's glory. Therefore the spiritual sky described before is in truth the Lord's glory. It is not any other thing. Therefore it is not possible that the Supreme Lord has an abode in a specific place. This is confirmed by the passage beginning with the words Brahmava, Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 36. Within it is like a material city to his own. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. To his own, that place in the spiritual sky is like a great city. The phrase to his own means to his own devotee. In the Shruti Sastra, Mundaka Upanishad 3.2.3 and Katha Upanishad 1.2.23, it is said, Yamivasa Vernatena Labhya. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is attained only by one whom he himself chooses. Although everything in that city is perfectly spiritual, still it appears like a city made of earth and the other material elements. The word vat, like, used in the stra refutes the idea that this city is actually material in nature. The stitra says that it is svatmana, manifested from himself. In the Mundaka Upanishad 2.2.11, it is said, Brahmavdam Amritam Purastat Paskak Ka, Brahmadaksanatas Katarinatas Kordvam Prasratam, Brahmavdam Visvamidam Veristam. The Supreme is eternal. He is in the east and the west. He is in the south and the north. He is below and he is above. He is everywhere in the universe. He is the greatest. as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is full of transcendental knowledge and bliss, has a wonderful variety of features, such as his hands, feet, nails, and hair. So the Lord's transcendental abode, which is manifested from his own personal form, also has a wonderful variety of features, such as the different forms in its land and water. Even though they are all spirit and nothing else, still they manifest a great variety, like a peacock feather or other colorful object. Sutra 37 Anayatha Bedanya Papatir it sen no Padasantaravat. If it is said, it is otherwise, for there is no difference, then I reply, no, it is not so, for it is like other teachings. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. If it is said, it is otherwise, for if there is no difference between them, then there must be no difference between the creator of the abode and the abode itself. Then the sutra replies, no, this is not a fault. Why is that? The sutra replies, Apadasantaravat, for it is like other teachings. In the Taittiriya Upanishad it is said, Anandari Brahmano Vidvana, a wise man knows the bliss of the Supreme. In this and other teachings it is said that even though the Supreme is one with his attributes, still he is also different from them. That is the meaning. Note. Here the opponent claims that because the Lord is not different from his transcendental abode, therefore it is not possible for the Lord to dwell in that abode, for he is not different from it. This is refuted by the scripture's assertion that the Lord is also different from his attributes, including his transcendental abode. Sutra 38. Like others, they say they are interchangeable. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1.4. 15, it is said, Atmanam eva lokam apasita. One should worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead as identical with his spiritual abode. This passage of the Shruti Astra clearly shows that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is identical with his spiritual abode, and the spiritual abode is identical with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In this way it is proved that they are mutually identical. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the same as his spiritual abode, and the spiritual abode is the same as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the Gopalatapani Upanishad, in the passage beginning Sat Pundrakanyanam, as well as in the passage beginning Saksat Prakriti Paroyam Atma Gopala, the Shruti Sastra clearly explains that the form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is identical with the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself, and the Supreme Personality of Godhead is identical with his own form. Thus the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose form is full of knowledge and bliss, manifests himself, by the agency of his inconceivable potency, as his own spiritual world, which he reveals only to his devotee and to no one else. In this way it is proved that as one meditates on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, so one should also meditate on the Supreme Personality of Godhead's spiritual abode. Adhikarana 17. The qualities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. To confirm what has already been said, the following explanation is now begun. Many texts that describe the specific features and qualities of the Lord are the subjects of discussion. Visa, here. Samsa, doubt. Are the features and qualities of the Lord spiritual realities, or are they material illusions? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. In Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4. 19, it is said, Nihananastikifakana, variety is not present in the Supreme. In Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 2.3. 6, it is said, Athadaid so neti. This is the teaching. It is not this. It is not this. In this way the Shruti Sastra teaches that the Supreme has neither features nor qualities. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 39. Indeed, she is those that begin with truth. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Svetasvatara Upanishad 6.8, it is said, Parasya Sakti, the Supreme has a potency that is spiritual. In the Vishnu Purana 6.7. 61, it is said, Vishnu Sakti Para, Lord Vishnu has a potency that is spiritual. This potency is clearly different from the illusory material potency, Maya. As heat is to fire, so this personal, spiritual potency is to the Lord. This potency is called Parasakti, spiritual potency, or Svartipa Sakti, the Lord's personal potency. Because this spiritual potency manifests itself as the truthfulness and other qualities of the Lord, these qualities are not material or illusory. They are the actual qualities of the Lord. 2 arguments proving that the Lord's truthfulness and other qualities are manifestations of this spiritual potency will be given later. The Neti Neti passage quoted by the Parvapaksa has already been refuted in Sutra 3.2.22. The word Adi, beginning with, should be understood to imply the Lord's other qualities, such as his purity, mercy, forgiveness, omniscience, omnipotence, bliss, handsomeness, and many others. That is why Parasara Muni defines the word Bhagavan as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is supremely pure, filled with spiritual good qualities, and the master of great potencies. Then Parasara Muni explains that the Lord has many transcendental qualities, such as his being the maintainer of all, the master of all opulences, possessing all intelligence, and many other qualities also. In the Vishnu Purana, 6.5. 72-75, Parasara Muni says, O Maitreya, the word Bhagavan means the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is supremely pure, who is the cause of all causes, and who is the master of great potencies. The syllable Ba means the maintainer of all or the protector of all. O sage, the syllable Ga means the leader, the savior, or the creator. Full wealth, strength, fame, beauty, knowledge, and renunciation. These are the 6 opulences of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The syllable Va means the Supreme Personality of Godhead, in whom everything abode, and who himself abides in all beings. Therefore the word Bhagavan means the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who has all knowledge, power, and opulences. Therefore the Supreme Personality of Godhead's truthfulness and other qualities are not different from him. In this way it is proved that one should meditate on the Supreme Personality of Godhead as being not different from his qualities. Adhikarana 18 The Goddess of Fortune Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now will be explained the truth that the Goddess of Fortune is the best of the Lord's qualities. In the Sukla Yajurveda 31.22 it is said, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, Shri and Lakshmi are your wives. Some say that S1I is Ramadevi and Lakshmi is Bhagavati Sampat. Others say that Shri is Vagdevi and Lakshmi is Ramadevi. In the Gopalatapani Upanishad 141, it is said, Kamalapata Nama obeisances to Lord Krishna, the goddess of fortune's husband. In the Gopalatapani Upanishad 1.42, it is also said, Rama Manasa Harmsa Govinda Namo Nama obeisances to Lord Krishna, who is the pleasure of the cows, the land, and the senses, and who is a swan swimming in the Manasa lake of the goddess of fortune's thoughts. In the Ramatapani Upanishad it is said, Ramadaraya obeisances to Lord Rama, on whom the goddess of fortune rests. Satansa, doubt, is the goddess of fortune material, and therefore not eternal, or is she spiritual, and therefore eternal? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. In Brihadranyaka Upanishad 2.3.6 it is said, Athata Adaso Neti Neti this is the teaching. It is not this. It is not this. These words show that the Supreme has no qualities and therefore it is not possible that, ultimately, the goddess of fortune can be his wife. The goddess of fortune is a material illusion, a manifestation of the material mode of pure goodness. Therefore the goddess of fortune is material and not eternal. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 40 Because she is all-pervading, the giver of bliss, and the giver of liberation, and because she has many other virtues, she is the source of what is to be desired, both there and in other places also. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The words Saeva, she indeed, are understood from the previous stitra. The she here is the transcendental goddess of fortune, who in both the spiritual sky, Tatra, which is untouched by matter, and also in the world of the 5 material elements, Itaratra, fulfills the desires of her master. She is the eternal goddess of fortune. The word kama here means the desire for amorous pastimes. The word adi, beginning with, here means personal service and other activities appropriate for these pastimes. In this way the goddess of fortune is transcendental. Why is that? The Stra explains. Ayatanadibhya. The word Aya means all-pervading. The word Tana means giving liberation and bliss to the devotees. In these 2 ways she is like the Lord himself, who possesses truthfulness and a host of other virtues. The word Adi, beginning with, here hints that she is spiritual in nature. The statement of Svetasvatara Upanishad 6.8 also affirms that she is spiritual. In this way she is spiritual and all-pervading. She has knowledge, compassion, and a host of other virtues, and she is also a giver of liberation. In these ways the goddess of fortune is not different from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the Vishnu Purana it is said, the goddess of fortune is the eternal companion of Lord Vishnu. She is the mother of the universe. O best of the Brahmanas, as Lord Vishnu is all-pervading, so is she also. It is also said in the scriptures, O goddess of fortune, you are the Lord's spiritual knowledge. You are the giver of liberation. If the goddess of fortune were not spiritual, it would be improper to ascribe these two qualities, all-pervasiveness and giving liberation, to her. That the goddess of fortune is spiritual is described in the following words of the Vishnu Purana. May supremely pure Lord Vishnu, who is the master of the spiritual goddess of fortune and the supersoul of all living entities, be merciful to us. The word Parama in this verse means the spiritual, para, goddess of fortune, ma. Because the goddess of fortune has been described as being all-pervading and having other spiritual attributes, it is not possible that she is material. In this way it is proved that the goddess of fortune is not material. For these reasons the goddess of fortune is spiritual and eternal. Here someone may object, is it not so that if the goddess of fortune is the spiritual potency of the Lord, which is not different from the Lord, then it is not possible for her to have devotion for the Lord? After all, it is not possible for a person to have devotion to himself. If this objection is raised, then the author of the sutras replies in the following words. Sutra 41 Because of devotion it does not cease. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Although in truth the goddess of fortune is not different from the Lord, still, because the Lord is a jewel mine of wonderful qualities, and also because he is the root of the goddess of fortune's existence, the love and devotion that the goddess bears for him never ceases. The branch never ceases to love the tree, nor the moonlight the moon. Her love and devotion for the Lord is described in many places in the Shruti Sastra. In the Srimad Bhagavatam 10.29. 37, it is said, Dear Krishna, the lotus feet of the goddess of fortune are always worshipped by the demigods, although she is always resting on your chest in the Vaikuntha planets. She underwent great austerity and penance to have some shelter at your lotus feet, which are always covered by tulasi leaves. Here someone may object, is it not true that amorous love is possible only when there are two, the lover and the beloved? If there is no difference between the lover and the beloved, then love is not possible between them. If this is said, then the author of the sutras gives the following reply. Sutra 42 It is in his presence. It is so because of the statement. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word upastite means nearness, even though the Lord's potency and the Lord himself, the shelter of that potency, are one. Still, because the Lord is the best of males and his potency is the jewel of young girls, when they are together there is naturally the perfection of blissful amorous pastimes. How is that known? The Stra explains. Tadvakanat, because of the statement. In the Gopalatapani Upanishad 2.25 it is said, He who lusts after pleasures is lusty. He who enjoys without material lust is not lusty. In these words the amorous pastimes of the Lord are described. The word akamina here means with something that bears certainly similarities to lust. This thing with some similarities to material lust is the Lord's pure spiritual love. That is the meaning. With spiritual love he enjoys the goddess of fortune, who is actually himself. In this way he finds pleasure and fulfillment. For this there is no fault on his part. By touching the goddess of fortune, who is actually himself, the Lord enjoys transcendental bliss. It is like a person gazing at his own handsomeness in a mirror. That is what is said here. Different from his spiritual potency, Parasakti is the potency of the Lord's form, Svaripasakti. The Shruti Sastras and other scriptures explain that through the Svarapasakti the Supreme Lord manifests as the best of males, and through the Parasakti the Lord manifests his various transcendental qualities. It is through the Parasakti that the Lord manifests his knowledge, bliss, mercy, opulence, power, sweetness, and other qualities. It is also through the Parasakti that the Vedic scriptures are manifested. In the same way as manifested the earth and other places, manifesting as the Lord's pleasure potency, Hladini Sakti, the Parasakti appears as Sri Radha, the jewel of teenage girls. Although the Lord and his Parasakti are not different, still, for enjoying different pastimes, they are manifested as different. In this way the Lord's desires are perfectly and completely fulfilled. These manifestations of the Parasakti, beginning with the manifestation of the Lord's qualities, are not manifested only recently. They are beginningless and eternal. They will never cease to exist. Therefore the devotees should meditate on the Supreme Personality of Godhead as accompanied by the Goddess of Fortune. Adhikarana 19 The many forms of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Gopalatapani Upanishad 1.54 it is said, Therefore, Lord Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. One should meditate on him, glorify him, serve him, and worship him. O Tat Sat. Samsa. Doubt. Must one always worship Lord Hari as Krishna, or is it possible to worship him in another form also? Parvapaksa. The opponent speaks. Because this passage ends the Upanishad, the proper interpretation is the worship of Lord Hari must always be directed to the form of Lord Krishna alone. Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 43. There is no restriction in that regard. DT is different because of what is seen. Non-obstruction is the result. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. There is no rule that says one must worship Lord Hari in his form as Krishna only and not in his form of Lord Balrima or any of his other forms. Even when he is a tiny infant as Yasoda's breast, Lord Krishna is always all-pervading, all-knowing, and full of bliss. How is that known? The sutra explains. Tadrastayai, because of what is seen. In Gopalatapani Upanishad 2.48 it is said, Lord Krishna, accompanied by his three potencies and by Balarama, Anrada, Pradyumna, and Rukmini, stays in delightful Mathurapuri. These four names are identical with the name Lord Balarama, and the other incarnations are all forms of Lord Krishna, and so they also should be worshipped. That is the meaning. Here someone may object. If that is so, then the phrase Krishna Eva, Krishna indeed, emphasizing Lord Krishna, would become meaningless. To this objection the sutra replies, Perthik, it is different. This means, the result is different. What is that different result? The sutra explains. Apratibandha, non-obstruction is the result. This means, the removal of the obstructions to the worship of Lord Krishna. Obstructions caused by thinking any other form is the highest form of the Tord. Therefore, if one is able and if one is so inclined, he may worship other forms of the Lord, which are all non-different from Lord Krishna. Adhikarana 20. The Spiritual Master. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now will be explained the truth that Lord Krishna is attained by one who approaches a genuine spiritual master. In its description of transcendental knowledge, the Svetasvatara Upanishad 6.23 explains, only to those great souls who have implicit faith in both the Lord and the spiritual master are all the imports of Vedic knowledge automatically revealed. In the Chandogya Upanishad 6.14.2, it is said, Akaryavan Puruso Veda. One who approaches a bona fide spiritual master can understand everything about spiritual realization. In the Mundaka Upanishad 1.2.12, it is said, Tadvinanarthasaguram ivabhigakka. To learn the transcendental subject matter, one must approach a spiritual master. Samsa, doubt. Is the result obtained merely by hearing the scriptures from the spiritual master, or must that hearing be accompanied by the attainment of the spiritual master's mercy? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The result is obtained merely by hearing the scriptures. Why would one need to attain the spiritual master's mercy? Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words the author of the Sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 44. It is like a gift. That is said. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. When the spiritual master is pleased with a person, that person is able to hear the scriptures and follow the path of spiritual advancement. In this way one attains the Lord. By merely hearing the scriptures and following the spiritual path, one will not be able to attain the Lord. Therefore it is said that the spiritual master's mercy is essential. The prefix pra in this stitra hints at the word prasada, mercy. The lotus-eyed Supreme Personality of Godhead himself explains in the Bhagavad Gita 13.8, knowledge means to approach a bona fide spiritual master and become pure. In this way the scriptures explain that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is attained by the mercy of the spiritual master. Adhikarana 21. The spiritual master's mercy. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Samsa, doubt. Which is more important, one's own efforts or the spiritual master's mercy? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. If one does not endeavor on one's own part, then the spiritual master's mercy will not be effective. Therefore one's own effort is more important. Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 45. Because of many symptoms it is more powerful. That also. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Even though some demigods assuming the forms of a bull and other creatures had already taught him the truth of the Supreme, the disciple Satyakama nevertheless requested his spiritual master. Chandogya Upanishad 4.9.2. O Master, please teach me the truth. In the same way Apakosala, Chandogya Upanishad 4.10. 4.14.3 Even though he had already attained spiritual knowledge from the sacred fires, nevertheless approached his spiritual master for instruction. In these two passages of the Chandogya Upanishad it is clearly seen that the mercy of the spiritual master is the most important. Here someone may say, if that is so, then what is the need of doing anything at all? One should not think in that way. One should still study the scriptures and follow the spiritual path. In the Svetasvatara Upanishad 6.23, it is said, one should engage in devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the Shruti Sastra it is said, one should meditate on the Supreme Personality of Godhead and hear his glories. In the Smriti Sastra it is said, the spiritual master's mercy is most important. Nothing is more important. Still, in order to attain liberation one should certainly hear the glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and serve him in many ways. Adhikarana 22 The Supreme Personality of Godhead and the individual spirit soul are not identical. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In this way it is proved that by attaining the spiritual master's mercy and by worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who has the most glorious transcendental qualities, one attains the desired result. Now an apparent contradiction will be resolved. In the Gopalatapani Upanishad the sages ask Brahma questions beginning with, who is the supreme object of worship? Brahma answers that Lord Krishna is the supreme object of worship, and devotional service is the way to attain him. However, in the Gopalatapani Upanishad 2.49, it is also said, Tasmadeva paro rajasa iti soham iti avadriya gopaloham iti bhavayat, sa moksam asnat sa brahmatvamadhigachati sa brahma vidbhavati. One should think, Tam the Supreme Lord beyond the passions of the material world. One should think, Tam Lord Gopala. In this way one attains liberation. In this way one attains the state of being the Supreme Lord. In this way one understands the Supreme. The words Soham, I am He, clearly show the idea that the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the individual spirit souls are not different. Sarmza, doubt. Do the words Soham, I am He, here teach the doctrine that the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the individual spirit souls are identical, or do they teach some aspect of the doctrine of devotional service, a doctrine already been described in this book? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The natural meaning of the words here is that the doctrine of oneness is the way to liberation. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 46 Because of the context it is like what goes before. DT is like the thoughts and deeds. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The declaration Soham, I am He, in the Gopalatapani Upanishad should be understood according to the passages that precede it. Why is that? The Stra declares. Prakaranate, because of the context. In the beginning of Gopalatapani Upanishad 1.14, it is said, Bhaktirasaya bhajanarm tadayamatrapadhinarazianamasman manakalpanam adadavanaskarmyam. Without any desire for material benefit in this life or the next, one should engage in devotional service to Lord Krishna. That will bring freedom from the bonds of karma. Devotional service is also described at the end of the Gopalatapani Upanishad in these words. Saksidanandeko res bhakti yojtistati. One should engage in devotional service, which is eternal and full of knowledge and bliss. The middle portion of the Upanishad cannot deal with a topic different from what is discussed in the beginning and end. Here the Stitra gives an example. Kriyamanasa vat, it is like the thoughts and deeds. The deeds here are the activities of devotional service, which begin with worship of the Lord. The thoughts here are meditation on the Lord. Devotional service was described in the beginning and end of the Upanishad. Therefore the declaration Soham, I am He, should be understood as a description of some feature of the same devotional service already described in the preceding passages. Pushed by intense love or fear, a person may sometimes call out, Tm He. In this way a person may sometimes call out, I am Krishna, or I am that lion. In beginning of the Gopalatapani Upanishad 1.2, the question is asked, Kaparamodeva, who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead? In that passage the sages asked Brahma about the identity of Supreme, who is the supreme object of worship, the deliverer from the world of repeated birth and death, the shelter of all, the first cause of all causes. Brahma replied, Lord Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Then, to help enable meditation on the Lord, Brahma described Lord Krishna's various qualities. Then Brahma says, Gopalatapani Upanishad 1.6. One who meditates on Lord Krishna, glorifies him, and worships him, becomes liberated. He becomes liberated. Thus Brahma shows that by meditating on Lord Krishna, chanting mantras glorifying Lord Krishna, and engaging in other activities of devotional service, one becomes liberated from the world of birth and death. Again it is said, Gopalatapani Upanishad 1.7. The sages said, what is his form? This question is about devotional service and the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is worshipped in devotional service. Brahma answered this question in these words. 1.8. Brahma said, he is a cowherd boy. He is dark like a monsoon cloud. Then, after describing Lord Krishna's form, Brahma describes the mantra to be chanted. He says, 1.11. Ram Yari Puno Rasanam. Lord Krishna's mantra should chanted repeatedly. Then Brahma describes devotional service in these words. 1.14. One should engage in devotional service to Lord Krishna. Then Brahma describes the mantra one should chant in order to see Lord Krishna's form. Brahma says, 1.24. To one who chants this mantra beginning with Lord Krishna reveals his own transcendental form. Then, in Gopalatapani Upanishad 1.38, Tam Ekram Govindam, Brahma describes Lord Krishna's transcendental form, which is full of knowledge and bliss. Finally Brahma concludes, 1.54. Therefore Lord Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the second chapter of Gopalatapani Upanishad it is said that the gopis, after enjoying pastimes with Lord Krishna, and after asking him questions, and after attaining his permission, presented a great feast before the sage Durvisa. Pleased, the sage blessed them. When they asked him about Lord Krishna, the sage described to them, in the passage beginning with the word Shri Krishna, the extraordinary nature of Lord Krishna's pastimes. He told them that Lord K is the first cause of all causes, that he is conquered by the pure love of his devotees, that he is dear to his devotees, and many other glories of Lord Krishna. Then, in the passage beginning with the word Sahavaka, Durvasa is asked about Lord Krishna's birth, activities, mantra, and abode. In the passage beginning with the word Sahavaka, Tam the sage answered the question by recounting a conversation of Brahma and Lord Narayana. In that account he explained that Lord Krishna is perfect and complete, and he also explained that Lord Krishna is the savior from the world of birth and death. Then, in the passage beginning with the words Vanara Ulasit, Brahma described the Lord's spiritual abode named Mathura, which is protected by the Lord's Kakra and which is splendid with many forests. At this point the Soham passage occurs. Gopalatapani Upanishad 2.49. Tasmadeva Paro Rajasa it Soham. One should think, Tam the Supreme Lord beyond the passions of the material world. In this way it is said that the condition of thinking oneself non-different from the Lord is the cause of liberation. Because devotional service was described previously in this Upanishad as the cause of liberation, the oneness with the Lord here must but a certain feature of that devotional service. It must be a symptom of ecstatic love, like the shedding of many tears or other symptoms of ecstatic love. The passages Aham Asmi, I am he, Brahmam Asmi, I am the Supreme, and other similar passages in the Taittiriya Upanishad and other scriptures, passages declaring the oneness of the individual soul and the Supreme, should all be taken in this way, as expressions of persons overwhelmed with ecstatic love, expressions that are actually proof that the individual souls and the Supreme are indeed different persons and are not at all identical. This truth has already been explained in this book. In the following stitra will be presented further proof that the words Soham, I am he, are indeed a symptom of devotional love and do not at all mean that the individual souls and the Supreme are identical. Sutra 47. Also by comparison. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in the Gopalatapani Upanishad 2.63. Lord Narayana tells Brahma, anyone who becomes my sincere devotee becomes very dear to me. As dear as you and your sons are, as dear as Lord Siva and his associates, as dear as the goddess of fortune. In this verse it is seen that as Brahma is accompanied by his sons, so Lord Krishna is always accompanied by his devotees. The word ka and is explained in the following words of Gopalatapani Upanishad 2.91, where the Supreme Personality of Godhead declares, one who meditates on me is eternally dear to me. He attains liberation. He becomes liberated. I give myself to him. In these words the Lord declares that the devotees are eternally dear to him, and he also declares that he gives himself as a gift to his devotees. If the individual souls and the Supreme Lord are ultimately one, these two statements cannot be at all possible. Therefore the scripture statement Soham, I am he, should be understood as the description of a specific symptom of ecstatic love. This statement, Soham, when found in the Ramatapani Upanishad and other Upanishads should also be explained in this way. In conclusion, it is said that one attains liberation by the mercy of the spiritual master and by devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. There is no fault with that statement. Adhikarana 23 Spiritual knowledge brings liberation. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. True knowledge is defined as the scripture's description of devotional service. That knowledge leads to liberation. Here begins an elaborate description of that truth. In the Svetasvatara Upanishad 3.8 it is said, Know the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is transcendental to all material conceptions of darkness. Only he who knows him can transcend the bonds of birth and death. There is no way for liberation other than this knowledge of that Supreme Person. In the Purusa Siddha prayers of the RG Veda it is said, a person who knows the Supreme attains liberation. Samsa, doubt, is liberation caused by the performance of Vedic rituals, karma, by spiritual knowledge, vidya, or by rituals and knowledge together. Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. How is liberation attained? Diti is attained by performing Vedic rituals. This is proved in Sutras 3.427. Or, there must be some knowledge, then Vedic rituals and knowledge should be combined together to bring liberation. In the Shruti Sastra it is said, Taddetarnatu te or ekatramtar vidya karmani. Vedic rituals and spiritual knowledge must be combined together to bring liberation. Either of them alone is not enough. It is also said, as a bird needs 2 wings to fly in the sky, so a man needs both Vedic rituals and spiritual knowledge to attain liberation. Or, perhaps spiritual knowledge alone is in truth the cause of liberation. After all, the Svetasvatara Upanishad 3.8 declares, Tam eva vidit vadi mrityameti. Only one who knows the Supreme Personality of Godhead can transcend the bonds of birth and death. After all is said and done, it is not possible to reach a final conclusion in this matter. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 48 It is knowledge indeed, for that is the conclusion. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, indeed, is used here to dispel doubt. Spiritual knowledge, and not Vedic ritual, is the cause of liberation. Neither is it necessary that spiritual knowledge be combined with the performance of Vedic rituals in order to bring liberation. Why is that? The Sutra explains. Tan Nerdharanet, for that is the conclusion. The conclusion is given in Svetasvatara Upanishad 3.8. The word vidya, knowledge, here means the knowledge that leads to devotional service. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.421 it is said, one should understand the Supreme, and thus become wise. The wisdom here is clearly devotional service. In the Smriti Sastra the word vidya is used in both these senses. One example is in the following words. Vidya Katharana sit in a dira. With the sharpened axe of knowledge a wise person cuts asunder the darkness of ignorance. Another example is in Bhagavad Gita 9.2. This knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. The word vidya may be interpreted in 2 ways. It is like the words Kaurava and Mimamsa. The former may mean either the Pandavas or the sons of Dhritarashtra, and the latter may mean either the knowers of Vedic rituals or the knowers of the Supreme. Liberation is thus attained by knowledge, knowledge here being the direct perception of the Lord standing outside the heart. The author of the Sutras declares this in the following words. Sutra 49 Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Mundaka Upanishad 2.2. 8 it is said, thus the knot in the heart is pierced, and all misgivings are cut to pieces. The chain of fruitive actions is terminated when one sees the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The meaning here is that one becomes liberated by seeing the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Here someone may object. Do the scriptures not say, one attains liberation by performing Vedic rituals? Do the scriptures not say, one attains liberation by performing Vedic rituals and attaining spiritual knowledge? These words of yours contradict the scriptures. If this is said, then the author of the Sutras give the following reply. Sutra 50 also. It is not refuted, for the authority of the Shruti Sastras and other scriptures is greater. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Shruti Sastras declaration, liberation is attained by transcendental knowledge, cannot be refuted by our opponents' 2 scripture quotes. Why is that? The Sutra declares, Shruti Adi Bali Yastvat, for the authority of the Shruti Sastras and other scriptures is greater. This means, for the authority of Svetasvatara Upanishad 3.8 and other passages of the Shruti Sastras and other scriptures is greater. The word adi, beginning with, here means that there are also passages where this truth is hinted or explained indirectly. In the scriptures it is said, after performing 100 Asvamedha, King Indra approached the demigod Brahma and said, neither Vedic rituals, nor giving charity, nor any other thing has made me happy. Please tell me how I may see happiness. In the scriptures it is also said, he who was never born is not attained by Vedic rituals. As for the 6 sutras, 3.427, quoted by the opponent, the author of the sutras himself will refute them in Sutras 3.4.8.14. The word adi, beginning with, means that many other scriptural passages may also be quoted. The word ka, also, again means that many more statements of scripture may be quoted to prove that spiritual knowledge uproots all past karmic reactions. The passage beginning with the words tam vidya and the other passages quoted by our opponent will all be refuted in Stitra 3.4.11 by the author of the sutras himself. In this way it has been proved that spiritual knowledge is the true cause of liberation. Adhikarana 24 Worshipping the Saintly Devotees Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now will be discussed the truth that liberation is attained by worshipping the saintly devotees. In the Taittiriya Upanishad 1.11.2 it is said, treat a guest as ill he were a visiting demigod. Samsa, doubt, is the worship of saintly devotees a cause of liberation or is it not? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Liberation is already available by the mercy of the spiritual master and the worship of the Supreme Lord. What need is there to worship the saintly devotees? Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 51 Because of many instructions. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word anubandha here means, because of many instructions declaring that one should worship the saintly devotees. The Taittiriya Upanishad's phrase, treat him as if he were a visiting demigod means worship him. This is so because by the mercy of great devotees one attains liberation. If this were not so then the Taittiriya Upanishad would not have spoken in this way. Many great sages who know the truth have also taught this in the Smriti Sastra. In Srimad Bhagavatam 5.12, Jada Bharata explains, my dear King Raghunandana, unless one has the opportunity to smear his entire body with the dust of the lotus feet of great devotees, one cannot realize the absolute truth. One cannot realize the absolute truth simply by observing celibacy, brahmacharya, strictly following the rules and regulations of householder life, leaving home as vanaprastha, accepting sannyasa, or undergoing severe penances in winter by keeping one's soul submerged in water or surrounding oneself in summer by fire and the scorching heat of the sun. There are many other processes to understand the absolute truth, but the absolute truth is only revealed to one who has attained the mercy of a great devotee. In Srimad Bhagavatam 11.12, Lord Krishna himself explains, my dear Uddhava, neither through Astanga Yoga, the mystic yoga to control the senses, nor through impersonal monism or an analytical study of the absolute truth, nor through study of the Vedas, nor through practice of austerities, nor through charity, nor through acceptance of sannyasa, nor through many pious deeds, nor through giving dakshina, nor through following vows, nor through performing many yanas, nor through chanting Vedic hymns, nor through visiting holy places, nor through controlling the senses can one bring me under his control as much as one can by associating with saintly devotees. Their association frees one from the touch of matter. Here Lord Krishna personally teaches the importance of associating with saintly devotees. The Lord here teaches a great secret of how to engage in devotional service. The word adi in this stitra indicates that one should also visit holy places of pilgrimage and one should avoid they who commit blasphemy. In Srimad Bhagavatam 1.2.16 it is said, O twice-born sages, by serving those devotees who are completely freed from all vice, great service is done. By such service one gains affinity for hearing the message of Vasudeva. In the Padma Purana it is said, Lord Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the master of all the demigods, and he should always be worshipped. Still, one should never disrespect Brahma, Shiva, and the other demigods. Here someone may object. The mercy of the spiritual master and the association of saintly devotees are both attained by the mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore the real cause of liberation is his mercy. Even good fortune does not happen independently. That also is caused by the Lord's mercy. Indeed, all actions are caused by the Lord's mercy, as was explained in Sutra 2.339. Therefore it is not right to say that liberation is caused by the mercy of the spiritual master or by any cause other than the mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. To this objection T reply, even though they are themselves caused by the Lord himself, still the spiritual master's mercy and the other causes like it are also causes of liberation in their own right. This was already explained in the passage beginning with Sutra 2.340. The truth is that the Supreme Personality of Godhead becomes conquered by his devotees and he gives them the power to grant his own mercy to others. In this way the devotees are independent agents who can deliver the Lord's mercy to others. When the devotees give their mercy to someone, then the Supreme Lord also gives his mercy to that person. In this way all seeming contradictions and the different passages of the scriptures are all resolved. Adhikarana 25. The liberated souls have different relationships with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in the Chandogya Upanishad 3.14. 1. It is said, man is meant to worship the Supreme Lord. As one worships the Lord in this life, so one will attain him after death. Therefore one should worship the Lord. Samsa, doubt. The worship of the Supreme Lord is naturally accompanied by the worship of the spiritual master and the saintly devotees. This worship is of many kinds, some higher and some lower. Does the higher or lower level of one's worship lead to a higher or lower result, or does it not lead to a higher or lower result? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. In the Mundaka Upanishad 3.13, it is said, liberated souls are all equal. In this way the Shruti Sastra affirms that different levels of worship do not lead to different results. Travelers who enter a city by different paths do not enter different cities. They enter the same city. In the same way, although they have attained him by different paths, the liberated soul see the same Supreme Lord. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 52. As there are differences of knowledge, so also there are differences in sight. That is stated. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.421. It is said, one should understand the Supreme, and thus attain wisdom. Here are the words understanding and wisdom. The meaning of the first is straightforward, but the second really means devotional service to the Lord. As there are thus different kinds of knowledge, so also the devotees see the Lord in different ways. The sutra explains. Taduktam, that is stated. These words mean, it is stated that according to the devotees different kinds of worship, different higher and lower results are obtained. Thus according to the way the Lord was worshipped, the devotees see the Lord in different ways. This is reflected in their liberation. The sameness described above means that the liberated soul see the same Supreme Lord. Here someone may object. That may be. However, you say that without knowledge one cannot see the Lord, and without first seeing the Lord one cannot attain liberation. Both statements are illogical. When the Supreme Lord was personally present on the earth, many persons who had no knowledge nevertheless saw him, and many who saw him did not attain liberation. To this objection the author of the Sutras gives the following reply. Sutra 53. Not by ordinary vision, as not by death. Indeed not. There is attainment of that world. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word API, also, is here used for emphasis. As merely dying does not bring liberation, in the same way ordinary seeing of the Lord also does not bring liberation. What then is the result obtained by ordinary seeing of the Lord? The Sutra explains. Lokapati, there is attainment of that world. This is like the Vidyadhara and the king Nirga, who both attained ordinary sight of the Lord and from that attained the higher material worlds. Here someone may object. Did not attain liberation? If this is said, then the sutra replies, Nahi, indeed not. They did not. They attained a higher world. That is the meaning. In the Narayana Tantra it is said, Samaniya darsanal loka multrayagyatma darsanat. By seeing the Supreme Lord with ordinary vision one attains the higher material worlds. By seeing the Lord with spiritual vision one attains liberation. This is the meaning here. There are two ways of seeing. One is covered by matter and the other is not covered by matter. The first way of seeing the Supreme Personality of Godhead is attained by many pious deeds. TT brings one to Svargaloka and the other higher material planets. The second way of seeing the Supreme Personality of Godhead is attained by understanding the truth of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This way of seeing destroys the subtle material body of mind, intelligence, and false ego, gives one a spiritual body filled with bliss, and makes one a dear associate of the Lord. In this way it brings liberation. In this way everything is explained. The sages say that they who are killed by the Lord see the Lord at the moment of their death, and in this way they also become liberated. This occurs because the splendor of the Lord's chakra or other weapon destroys their subtle material body of mind, intelligence, and false ego. It should be understood that by seeing the Lord these persons attain love for him. To say otherwise would contradict many statements of the scriptures. Adhikarana 26 How to Attain Liberation Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. This section is begun to give firm proof that by seeing the Lord with eyes of spiritual knowledge, one attains liberation. In the Mundaka Upanishad 3.2.3 and Katha Upanishad 1.2.23, it is said, "The Supreme Lord is not attained by expert explanations, by vast intelligence, or even by much hearing. He is attained only by one who he himself chooses. To such a person he manifests his own form." Sarmza, doubt. Does the Lord appear before a person only because the Lord chooses to appear, or does he appear because of a specific person's devotion to him and renunciation of the material world? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The Lord appears only because he chooses to appear, for that is what the scripture says. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 54 According to what follows, it is the same. It is because of being more important. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The statement here that the Lord appears before one whom he chooses is actually the same as the statement that the Lord is attained by devotional service. This is clearly stated in the verse that immediately follows this statement. Therefore the meaning is not that the Lord appears only because he chooses to appear. Here is the verse that immediately follows. Mundaka Upanishad 3.2.4. The Supreme Lord is not attained by one who has no spiritual strength, who is wild or careless, or whose austerities are not appropriate. The Lord appears before a person who strives by right means to attain him. Such a person enters the spiritual world. The right means are described in the beginning of this verse. They are spiritual strength, sober carefulness, and appropriate austerities. The word spiritual strength here means devotional service. The Supreme Lord himself explains, "As faithful wives control their saintly husband, so my devotees bring me under their control." In the Bhagavad Gita 8.22, it is said, "The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is greater than all, is attainable by unalloyed devotion." Here is the verse immediately following the Niyam Atma Pravakanina verse when it appears in the Katha Upanishad 1.2.24. Neither a person who has not abandoned sins, nor a person who is not peaceful, nor a person who does not strive to attain him, nor a person who does not control his mind can, even though he may be very intelligent and learned, attain the Supreme Lord. A person who controls his senses, acts in a saintly manner, and meditates on Lord Hari becomes able to see Lord Hari directly. Therefore one should engage in the activities of devotional service. In this way the first and second statement together mean that the Supreme Lord chooses to reveal himself to they who engage in his devotional service. The first statement is that the Lord chooses who will attain him. The Lord chooses they who please him and are dear to him. He does not choose they who do not please him. He is pleased by they who engage in his devotional service. He is not pleased by they who do not engage in devotional service. He personally explains, Bhagavad Gita 7.17. Of these, the one who is in full knowledge and who is always engaged in pure devotional service is the best. For I am very dear to him, and he is dear to me. In the Kaivalya Upanishad 2, it is said, with devotion, meditation, and faith one should try to understand the Supreme. If it were not true, that the Lord reveals himself to they who love and serve him, and if instead it were true that he reveals himself only on a whim to people chosen at random, and if he thus did not care for the love and devotion of they who serve him, then one might justly become angry with the Lord and claim that he is unfair. Here someone may object. If this is so, then why does the scripture explain that the Lord reveals himself to they whom he chooses? To this objection the Stra replies, Bastvat, because of being more important. The word to, indeed, in the stitra is used for emphasis. The meaning here is that the Lord's choosing is the most important aspect in his directly appearing before a person. Actually, the Lord's choosing is the last of a chain of causes. Here is the sequence of events. First, there is association with saintly devotees and service to them. By that service one learns the truth of the Supreme Lord and also about one's own self. Then one becomes disinterested in whatever has no relation to the Lord. Then one develops devotion and love for the Lord. That love pleases the Lord and makes one dear to the Lord. Then the Lord chooses to reveal himself to that person. Adhikara 27. The Supreme Lord resides in the bodies of the conditioned souls. Introduction by 5 Shrila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. They who with the mellows of servitude, friendship, or other mellows, from the beginning worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead who always stays in the spiritual sky, will attain that spiritual sky, and there they will directly see their Lord. It is seen that some others, who are situated in the mellows of neutrality, Santa Rasa, worship the Supreme Lord as present in their bellies and in other parts of their bodies. Visa, the subject to be discussed. Many statements in the scriptures describe this worship of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as present in the devotee's stomach and other bodily organs. Sarmza, doubt. Should one worship Lord Hari as present in one's belly and other bodily organs, or should one not worship him in this way? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. One should not worship Lord Hari as present in one's belly and other bodily organs, for these things are all material. However, one should worship the Lord as eternally present in the spiritual sky. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 55. Some because of the Lord's existence in the body. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here the word ek, some, means some followers of the Vedas. The word srir means in the body, that is, in the belly, the heart, and the Brahmarandra. The word atmana means of Lord Vishnu. The phrase the worship of Lord Vishnu should be performed is understood here. Why is that? The sutra explains, bhavat, which means because he exists there. In the Nyasastra it is said, if one finds honey in a nearby tree, why should one search for honey in a faraway mountain? The meaning here is that when the Lord is pleased, when one worships him as present in the devotee's body, and he will give the devotee residence in his own abode. DN Srimad Bhagavatam 10.87. 18. It is said, among the followers of the method set forth by great sages, those with less refined vision worship the Supreme as present in the region of the abdomen, while the Rayunis worship him as present in the heart, in the subtle center from which all the pranic channels emanate. From there, O unlimited Lord, these worshippers raise their consciousness upward to the top of the head, where they can perceive you directly. Then, passing through the top of the head toward the supreme destination, they reach that place from which they will never again fall to this world, into the mouth of death. Adhikara 28. Different mellows in the spiritual world. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in Chandogya Upanishad 3.14. 1. And in other places in the scriptures, the worship of the Lord in sweetness, madhurya, and the worship of the Lord in opulence, aisvarya, have been described. Also it has been shown that the living entities, by engaging in devotional service and associating with saintly devotees, by the Lord's will attain him as he appears in a specific form with specific qualities, a form chosen by the devotee. In this way it is shown that these two features of the Lord, sweetness and opulence, are not incompatible with each other. Samsa, doubt. When the devotee worships the Lord as having certain qualities, does the devotee attain a form of the Lord having those qualities alone, or does he attain a form of the Lord having other qualities also? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Whether the devotee meditates on the Lord in sweetness or opulence, the devotee will meet a form of the Lord who has all the qualities of both sweetness and opulence. This is so because whether meditated on in sweetness or opulence, the Lord remains one person. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 56. Not different, because of the nature of the meditation. Indeed, it is like knowledge. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, indeed, is used here to dispel doubt. The sutra declares that other qualities are not manifested. Why is that? The sutra explains. Tadbhavabhavitvat, which means, because of the nature of the qualities that were the object of meditation. This means that when one attains the Lord appears in the same form as was the object of the devotee's meditation. The word apalabdhivat means like knowledge. This means, one meets a form of the Lord like the form one knew in his meditation on the Lord. Even though the meditator is aware that the Lord has many other qualities, still when the devotee meets the Lord will manifest only the qualities that were included in the devotee's meditation and not the Lord's other qualities. In this way the description in Chandogya Upanishad 3.14, 1 is not contradicted. In the following stitra the author gives an example to show that the devotee meets a form of the Lord corresponding to what had been the object of the devotee's meditation. Sutra 57. Indeed, each has his part according to the different branches of the Vedas. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana, the performer of a yajna, assigns different priests to perform the different parts of the yajna. The priests are thus named according to the function they fulfill in the yajna. The performer of the yajna thus tells the priests, you become the Advayu priest, you become the Hota priest, you become the Ujjata priest. In this way a certain priest, even though he is expert in performing all the different functions, accepts the limited role in the yajna. He does not perform all the functions in the yajna. It is not possible for him to perform all the functions in all the different branches of the Vedas. The duties are distributed among the different Vedas. The Hota priest chants mantras of the Arji Veda, the Advayu priest chants mantras of the Yajur Veda, the Ujjata priest chants mantras of the Sama Veda, and the Brahma priest chants mantras of the Atharva Veda. In this way, according to the wish of the person performing the yajna, the different priests accept different roles in the yajna and different priestly rewards, dakshina. Also, in the same way, according to the wish of the Supreme Lord, the individual living entities accept different roles in their service to the Lord, and they also meet the Lord in different ways according to the roles they play. Now, to explain the mellows of mixed emotions, which were displayed by Uddhava and others, and which are less pleasing, the author of the sutras gives another example. Sutra 58. Or, there is no conflict, as in the case of mantras and other things. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana, the Lord's desire here is to increase devotion of various kinds. It is like mantras. As one mantra may be used in many rituals, another mantra may be limited to 2 rituals, and another mantra used in 1 ritual only. So the Lord engages his devotees to worship him, some in many ways and some in 1 way only. The word adi, beginning with, in this stitra, means time and action. As at any given time some trees may be sprouting leaves and flowers and other trees may be shedding their leaves, and as at any given time one person may be an infant and another a teenager, so at any given time the different devotees may serve the Lord in many different ways, each person acting differently according to the Lord's wish. The sutra explains, Vaviroda, thus there is no conflict. Thus after liberation a person will attain the same relationship with the Lord that the person desired while worshipping him before the person became liberated. In this way it is proved that qualities the Lord manifests to the liberated soul are not different from the qualities the soul meditated on before attaining liberation. Adhikarana 29. The different features of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana Visa. The subject to be discussed. Now the following texts from the Gopalatapani Upanishad will be considered. Although he is one, Lord Krishna appears in many forms. Although he is one, the Supreme Personality of Godhead appears to be many. Why is he called the Supreme? He Supreme Personality of Godhead has many very different forms. In this way he is like a Vaidurya jewel. Although he is one, he has many different forms and many different qualities. Samsa, doubt. Should one meditate on the fact that the Supreme Personality of Godhead has many different forms and many different qualities, or should one not meditate on this fact? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The Lord's blissfulness and other like qualities should always be the object of meditation, as was explained in Sutra 3.3.12. However, the plurality of forms contradicts the Lord's oneness. Therefore the Lord's plurality of forms should not be an object of meditation. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 59. Like Ayana, plurality is most important. So, indeed, it reveals. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. The Lord's plurality of forms is his most important feature. As yanas should always be performed, so the Lord's plurality of forms should always be an object of meditation, for this plurality is an essential feature of the Lord. As in an Agnistoma yana, from its beginning until the Avabrata ceremony at its end, it remains always a yana. In the same way among all the qualities of the Lord, his plurality of forms is always present and of prime importance. The evidence for this is given in this stra in the words, Tathahai Darsayati. So, indeed, the scriptures reveal. In the Chandogya Upanishad 7.23.1, it is said, Bhameva Sukham Nalp Sukhamasti. The bliss of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is in his abundant variety. His bliss is not present in a lack of variety. Thus the Lord's bliss and other qualities are present in great abundance and great variety. They should be meditated on in this way. The scriptures reveal this of them. The word Darsayati in this stitra means, they teach this in every circumstance. Without accepting the Lord's plurality of forms, it is not possible to accept that his actions are all eternal. Adhikarana 30 Different Meditations on the Lord's Different Forms. Introduction by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana Samsa. Doubt. Are for these many forms of the Lord worshipped in one way only, or are there many ways to worship them? Parvapaksa. The opponent speaks. Because the object of worship certainly remains one, there must be only one way to worship him. Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words, the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 60. They are different because of different words and other things. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. There are different kinds of worship for the different forms of the Lord. For each form there is a different kind of worship. Why is that? The Sutra explains. Sabdadi bidat, because of different words and other things. This means, because the names of Lord Nrsimha and the Lord's other forms are different, the mantras for worshipping these forms are different, the forms themselves are different, and their activities are also different. In the Smriti Astra it is said, in the Satya, Treta, Vipra, and Kali Yugas, Lord Krishna appears in different forms with different colors and different names, forms that are worshipped in different ways. In this way it is proved that the Lord's different forms are worshipped in different ways. Adhikarana 31 The steadfast worship of the Lord. Introduction by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. That the forms of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, beginning with the form of Lord Nrsimha, should be worshipped in ways that are different for each form has thus been described. Sarmsa. Doubt. Must the worshippers of these various forms meditate on all the Lord's forms together, or is such meditation only optional? Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words, the author of the Sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 61. It is optional, for a better result is not obtained. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. They have an option. One should worship the Supreme Lord according to the truths taught by a particular community of saintly devotees. One should remain steadfast in that form of worship and not leave it. Why is that? The Sutra explains. Avasista phalatvat, for a better result is not obtained. This means that of all the ways to worship the Lord, no one way is better than the others. They are all equal. They are all said to bring the same result, which is that liberation where one directly associates with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. If by following one such method of worship one attains perfection, what is the need of accepting another method of worship? The lesson taught in the sutra that begins with the words Tadvidusam should not be forgotten. Therefore, in order to give more evidence to the truth that the Ekyanti devotees are the best, this instruction is repeated. There is no fault in this. Adhikarana 32 Worshipping the Lord to attain a specific benediction. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. The different kinds of worship of the Lord's different forms, such as the form of Lord Nrsimha and the other forms, all bring liberation as their result. Therefore these activities of worship should be regularly performed by the Ekyanti devotees. However, in the Brihadranyaka Upanishad and other scriptures are also described other kinds of worship of the Lord, kinds of worship meant for attaining fame, followers, victory, wealth, and other like benedictions. Samsa. Doubt. May one choose any form of the Lord for such worship, or must one direct this kind of worship to one's chosen deity alone? Parvapaksa. The opponent speaks. Because the worship of any form of the Lord brings the same result as the worship of any other form of the Lord, one should direct this worship to one's chosen deity alone, as was previously explained. Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words, the author of the Sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 62 For attaining a desire one may accept another or not, as one wishes, for the previous reason is now absent. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. To fulfill desires other than direct association with the Supreme Lord, desires like the attainment of fame in this world, one may worship any form of the Lord, as one wishes, or one need not worship another form of the Lord, and may instead to continue to worship one's own chosen deity. Why is that? The sutra explains. Travahetvabhavat, for the previous reason is now absent. This is so because the result to be obtained is different. When there is a desire to attain these various material benediction, then one may worship any form of the Lord. When one does not desire these material benefits, one may not adopt the worship of forms of the Lord other than one's chosen deity. The meaning here is that one who desires liberation also desires some material benediction, then he should worship Lord Hari alone in order to attain it. He should not worship the demigods to attain his desire. This is explained by Srimad Bhagavatam 2.3. 10. In the following words, A person who has broader intelligence, whether he be full of all material desire or desiring liberation, must by all means worship the Supreme Whole, the personality of Godhead. Thus have been explained the various kinds of worship of the Lord, kinds of worship beginning with the chanting of the 10-syllable mantra. As explained before, this worship should be directed to one's chosen deity. Adhikarana 33 Meditation on the Form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. In the previous passages, meditation on the Lord's qualities and virtues has been described. Now will be described meditation on the Lord's bodily limbs and features. In Gopalatapani Upanishad 1.38, the demigod Brahma explains, with eloquent prayers to and the Maruts please Lord Govinda, whose form is eternal and full of knowledge and bliss, who stays under a desire tree in Vrindavana, and who is this 5-word mantra. In the verse that follow, Brahma speaks prayers describing the gentle smile, merciful glance, and other features on the Supreme Lord's face, eyes, and other parts of the body. Satansa, doubt. Are the gentle smile and other features on the Lord's face and the other parts of his body to be meditated on or not? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Because by meditating on the Lord's general qualities and virtues one attains the goal of life, and because that goal thus attained is so great and exalted, there is no need to meditate on the features of the Lord's body. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 63 Appropriate Meditation on the Limbs. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. One should appropriately meditate on the Lord's mouth and the other parts of his body. This means that one should meditate on the qualities that have taken shelter of the parts of the Lord's body. Thus, on the Lord's mouth there are a gentle smile and sweet words, on his eyes there is a merciful glance, and on the other parts of his body there are other features. Sutra 64 Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. In the Gopalatapani Upanishad 1.51, it is said, Brahma said, as I worshipped him, so should you. Chanting this 5-word mantra and meditating on Lord Krishna, you will transcend the world of birth and death. In this way Brahma teaches his disciples to meditate on the qualities present in Lord Krishna's form. That is the meaning. Here someone may object. In the Chandogya Upanishad 1.67, it is said, Yathakapyasam pundrikam ivam aksini. The Supreme Lord's eyes are like lotus flowers. Here there is no mention of the Lord's merciful glance or his other features. If this is said, then the author of the sutras gives the following reply. Sutra 65 Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. The word na, it is not so, should be added here from 3 sutras previous. The word applies to both sutras. In this passage of Chandogya Upanishad many other features of the Lord's body are implied. This passage does not mean that the Lord has only lotus eyes and no other bodily features. Here someone may object. The idea that one should meditate on the parts of the Lord's body as having only certain attributes and not others is wrong. I refute it with the following words. Sutra 66 Also because the Shruti Sastra declares that the qualities are held in common. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. In Bhagavad Gita 13.14, it is said, everywhere are his hands and legs. This passage shows that one should meditate on the parts of the Lord's body as all having the same qualities in common. In Brahma Samhita 5.32, it is said, each of the limbs of the Lord's transcendental figure possesses in himself the full-fledged functions of all organs and eternally sees, maintains, and manifests the infinite universes, both spiritual and mundane. In this way the scriptures declare that each part of the Lord's body has all the qualities of all the other parts. In the following words the author of the sutras refutes this idea. Sutra 67 Or not, for the Shruti Sastra does not declare that they have the same nature. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. The word va, or, is used here for emphasis. One should not meditate on the different parts of the Lord's body as all having the same features in common. Why is that? The sutra explains. Tatsaha bhavasratek, for the Shruti Sastra does not declare that they have the same nature. This means that the Shruti Sastra does not declare that the qualities of one part of the body are present in the other parts. Also, one should not meditate on the parts of the Lord's body as having the same qualities as the other parts. The descriptions in Bhagavad Gita 13.14 and other passages in the scripture should be understood to mean that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, being all-powerful, can do anything with any part of his body. That is the meaning. Sutra 68 Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Therefore the Lord's gentle smile should be understood to be present in his face and his other qualities to be present in the other parts of his body, each in its appropriate place. In this way it is both seen and described. Pada Foradhikarana 1 Transcendental Knowledge Invocation by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in the Temple of Faith, which is surrounded by the great walls of religion, sitting on the throne of renunciation and surrounded by courtiers of self-control and other virtues. Transcendental knowledge, which is very dear to Lord Vishnu, shines with great splendor. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the previous pada the various aspects of transcendental knowledge, which were there called meditation, worship, and other names, were revealed. In this pada will be revealed the truths that transcendental knowledge is independent of Vedic rituals, that Vedic rituals are merely one subordinate aspect of transcendental knowledge, that persons who have attained transcendental knowledge are divided into 3 classes, and other truths that are like these. According to their different kinds of faith, there are 3 kinds of seekers of transcendental knowledge. They are described as follows. 1. They who, desiring to see the wonders of the higher planets, faithfully perform the duties of Varnasrama Dharma, are called Sanista. 2. They who, desiring to enjoy the things of this world, faithfully perform the duties of Varnasrama Dharma, are called Parinistita. They who are in these 2 classes are all followers of Varnasrama Dharma. 3. Others, purified by truthfulness, austerity, japa, and other spiritual practices, have no material desire, are called Nirapaksa. They are in this class are not followers of Varnasrama Dharma. In this way there are 3 kinds of seekers of transcendental knowledge. Visa, the subject to be discussed. First will be explained the truth that transcendental knowledge is independent of other things. In the Chandogya Upanishad 7.13 it is said, one who knows the supreme crosses beyond grief. In the Taittiriya Upanishad 2.1 it is said, one who knows the supreme enters the spiritual abode. In the Katha Upanishad 1.2:16 it is said, by understanding the immortal one attains whatever he desires. Sarmsa, doubt. Does transcendental bring only liberation, or can it also bring elevation to the higher material planets? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. A person wise with transcendental knowledge has no material desires. For this reason transcendental knowledge brings only liberation. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 1 The fulfillment of human aspirations comes from it, for this is said in the Shruta Sastra. That is Vyasa's opinion. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. All the goals of human life are attained by transcendental knowledge. That is the opinion of Lord Vyasa. Why is that? The sutra explains. Sabdat, for this is said in the Shruti Sastra. These scriptural texts have been quoted in the previous paragraphs. Pleased by his devotees' attainment of transcendental knowledge, the Supreme Personality of Godhead gives himself to his devotee. Pleased by his devotees' attainment of transcendental knowledge, which is like a companion to the rituals of the Vedas, the Supreme Personality of Godhead also fulfills the material desires of they, like of Kardama Muni and others, who have such desires. In the next stitra Hmini Muni raises an objection. Adhikarana 2 Knowledge alone cannot give liberation. Sutra 2 Because it is subordinate. The words about human aspirations are only words of praise, like praises of other things also. That is Hmini's opinion. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Knowing the relationship between himself, the worshipper, and the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the object of worship, the individual living entity voluntarily engages in the activities of worship that have already been described here. As a result of these activities, the individual living entity becomes free of sin and attains liberation by entering the spiritual world. Some examples of words of exaggerated praise are given in the following words of the Hmini Sutra. He whose sacrificial ladle is made of parna never hears sinful words. He whose eyes are anointed is protected from his enemies. He who makes the praya and anuya offerings is protected by an armor of yana. Hmini gives this description of these words of praise. Because they are actually meant to describe other things, the description of benefits obtained from sacrificial paraphernalia and sacrificial actions are in truth only empty praises. The Shruti Sastra explains that a householder who throughout his entire life is self-controlled and virtuous and who regularly performs yanas and other spiritual duties, at the end attains the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is described in the following words of Chandogya Upanishad 8.15. 1. From the Acharya one should learn the Vedas. One should perform his duties and also offer dakshina to his spiritual master. Then one should accept household life, live in a pure way, study the Vedas, perform his religious duties, engage all his senses in the Supreme Lord's service, not harm any living being, and go on pilgrimage to holy places. A person who passes his life in this way goes to the spiritual world. He does not return to this world of repeated birth and death. In the Vishnu Purana 3.8.9, it is said, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu, is worshipped by the proper execution of prescribed duties in the system of Varna and Asrama. There is no other way to satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead. One must be situated in the institution of the four Varnas and Asramas. Many other scriptural passages may also be quoted to prove this point. Scriptural passages that encourage renunciation of Vedic rituals and pious deeds are meant for they who are crippled and thus unable to perform these deeds. In the next sutra, Himini affirms that transcendental knowledge is a subordinate aspect of Vedic rituals and pious deeds. Sutra 3 Because such deeds are seen. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.1.1. It is said, in the Chandogya Upanishad 5.11.5, it is said, the saintly king said, soon I shall perform a great yajna. In this way it is seen that even great saints learned in transcendental knowledge still had to perform Vedic yajnas. Therefore transcendental knowledge alone is not sufficient to bring the perfection of life. Here the adage, one if honey is found in a tree in one's own courtyard, why should one travel over mountains searching for it, is appropriate. Sutra 4 It is so because of the Shruti Sastra. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in the Chandogya Upanishad 1.1.8. It is said, when one worships the Lord with transcendental knowledge, with faith, and with the teachings of the Upanishads, his worship becomes very powerful and effective. Because it is here said with transcendental knowledge, the subordinate nature of that knowledge is clearly seen. Sutra 5 Because of being together. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.2. It is said, Tam vidya karmani samanvarabhatarva pranaka. At the time of death a person's knowledge, deeds, and concept of life combine to determine his future. This passage shows that knowledge and pious deeds both together determine the soul's future. Sutra 6 Because of a rule like that. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in the Taittiriya Sarita it is said, to perform the Darsa and Purnamasa rites, he chooses a priest learned in the science of the Supreme. Thus it is clearly seen that transcendental knowledge is only a subordinate part of the Vedic rituals, for such knowledge only qualifies one to be a priest. Sutra 7 Also because of a rule. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in the Isa Upanishad, Mantra 2, it is said, one may aspire to life for hundreds of years if he continuously goes on working in that way, for that sort of work will not bind him to the law of karma. There is no alternative to this way for man. This verse gives the order that even a man wise with transcendental knowledge should perform Vedic yajnas and pious deeds for as long as he lives. This verse clearly refutes the statements that encourage the renunciation of Vedic rituals or that claim that one has the option to perform or renounce Vedic rituals. This is so because scriptural statements encouraging renunciation are meant for those who are crippled or otherwise unable to perform Vedic rituals. In the Taittiriya Brahmana it is said, Viraha Vaasa Devanam Yonim Udvasyate. He who does not offer oblations in the sacred fire for the demigods becomes sinful like a man who kills his own children. In this way renunciation of Vedic rituals is forbidden. In these words the idea that because it is a subordinate part of Vedic rituals, transcendental knowledge is not independent as giving spiritual benefit is advanced. The author of the sutras refutes this idea in the following words. Adhikarana 3 The superiority of transcendental knowledge Sutra 8 But because Vyasa teaches that it is more important and also because of the scripture's revelation. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana The word to, but, is used here to begin the refutation of the Trivipaksa. The truth is that transcendental knowledge is more important than Vedic rituals. Why is that? The Stitra explains. Apadsatu Bhadarayanasyam, because Vyasa teaches that it is more important. Vyasa's opinion here cannot be uprooted, for the sutra explains. Tadarsanat, also because of the scripture's revelation. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.22, it is said, by Vedic study, celibacy, austerity, faith, yajna, and fasting, the Brahmanas strive to understand him. One who understands him becomes wise. Desiring to travel to his transcendental world, the Brahmanas become wandering sannyasis. This passage shows that Vedic rituals bring the result of transcendental knowledge, and when that knowledge is attained, the Vedic rituals are abandoned. Because the method of attainment, Vedic rituals, here is abandoned at a certain stage, therefore the result, transcendental knowledge, these methods bring is more important than the methods themselves. Here someone may object. It is seen that many saints who are most wise with transcendental knowledge still perform Vedic rituals. Therefore, transcendental knowledge and Vedic rituals are both equally important. In the following words, the author of the Sutras refutes this idea. Sutra 9. But the same thing is seen in the scriptures. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, but, here is used to begin the refutation of the idea that transcendental knowledge is an inferior byproduct of the performance of Vedic rituals. The sutra explains that there is equal scriptural evidence to show that transcendental knowledge is not subordinate to Vedic rituals. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad it is said, the wise sages asked, why do we study the Vedas? Why do we perform yanas? Then the sages stopped performing Agnihotra yanas. Learning the truth about the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Brahmanas renounced all desire to attain sons, grandsons, wealth, or anything else in this world. They became sannyasi beggars traveling here and there. In many places the scriptures describe many great souls learned with transcendental knowledge who renounced all Vedic rituals. These statements of scripture do not contradict the descriptions of great souls performing Vedic rituals, for many great souls performed Vedic rituals either to purify themselves or to set a good example for the world to follow. In the next sutra, Vyasa refutes the argument given in Sutra 4. Sutra 10. It is not universal. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The passage, Chandogya Upanishad 1.18, referred to in Sutra 4 does not have all transcendental as its scope. It refers the Ujjita Vidya. Therefore all transcendental knowledge is not a subordinate aspect of Vedic rituals. In the next sutra, Vyasa refutes the argument given in Sutra 5. Sutra 11. The distribution is like 100. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The results of Vedic yagyas and transcendental knowledge, as described in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.42, quoted in Sutra 5, are actually different. Transcendental knowledge brings one result and Vedic yanas bring a different result. In this sutra the example of 100 is given. A cow and a goat may be purchased for 100 coins. The cow cost 90 coins and the goat cost 10 coins. The cost was not equally divided, with each costing 50 coins. In the same way transcendental and Vedic yanas combine to determine the future of the individual soul, but they do not have the same influence in determining it. In the next sutra, Vyasa refutes the argument given in Sutra 6. Sutra 12. Of one who has merely studied. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The passage, from the Taittiriya Samhita, quoted in Sutra 6, states that a person who has studied the Vedas should be chosen as a priest. It does not mean that the priest must be advanced in transcendental knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and therefore transcendental knowledge is a subordinate part of the Vedic rituals. The word Brahmista in that passage means one who is learned in the Vedas. It does not mean one who is wise with transcendental knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, for the Shruti Sastras declare that a person fixed in transcendental knowledge of the Supreme renounces Vedic rituals. Therefore a person who properly studies the Vedas does not misinterpret its words and does not desire to gain anything material as a result of his study is said to be Brahmista, learned in the Vedas. The affixes has that meaning here. Some claim that the word means that the priest must be a knower of the Supreme, and therefore this passage is meant to praise the glories of Vedic yanas. Here someone may object. One who has simply studied is not qualified to perform Vedic yanas. One must have knowledge also. Studying the Vedas does not mean simply reading them. It means understanding them. Because the Upanishads are parts of the Vedas, it must be understood that one who understands the Vedas understands the transcendental knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead also. In this way it is proved that transcendental knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is only one subordinate aspect of the Vedic yagyas. If this objection is raised, then I reply. One is not situated in transcendental knowledge merely by understanding the meanings of the words in the Vedas, but only when one directly sees the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself. Merely by understanding the meaning of the sentence, honey is sweet, one does not have direct perception of its sweetness. If this were so, then merely by understanding these words one would be able to taste honey. Of course, one does not taste honey in this way. Once, when asked, Narada Muni declared that, even though he knew the Rig Veda and many other scriptures, still he did not understand the Supreme. He said, S0 ham mantra vidivasmi natma vitel know many mantras, but do not know the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, worship of the Lord is something different from mere academic knowledge of the Vedas. Therefore, genuine transcendental knowledge means direct perception of the Lord, a perception attained by engaging in devotional service. This knowledge brings with it the attainment of the real goal of human life. In the Taittiriya Mahanarayana Upanishad 10.6 and Mundaka Upanishad 3.2.6, it is said, wise with the knowledge taught in the Vedas, renounced and pure in heart, the great souls go to Brahmaloka. When the time comes for the universe's end, they all become liberated and go to the spiritual world. Therefore, renunciation of the world and academic knowledge of the Vedas are both subordinate parts of transcendental knowledge of the Supreme. In Srimad Bhagavatam 1.2.12, it is said, the seriously inquisitive student or sage, well equipped with knowledge and detachment, realizes the absolute truth by rendering devotional service in terms of what he has heard from the Vedanta Shruti. Here someone may object. The activities of devotional service employ the body, words, and mind. In the trance of meditation, it is possible to directly see the Supreme Lord with the mind, but how is it possible to directly see the Lord when the body and words are engaged in worship, japa, or other similar activities? If this objection is raised, then I reply, devotional service is naturally filled with transcendental knowledge and bliss. In the Shruti Sastra it is said, devotional service is eternal and full of transcendental knowledge and bliss. If this were not so, then devotees would not have the power to conquer the Supreme Lord and bring him under their control. The activities of devotional service invoke the appearance of the Lord, who comes in his spiritual and blissful form, with the graceful hair on his head and the other features of his body. In this way it is shown that the Supreme, extraordinary, inconceivable, and beyond the limits imposed by the material world. He cannot be understood by material logic. Sutra 13 No. For it is not specific. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Shruti Sastra does not order that a person wise with transcendental knowledge of Supreme must perform Vedic rituals throughout his entire life. Why is that? The Sutra explains. Avasat, for it is not specifically stated. In the Mahanarayana Upanishad of the Taittiriya 10.5 it is said, Na karmana na prajayadananatayajanak amritatvamanasa. By performing Vedic rituals, fathering good children, or giving wealth and charity one does not attain liberation. It is by renunciation that one attains liberation. In this way there is no specific order that one must always perform Vedic rituals. The Shruti Sastra gives different instructions about Vedic rituals, sometimes encouraging and sometimes discouraging them, because these instructions are intended for different asramas. After thus refuting these objections, the author of the Sutras proceeds to explain the real purpose of the Shruti Sastra's description of Vedic rituals. Sutra 14 or, the permission is for praise. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word va or is used here for emphasis. Isopanisads, Mantra 2. Permission that one may perform Vedic rituals throughout one's entire life is given so that one may glorify transcendental knowledge. This passage praises transcendental knowledge, for it is a person who has transcendental knowledge who may thus perform Vedic rituals throughout his life and not be touched by karmic reactions. Isopanishad Mantra 2 explains, that sort of work will not bind him to the law of karma. There is no alternative to this way for man. In this way is refuted the idea that transcendental knowledge is a subordinate aspect of Vedic rituals. Adhikarana for the glories of transcendental knowledge. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now that the independence of transcendental knowledge has been explained, the great glory of transcendental knowledge will be described. In the Vajrasana Shruti, Brihadranyaka Upanishad 4.4.23, it is said, Esanityo Mahima Brahmanasya Nakarmana Vardhate no Kaniyan. Karma can neither lessen nor increase the eternal glory of one who understands the Supreme. Samsa, doubt. Do they who are situated in transcendental knowledge have the right to act in any way they please, or do they not have that right? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. By abandoning prescribed duties one commits a sin. Therefore a person in transcendental knowledge does not have the right to act as he pleases. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words, the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 15 also, some say he may act as he pleases. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. To show mercy to the people of the world, a person situated in transcendental knowledge may sometimes voluntarily perform Vedic rituals even though he gains no personal benefit by performing them, and neither is he faulted if he does not perform them. His glory is eternal, as is explained in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4. 23, quoted in the previous purport. Therefore, a person situated in transcendental knowledge can act as he likes, and he is never touched by sin. Here the word Brahmana means he who has directly seen the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Such a person does not become virtuous by performing Vedic rituals, and neither does he do anything wrong by failing to perform them. As a lotus lily is untouched by water, so he is untouched by the good karma generated by Vedic rituals. As a handful of straw is at once consumed by a blazing fire, so all his sins are at once burned to ashes. All of this shows the great power of transcendental knowledge. This is further explained in the following sutra. Sutra 16 Destruction also. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Mundaka Upanishad it is said, the knot in the heart is pierced, and all misgivings are cut to pieces. The chain of fruitive actions is terminated when one sees the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In Bhagavad Gita 4.37, the Supreme Personality of Godhead explains, as blazing fire turns firewood to ashes, O Arjuna, so does the fire of knowledge burn to ashes all reactions to material activities. These verses show that transcendental knowledge destroys the reactions of past fruitive deeds. Because transcendental knowledge thus destroys all karmic reactions, whether partially experienced or waiting to be experienced in the future, a person situated in transcendental knowledge is not at fault if he renounced the fruitive actions of Vedic rituals. This is not very surprising. Here someone may object, is it not so that past karmic reactions are destroyed only by experiencing them? If this is said, then I reply, although transcendental knowledge has the power to burn away all past karmic reactions, by the Lord's desire, in order to preserve the appearance of the ordinary workings of karma, transcendental knowledge does not completely burn away all the karmic reactions created in the present body. In this way, the karma of a person situated in transcendental knowledge is like a cloth that has been singed by fire. That is what is meant by the scripture statement that karmic reactions are destroyed only by experiencing them. This will be further explained in Sutra 4.1.15. Sutra 17 in the Shruti Sastras. Indeed, among the celibates. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Parinistita devotees, and especially the sannyasis and other celibates advanced in transcendental knowledge, are especially free to act as they like. This truth explained in the Shruti Sastra again confirms the truth that transcendental knowledge is independent of the Vedic rituals. The scriptural passage referred to in this sutra is from the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.5.1 and is given below. A Brahmana should then renounce scholarship and become like a child. Then he should renounce both scholarship and childlike simplicity and become a silent sage. Then he should renounce the stance of either being or not being a silent sage. Then he becomes a Brahmana, a person who directly sees the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When he attains this stage, he may act in whatever way he likes. In Bhagavad Gita 3.25, the Supreme Personality of Godhead explains, as the ignorant perform their duties with attachment to results, the learned may similarly act, but without attachment, for the sake of leading people on the right path. In the next sutra, Hmini Muni gives a different opinion. Sutra 18 Hmini favors it. It is not ordered, and because indeed it is forbidden. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. A person situated in transcendental knowledge has the freedom to perform prescribed Vedic rituals and duties in whatever way he likes. That is the meaning of the Shruti Sastra's explanation that he may act as he likes. The word hi here means because. The word paramarsam means that the Shruti Sastra orders that even one situated in transcendental knowledge must perform Vedic rituals, and the word apavadati means that the Shruti Sastra forbids that he stop performing Vedic rituals. The word akaudana means that a person situated in transcendental knowledge may renounce those activities not prescribed by the scriptures. That is the meaning here. Isa Upanishad Mantra 2 and the passage from Taittiriya Brahmana, quoted in the purport of Sutra 7, both forbid the renunciation of Vedic rituals. They do not say that one should renounce Vedic rituals. Therefore there is a contradiction, with some texts encouraging performance of Vedic rituals and some encouraging renunciation of Vedic rituals. It is not that the texts encouraging renunciation are wrong. These texts are intended for persons who are crippled, mute, or in some other way unable to perform Vedic rituals. Therefore even they who are situated in transcendental knowledge should continue to perform Vedic rituals. The words kinasiyat in the passage from the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.5. 1. Quoted in the previous purport mean, a person situated in transcendental knowledge must perform Vedic rituals, but he has some freedom to perform them in the way that pleases him. It does not mean that he has the right to renounce Vedic rituals altogether. This is the opinion of Hmini. Thus Hmini believes that this passage orders the performance of Vedic rituals. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his opinion, which is that the person situated in transcendental knowledge really does have the right to act in any way he likes. Sutra 19 Vyasa says it may be done because the Shruti Sastra describes equality. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The words Anustharnbhadarayana here mean, Vyasa thinks that a person situated in transcendental knowledge may perform Vedic rituals, or not, as he chooses. Why is that? The sutra explains. Samya Shrutek, because the Shruta Sastra declares that whether he performs these rituals or not it is the same. The words when he attains this stage he may act in whatever way he likes of Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.5. 1 quoted in the purport of Sutra 17 mean that a person situated in transcendental knowledge may act in any way, but the result he obtains is always the same. Hmini's opinion is that this description of the actions of a person situated in transcendental knowledge are only words of empty praise, for one must perform Vedic rituals completely in order to get a good result. If a person renounces some part of the Vedic rituals he is not equal to a person who performs all rituals perfectly. Vedic rituals should be performed by a Svanista devotee. The statement that a person who neglects Vedic rituals becomes sinful like a person who kills his own children, Taittiriya Brahmana quoted in the purport of Stitra 7, applies only to a person who is not situated in transcendental knowledge. In this way the seeming contradictions are reconciled. Hmini's theory that all scriptural passages encouraging renunciation are intended for they who are crippled or somehow unable to perform Vedic rituals is refuted by the passage of Mahanarayana Upanishad quoted in the purport of Sutra 13. Sutra 20 or, the rule may be like studying. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The words Vidrava mean that the statement he may act in whatever way he likes of Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.5. 1. Quoted in the purport of Sutra 17, refers only to a person situated in transcendental knowledge. The Sutra explains, Dharanavat, it is like studying. This means that as the three higher castes are eligible to study the Vedas and others are not eligible, in the same way only a self-realized Parinistita devotee situated in transcendental knowledge is allowed to act in whatever way he likes. Others are not allowed. In Srimad Bhagavatam the Supreme Personality of Godhead explains, as I, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, voluntarily enjoy transcendental pastimes, so the person situated in transcendental knowledge performs snana, akamana, sauka, and follows a host of other rules voluntarily, and not because he is ordered to do so. In the next sutra an objection is raised and then answered. Sutra 21 If it is said to be merely empty praise, then I say no, for it is something new. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here the objector says, these words are merely empty praise. They do not speak what is really true. As a lover tells the beloved, you are free to do anything you like, but does not really mean that the beloved can do exactly anything. In the same way it is said that the person situated in transcendental knowledge may do whatever he likes. If this is said, then the Stitra replies, no, it is not so. Why not? The Sutra explains, Apravatvat, for it is something new. Because the statement that a person who directly sees the Supreme Personality of Godhead may perform Vedic rituals as he wishes is a new teaching, it cannot be mere empty praise of something already described. That is the meaning. Sutra 22 Also because the Shruti Astra describes love. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in the Mundaka Upanishad 3.1. 4. It is said, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the life of all. He is the supersoul splendidly manifest in all living beings. One who knows him becomes wise. That person turns from the logician's debates. He meditates on the Lord's pastimes. He loves the Lord. He serves the Lord. He is the best of transcendentalists. This verse clearly describes the devotee's love for the Lord. The word rati here means love. The words bhava, rati, prema all mean love. A Parinistita devotee who has fallen in love with the Supreme Lord has not the time to perform Vedic rituals very completely, although for the sake of the people in general he may sometimes perform them to a certain extent. In this way it is seen that transcendental knowledge is independent of Vedic rituals. Fearing that another objection may be raised, the author of the Stitras gives the following reply. Sutra 23. If it is said that they are Pariplava stories, then I reply no, for those are specific. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.5. 1. It is said. In the Taittiriya Upanishad 3.1. It is said. Bragurvai Vruna Vrunarm Pitarama Pasasaradhi Bhagavo Brahmati Bhrigu approached his father, Vruna, and asked, O Master, please teach me about the Supreme. In the Kausataki Upanishad 3.1. It is said. Devadasa's son Pratardana approached King Indra's abode. In the Chandogya Upanishad 4.1. 1. It is said. Janasrutraha Pautrayana Shradho Deo Bahudai Bahu Pakyasa Janasruti Pautrayana was very faithful and generous. In these and other stories the Shruti Sastra teaches the science of transcendental knowledge. Here someone may doubt. Are these stories meant to teach transcendental knowledge or are they merely Pariplava stories recited at a Rajasayana to appease the restless mind? Someone may claim that these are merely Pariplava stories to appease the mind. After all, the Shruti Sastra declares, Sarvani Akyanani Pariplave Sarmsanti all are Pariplava stories meant to appease the restless mind. In Pariplava stories the literary skill is most important and any philosophical instructions are all secondary. Therefore the Vedic rituals are what is really important and the transcendental knowledge contained in the stories of the Upanishads is not very important. If this is said, then the Stitra declares, no, it is not so. Why not? The Stra explains, Visazatatvat, for they are specific. Only certain specific stories are Pariplavas. It is said that on the first day of the Yana the story of Vivasvan's son King Manu should be recited. On the second day the story of Vivasvan's son King Indra should be recited. On the third day the story of Vivasvan's son King Yama should be recited. In this way only certain specific stories are employed for Pariplava. If all stories were equally appropriate for Pariplava, then it would make no sense to assign specific stories to specific days. When the scripture says all stories should be recited as Pariplava, the meaning is all stories in the chapter of Pariplava should be recited. Therefore the conclusion is that the Upanishad stories that teach transcendental knowledge are not Pariplava stories. Sutra 24. It is also so because of the unity of the statements. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Because they are not Pariplava stories, it should be understood that the stories of the Upanishads are meant to teach transcendental knowledge. Why is that? The Stitra explains, Eka Vakyutopabandat, because of the unity of the statements. Thus in the story beginning with the description of Yanavalkya and his wives it is said, Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.422. One should hear of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. One should gaze upon him. This way it is seen that because of their context these stories are meant to teach transcendental knowledge. As the story beginning with the word Sorod, it is a story meant to teach Vedic rituals and is not a Pariplava story, so the stories of the Upanishads are meant to teach transcendental knowledge. That is the meaning. Because it teaches the supreme goal of life, transcendental knowledge is independent of Vedic rituals. Great saints therefore strive to attain transcendental knowledge. The stories of the Upanishads give concrete examples of the truths of transcendental knowledge. For example, they will give concrete examples to show the truth of the Shruti Sastra statement, Chandogya Upanishad 6.14. 2. One who approaches a bona fide spiritual master can understand everything about spiritual realization. In this way also it is seen that transcendental knowledge is independent of Vedic rituals. Sutra 25. Therefore also there is no need to light the fire or perform other duties. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Because it is thus independent of Vedic rituals, transcendental knowledge does not need the help of the lighting of the sacred fire or the other activities of those rituals to give its result. Thus the idea that transcendental knowledge and the performance of Vedic rituals must be combined in order to bring liberation is refuted. Adhikarana 5. The person qualified to attain transcendental knowledge. Introduction by 5 Shrila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now will be described the characteristics of a person qualified to learn transcendental knowledge. In Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.22 it is said, Tamatran Vedanyavakanina Vividasanti Yajwinadanana Tapasana Sakina. By study of the Vedas, by yana, by charity, by austerity, and by fasting the Brahmanas strive to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.23 it is said, Tasmadivam Vikjanto Danta Aparadastitiksu Shradhavito Bhatvatmani Avatmanam Pasyat. A person who is wise, peaceful, self-controlled, free from material desires, tolerant, and forgiving, and whose wealth is faith, is able to see the Supreme Personality of Godhead present as the Supersoul in his heart. In this way it is seen that there are two lists of qualifications to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. One list begins with Vedic yas, ends the other with peacefulness. Samsa, doubt. Are both sets of qualifications necessary or not? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. In the Chandogya Upanishad 6.14.2 it is said, Akaryavan Puruso Veda. One who approaches a bona fide spiritual master can understand everything about spiritual realization. Therefore, to attain transcendental knowledge, one need only find a spiritual master. Nothing else is required. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words, the author of the Sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 26. Also, all are needed. The Shruti Sastra mentions yanas and other things. They are like a horse. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Although transcendental knowledge does not need anything else to bring its results, still yahuas and all kinds of pious deeds are needed in order to attain transcendental knowledge. That is the meaning. Why is that? The Sutra explains, Vanadi Shruta, the Shruti Sastra mentions yajnas and other things. The two passages from Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.22 and 23, quoted at the beginning of this Adhikarana, give two lists of qualifications for one who would seek transcendental knowledge, one list beginning with performance of yajnas and the other list with peacefulness. The Sutra then gives an example. Asvavat, they are like a horse. To travel somewhere a horse is needed, but someone who has already attained his destination no longer has need of a horse. Here someone may object. If transcendental knowledge may be attained by one who has the qualifications of the first list, which begins with yanas, then what is the need of attaining the qualifications of the second list, which begins with peacefulness and self-control? If this question is raised, then the author of the Sutras gives the following reply. Sutra 27. But one must nevertheless certainly have peace, lullness, self-control, and other virtues, for that is the rule. Because they are parts, they must be attained. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The two appearances of the word to have the meanings of giving certainty, certainly, and dispelling doubt, but although the qualifications of the first list, which begins with yajnas, are sufficient for attaining transcendental knowledge, nevertheless a person who seeks transcendental knowledge should also attain the qualifications of the second list, which begins with peacefulness. Why is that? The Sutra explains, Tadvidhis tadangataya, for that is the rule. Because they are parts, they must be attained. This means that peacefulness and the other virtues mentioned here are parts of transcendental knowledge, and therefore they must also be attained. The qualities given in both lists must be attained. The qualities on the first list, which begins with yajnas, are external qualities, and those on the second list, which begins with peacefulness, are internal qualities. In this way they are distinguished. The word adi, beginning with, here means that truthfulness and many other qualities are also to be added to these lists. Adhikarana 6. A person situated in transcendental knowledge is not free to sin. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now will be explained the truth that a person situated in transcendental knowledge should not commit forbidden acts. In the Shruti Sastra it is said, Yadi hava apivam vinitilam bhaksatavam ava sa bhavati. If a person situated in transcendental knowledge eats anything impure, he remains pure nevertheless. Samsa, doubt. Do these words order a person situated in transcendental knowledge that he must eat any and all foods, or do they merely give permission that he may eat any food he wishes? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. No argument has the power to refute that this is an order. The person situated in transcendental knowledge is therefore ordered that must eat any and all foods. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words, the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 28 also, permission to eat all foods is given when life is in danger, for that is the revelation of scripture. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word ka also is used here for emphasis. When proper foods are not available and there is danger that life may come to an end, then permission is given to eat any and all foods. Why is that? The Stitra explains, Tad Darsanat, for that is the revelation of scripture. In the Chandogya Upanishad 1.10.14, it is said, a poor man named Usasti Kakrayana lived with his wife Atiki in the village of Ibyagrama in the country of the Kuras. One year there was a famine and the crops were destroyed by hailstones. Usasti begged food from a rich man who was eating beans. The rich man said, all I have is these beans. I have nothing else. The poor man said, please give me that. So the rich man gave his remnants to him. Then the rich man said, here is something to drink. The poor man replied, you have already drunk some of that and therefore I should not drink it. The rich man said, is it not that I have also eaten some of these beans? The poor man replied, without eating these beans I would not be able to remain alive, but drinking water I do not need. I can drink any time I wish. The truth is thus seen in this story of Kakrayana. In order to save his life, the saintly sage named Kakrayana ate the remnants of beans eaten by a rich man, but, fearing that he was accepting the remnants of another, he was not willing to drink the water offered by the rich man, for he could easily obtain water whenever he wished. On the following day the sage ate the leftovers of those beans, thus eating his own remnants. This story is also recounted in other places in the scriptures. Sutra 29 also, because there is no impediment. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In times of emergency one has permission to eat any food, and such eating does not contaminate the heart and the mind. The sutra explains that this eating does not present an impediment to attaining transcendental knowledge. Sutra 30 also in the Smriti Sastra. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In Manu Samhita 10.104, it is said, one who in an emergency, in order to save his life, eats whatever is available is not touched by sin. He is like a lotus leaf untouched by water. Only in an emergency, and not at other times, is one allowed to eat anything that is available. Therefore the meaning here is that the person situated in transcendental knowledge has permission to eat any food in certain circumstances, not that he is ordered that he must eat any food. The scriptures clearly forbid the eating of impure foods when there is no emergency. Sutra 31 scripture says it should not be done by one's own wish. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Thus when there is an emergency one has permission to eat any food, but otherwise, during ordinary times, a person situated in transcendental knowledge will not of his own wish disobey the orders of the scriptures. In Chandogya Upanishad 7.26.2, it is said, by performance of yajna one's eatables become sanctified, and by eating sanctified foodstuffs, one's very existence becomes purified. By the purification of existence finer tissues in the memory become sanctified, and when memory is sanctified one can think of the path of liberation. In this way the Chandogya Upanishad forbids acting whimsically and doing whatever one wishes. Thus, although in times of emergency one has permission to eat any foods, in ordinary times one must follow the rules given in the scriptures. Adhikarana 7 The Svanista Devati and Varnasrama Dharma. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the beginning of this pada 3 kinds of devotees, beginning with the Svanista devotee, were described. Now will be considered the following question. Should they who have attained transcendental knowledge continue to perform the duties of Varnasrama Dharma? First we will consider the situation of the Svanista devotees. In the Kausarava Shruti it is said, even when one directly sees the Supreme Personality of Godhead one should continue to perform Vedic rituals, for in this way one attains great bliss. Samsa, doubt. Should a Svanista devotee who has attained transcendental knowledge still perform Vedic rituals or should he not? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The purpose of Vedic rituals is to attain transcendental knowledge. When the end is attained the means may be abandoned. For this reason there is no reason that he must continue to perform Vedic rituals. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his opinion. Sutra 32 The duties of the ashramas also, for they are ordered. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word API, also, here means that the duties of the Varnas are also included. This means that the prescribed duties of Varnasrama Dharma should be performed. Why is that? They should be performed in order to increase transcendental knowledge. This is so because it is the order of the scriptures. Here someone may object. Here it is said that Vedic rituals should continue to be performed even after one has attained transcendental knowledge. How can this not mean that transcendental knowledge and Vedic rituals must both be performed together to bring the desired result? If this is said, the author of the sutras gives the following reply. Sutra 33 Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Vedic rituals should be performed, not because they are in themselves the cause of liberation, but because they are helpful in attaining transcendental knowledge. Transcendental knowledge is the real cause of liberation, as is explained in Svetasvatara Upanishad 3.8. In the beginning, the Svanista devotee performs his prescribed duties of Vedic rituals in order to please the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In that way he attains transcendental knowledge. Then, although in this way he has already attained transcendental knowledge, in order to increase that transcendental knowledge, he continues to perform these prescribed duties of Vedic rituals. Transcendental knowledge does not cause the cessation of Vedic rituals, for the two of them are not opposed to each other. Generally, a person performs Vedic rituals in order to attain a great wonder of delights in Svargaloka and other heavenly places. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1.4.15, it is said, the pious deeds of a person situated in transcendental knowledge never perish. The Svanista devotee does not perform Vedic rituals to experience various delights in Svargaloka. He has no such desire. The Svanista devotee situated in transcendental knowledge goes to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and in the course of his going he may pass through Svargaloka and the other heavenly planets. It is like a person who, while walking to a village, touches some grass on the way. With the help of her assistant, who is Vedic rituals, transcendental knowledge presents the experience of Svargaloka before the Svanista devotee who yearns to attain the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Then transcendental knowledge personally carries the devotee to the abode of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is explained in Katha Upanishad 2.3.17. The desire in the devotee's heart is also explained in this way. Also, transcendental knowledge may carry the devotee to Svargaloka only to test whether the devotee has actually renounced all material desires. The Shruta Sastra describes this in the passage beginning with the words Sarvarmha Pasya Pasyati. This does not mean that they who are not Svanista devotees do not go to Svargaloka. For the Svanista devotee, transcendental knowledge destroys all karmic reactions except for the past and present lives karma that specifically brings elevation to Svargaloka. For the Parinistita devotee, transcendental knowledge destroys all karmic reactions except for the past lives karma that specifically brings elevation to Svargaloka. For the Nirapaksa devotee, transcendental knowledge destroys all karmic reactions from all past and present lives. In this way it is proved that transcendental knowledge is independent of Vedic rituals. Vedic rituals act as assistants to transcendental knowledge. Adhikarana 8. The Parinistita devotee may renounce ordinary duties. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now the situation of the Parinistita devotees will be examined. In the Mundaka Upanishad 3.14, it is said, Atma Krita Atma Rati Kriyavan. He meditates on the Lord's pastimes. He loves the Lord. He serves the Lord. He performs his prescribed duties. He is the best of transcendentalists. Thus, for the sake of the people in general, the Parinistita devotee should perform the duties of Varnasrama, and out of love for the Supreme Lord, the Parinistita devotee should engage in the various activities of devotional service, which begin with hearing of the Lord's glories. Sarnsa, doubt. Should the Parinistita devotee perform his Varnasrama and devotional duties simultaneously, or should he perform one first and then the other? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The simultaneous performance being impossible, and the abandonment of prescribed duties being sinful, there is no certain and definite rule as to the performance of these duties. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 34. Also, indeed, it is in all circumstances because of signs from both. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word API, indeed, is used here for emphasis. The word sarvatha means, in all circumstances, even if one must abandon one's varnasrama duties. This means that the Parinistita devotee should always engage in devotional service to the Supreme Lord. In his spare time, perhaps, the devotee may perform a little something of his varnasrama duties. Why is that? The Stra explains, Abhalingat, because of two signs. The The sign from the Shruti Astra is this. Mundaka Upanishad 2.2. 5. Place your thoughts on the Supreme Lord alone. The sign from the Smriti Sastra comes from the Supreme Lord himself. Bhagavad Gita 9.13-14. O son of Partha, those who are not deluded, the great souls, are under the protection of the divine nature. They are fully engaged in devotional service because they know me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, original and inexhaustible, always chanting my glories, endeavoring with great determination, and bowing down before me. These great souls perpetually worship me with devotion. In the following words, the author of the sutras confirms this with more evidence. Sutra 35, it reveals that he is not defeated. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4. 23, it is said, Sarvam Papmantarati, Nava Papmatarati, Sarvam Papmanari Tapati, Nava Papma Tapati. He defeats all sins. Sins do not defeat him. He burns away all sins. Sins do not burn him. If, absorbed in chanting the glories of the Supreme Lord, a Parinistita devotee neglects his Varnasrama duties, that neglect is not a sin on his part. That is why the sutra declares, it reveals that he is not defeated. The meaning here is that it is right for a devotee to neglect the duties of Varnasrama Dharma in favor of the duties of devotional service to the Supreme Lord. In Vishnu Purana 3.8. 9, quoted at the end of the Sutra 2 purport, it is the devotee's worship, not his performance of Varnasrama duties, that satisfies the Lord. In a preceding passage of Vishnu Purana 2.13, 9-11, are these words of King Bharata, who had faith in devotional service alone. Again and again King Bharata would chant the Lord's holy names. O Yanesa, O Achyuta, O Govinda, O Madhava, O Ananta, O Kesava, O Krishna, O Vishnu, O Hrishikesa, O Maitreya. Awake or asleep, the king would not say anything else. He would not think of anything but the Lord and his service. Practicing austere yoga, he stayed alone. He gathered firewood, flowers, and kusa grass for the worship of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He did not perform any other duties or rituals. Adhikarana 9, the Nirapiksa devotee introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Thus 1. The way that transcendental knowledge is manifested among they who are within the Varnasrama institution, and 2. The results that knowledge brings to such persons has been shown. Now will be shown the way these two are manifested among the Nirapiksa devotees, who are above the Varnasrama institution. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.4. 1. Is the following passage about Gargi, who was enlightened with transcendental knowledge and above the Varnasrama institution. Gargi said, O exalted Brahmanas, now I will place 2 questions before Yanavalkya. Sarmza, doubt. Is it possible that transcendental knowledge may be present in they who do not take part in the Varnasrama institution, or is it not possible? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Transcendental knowledge is never manifested to they who are outside of the Vedas and the Varnasrama institution. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 36, but certainly outside also, because of what is seen. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, but, is used here to begin the refutation of the idea that Vedic rituals are mandatory. The word ka, also, is used here to present the final conclusion. The word antara here refers to those persons who, although in this life not following Varnasrama Dharma, in their past lives practiced truthfulness, austerity, japa, and other pious deeds, and therefore in this life were born both pure and renounced. It is said that in such persons transcendental knowledge is manifested. Why is that? The Sutra explains, tadrastaya, because of what is seen. This means that the scriptures show Gargi as an example of such a person. The meaning is this. They who in their previous life properly performed their duties but died before they could reap the result of their actions, in the next life are born very pure in heart because of their previous pious deeds. The contact of sincere devotees quickly turns them into great renounced saints. In the next sutra the author explains that the association of devotees is very powerful. By that association one becomes free from material desires and attains transcendental knowledge. Sutra 37 also in the Smriti Sastra. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in Srimad Bhagavatam 2.2. 37. It is said, those who drink through oral reception, fully filled with the nectar and message of Lord Krishna, the beloved of the devotees, purify the polluted aim of life known as material enjoyment and thus go back to Godhead, to the lotus feet of Him, the personality of Godhead. In Srimad Bhagavatam 5.12. 12. It is said, "My dear King Rahyagana, unless one has the opportunity to smear his entire body with the dust of the lotus feet of great devotees, one cannot realize the absolute truth simply by observing celibacy, brahmacharya, strictly following the rules and regulations of householder life, leaving home as vanaprastha, accepting sannyasa, or undergoing severe penances in winter by keeping oneself submerged in water or surrounding oneself in summer by fire and the scorching heat of the sun. There are many other processes to understand the absolute truth, but the absolute truth is only revealed to one who has attained the mercy of a great devotee." In this sutra, the word API also is used in the sense of joining things together. Sutra 38, Special Mercy also. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in Bhagavad Gita 10.910. The Supreme Personality of Godhead personally declares, "The thoughts of my pure devotees dwell in me, their lives are fully devoted to my service, and they derive great satisfaction and bliss from always enlightening one another and conversing about me. To those who are constantly devoted to serving me with love, one give the understanding by which they can come to me. To such devotees it is seen that the Lord gives special mercy. By engaging in devotional service in this way one attains renunciation of the world." Adhikarana 10. Renunciation. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The situation of Yanavalkya and others who are within Varnasrama, as well as the situation of Gargi and others who are not within Varnasrama, have been seen here. Sarnsa. Doubt. Who are better, they who are within Varnasrama or they who are not within it? Parvapaksa. The opponent speaks. Because they perform the duties of Vedas and Asrama and also worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead, they who are within Varnasrama are better. Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 39. But indeed the others are better, for there is a sign. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word "to," but, is used here to dispel doubt. The word "ka," indeed, is used here for emphasis. The word "itarat," the others, here refers to they who are other than the followers of Varnasrama, namely they who do not follow Varnasrama. The word "jaya" means their method of attaining transcendental knowledge is better. Why is that? The sutra explains, Lingat, for there is a sign. The sign here is the Shruti Sastra's explanation that Gargi was very wise with transcendental knowledge. This is the meaning. The scriptures prescribe the duties of the asramas in order to restrict the seemingly beginningless materialistic desires of the conditioned souls. Therefore, the purpose of Varnasrama is not to give facility for material desires, but rather gradually to restrict them. At a certain stage, however, the duties of Varnasrama become obstacles to attaining love for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They who have become free of material desires and who place their love in the Supreme Personality of Godhead alone gain no benefit from the duties of Varnasrama. Therefore they who have risen above Varnasrama are better. In the Jabala Upanishad it is said that one may progress through the asramas one after another, or, if like Samvartaka Muni and others, one becomes completely devoted to the Supreme Personality of Godhead alone, one may renounce everything and accept sannyasa at once, at any time. The scriptural injunction, a Brahmana should not pass even one day outside of the duties of Varnasrama, is meant only for ordinary people. Here someone may object. That may be. Still, the sannyasas, who are outside of the Varnasrama Dharma and who are solely devoted to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, are not better, for they may fall down and again become materialistic. When a sannyasi falls down and again accepts the life of a householder, his action is condemned by the scriptures. Also, one who accepts sannyasa, but then again faithfully accepts the glorious Varnasrama Dharma, must tend to so many Varnasrama duties that the single-pointed service to the Lord that was the advantage of sannyasa life becomes lost for him. On the other hand, they who accept the duties of Varnasrama gradually make more and more progress in spiritual life. If this is said, then the author of the sutras gives the following reply. Sutra 40. But one who becomes that does not cease to be that, even according to Himini. This is because of restraint, not being like that, and cessation. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word "to," but, is used here to dispel doubt. One who becomes that is to say one who becomes a genuine Nirapaksa sannyasi sincerely devoted to the Supreme Lord, never ceases to be that is to say he never falls from his devotion to the Lord. That is the opinion of Himini, and it is also the opinion of me, Vyasa. Why is that? The sutra explains, Niyamatad rapabhavdhya, because of restraint, not being like that, and cessation. The The word niyama here means because they thirst to attain the Supreme Personality of Godhead, their senses are naturally controlled. The word rupa here means desire. Because they have no desire but to attain the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Gargi and other renunciants decline to accept the order of householder life or any of the other orders of Varnasrama Dharma. That is the meaning here. In Srimad Bhagavatam 7.15.35, it is said, when one's consciousness is uncontaminated by material lusty desires, it becomes calm and peaceful in all activities, for one is situated in eternal blissful life. Once situated on that platform, one does not return to materialistic duties. Even Hmini, who considers Vedic rituals most important, admits that the Shruti Sastra declares this of the Nirapiksa devotees. The conclusion therefore is that the sincere renunciant must have performed all other duties in his previous births. That is why he is now pure in heart and free from the need to perform them any longer. In the next sutra will be shown the truth that the Nirapiksa devotee is better than the Svanista devotee. Here someone may object. Is it not so that the scriptural text beginning with the word sarvam pasya pasyati shows that transcendental knowledge brings even the Nirapiksa devotee to Svargaloka and the other higher material realms, and that when they enter the realms of Indra and the other demigods the devotees become attached to the material enjoyments there, and thus their unalloyed devotion to the Supreme Personality of Godhead becomes broken? Fearing that someone might raise this objection, the author of the sutras gives the following reply. Sutra 41 and not that status even, for fear of falling and for lack or interest. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word ka, and, is used here for emphasis. The word api, even, is used here to include all the pleasures present in the material world. The word adhikari means the posts of Indra and the other demigods. The Nirapiksa devotee does not desire their posts. Why is that? The sutra explains, Tananyamanat, for fear of falling. This is explained in Bhagavad Gita 8.16, where Lord Krishna explains, from the highest planet in the material world down to the lowest, all are places of misery wherein repeated birth and death take place. Also, the Nirapiksa devotees have no desire to enjoy the material pleasures of the higher planets. Descriptions of these truths can also be found in many places in the Smriti Sastra. Thus, even though the glory of transcendental knowledge may carry him to the realms of Indra and the other demigods, because he has no desire to enjoy the material pleasures available in those worlds, the Nirapiksa devotee finds that his unalloyed love and devotion for the Supreme Lord remains unbroken. In the next sutra the author shows that the Nirapiksa devotees are superior to the Parinistita devotees also. Sutra 42. But some even that which begins with apa. The perfect stage of devotion is like food. This is said. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word api, even, is used for emphasis. The word to, but, is used to begin the refutation of the opponent's idea. The word ek, some, means the followers of the Atharva Veda. The Nirapiksa devotees desire to engage in devotional service. The word apaparvam, the word that begins with apa, here means apasana, devotional service. The word bhava here means the perfect stage of devotion. That perfect stage is like food, asana vat, for the Nirapiksa devotees. This the scriptures say. In Gopalatapani Upanishad 1.14, it is said, devotional service to Lord Krishna is performed when the heart no longer desires any material benefit to be obtained in this life or the next. In the Gopalatapani Upanishad it is also said, devotional service is eternal and full of knowledge and bliss. Wherever they may go, the devotees worship Lord Hari. This is evidence that the devotees are always happy. The Shruti Sastra declares, the devotee enjoys, all his desires are fulfilled. Thus, even though he may be residing in the material world, the devotee experiences bliss equal to the bliss of the spiritual world. Many quotes to corroborate this may be found by searching the Smriti Astra. In the next sutra the author shows us another reason why the Nirapiksa devotees, even without endeavoring to attain them, easily attain Salokya, residing on the same planet with the Lord, and Samipya, staying near to the Lord, liberation. Sutra 43. Certainly outside in two ways because of Smriti Sastra and conduct. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, certainly, is used here for emphasis. The word bahi, outside, here means that although the Nirapiksa devotees seem to reside within the confines of the material world, in truth they are really outside that world. Why is that? The sutra explains abhyatha in two ways. In Srimad Bhagavatam it is said, The Supreme Personality of Godhead is so kind to the conditioned souls that if they call upon him by speaking his holy name, even unintentionally or unwillingly, the Lord is inclined to destroy innumerable sinful reactions in their hearts. Therefore, when a devotee who has taken shelter of the Lord's lotus feet chants the holy name of Krishna with genuine love, the Supreme Personality of Godhead can never give up the heart of such a devotee. One who has thus captured the Supreme Lord within his heart is to be known as Bhagavata Pradhana, the most exalted devotee of the Lord. The word akarat, because of conduct, here means that the relationship of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and his devotees is like that of a master and servant, or like a jewel set in gold. This is explained in the Smriti Sastras. In Srimad Bhagavatam 11.14. 16, the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself declares, "With the dust of my devotees' lotus feet one desire to purify the material worlds which are situated within me. Thus, I always follow the footsteps of my pure devotees, who are free from all personal desire, wrapped in thought of my pastimes, peaceful, without any feelings of enmity, and of equal disposition everywhere." In these two ways it is shown that the Lord and his devotees are always together, whether they are within the material world or outside the boundaries of the material world. Thus enmity to the Lord is the cause of repeated birth and death in the material world, and destruction of those feelings of enmity to the Lord is the cause of spiritual perfection. Adhikara 11. The Supreme Personality of Godhead protects and maintains the Nirapaksa devotee. Introduction by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. In the previous passages, the Nirapaksa devotee's disinterest in the pleasures available in Brahmaloka and the other higher worlds was described. Now will be described the Nirapaksa devotee's disinterest in the pleasures presently available in this world. In the Taittiriya 3.14.1, it is said, Bharta Sanbriyamanarm Bibharti, the Supreme Lord maintains his devotees. Sarmza, doubt. Does the Supreme Personality of Godhead personally maintain the Nirapaksa devotees, or must the devotees struggle to maintain themselves? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The Lord does not maintain his devotees. The devotees must struggle to maintain themselves. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 44. From the Lord come results, for that is heard in the Shruti Astra. That is Dattatreya's opinion. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. The bodily needs of the devotee are supplied by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Svamana. Why is that? The sutra explains, Phala Shrutek, for that is heard in the Shruti Sastra. In Taittiriya 3.14.1, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is described as the maintainer of the devotees. This is also the opinion of Dattatreya Muni. In Bhagavad Gita 9.22, Lord Krishna himself declares, "But those who always worship me with exclusive devotion, meditating on my transcendental form, to them I carry what they lack, and I preserve what they have." In the Padma Purana it is said, "By vision, by meditation, and by touch only do the fish, the tortoise, and the birds maintain their offspring. So do I also, O Padma." The devotees do not wish to trouble the Lord for their maintenance. Still, because the Lord's every desire is automatically fulfilled, he maintains his devotees without any trouble on his part. Thus, when the devotees serve the Lord, they are automatically maintained by the Lord. This is explained in Taittiriya 3.14.1. In the next sutra, the author gives an example to show that the Lord is determined to maintain his devotees. Sutra 45. Adulomi says he is like a Ritvik priest. He sells himself for that. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. The word it is used in the sense of similarity. Thus the Supreme Personality of Godhead acts like a Ritvik priest, for the Lord maintains the Nirapaksa devotees. Because he has been purchased by their devotional service, the Lord fulfills the bodily needs of his devotees. In the Vishnu Dharma it is said, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who dearly loves his devotees, sells himself to them in exchange for a tulasi leaf and palmful of water. The Ritvik priests are purchased for a certain task by the Yajamana's payment of Daksina. Being an impersonalist, Adulomi equates devotional service with buying and selling. For these reasons the Nirapaksas are the best of the devotees. Sutra 46 from the Shruti Sastra also. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. In the performance of Yajya, the Ritvik priest gives his blessing to the performer of the Yana, Yajamana. In the Chandogya Upanishad 1.7.8.9, it is also said, "Then the learned Ujjata priest says, of what desire shall I sing?" In this way the Ritvik priest gives the result of the Yajya to the Yajamana. As the Ritvik priest thus maintains the Yajamana, so the Supreme Personality of Godhead maintains his devotee. Adhikarana 12 Meditation on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now the author of the sutras will reveal the activities of the devotees after they have attained transcendental knowledge of the Lord. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1.4.23, it is said, one who knows the Supreme Personality of Godhead becomes peaceful and self-controlled. Then he gazes on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sarmza, doubt. Here it is said that one who desires to attain the Supreme Personality of Godhead should also attain a long list of virtues, beginning with being peaceful and culminating in being wrapped in meditation on the Lord. Must the Nirapiksa devotee develop all these virtues, or maybe merely become wrapped in meditation on the Lord's form, qualities, and pastimes? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Although one may have attained transcendental knowledge, that knowledge does not become stable without the development of peacefulness and a host of other virtues. Therefore the devotee should endeavor to attain all these virtues. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 47. Different from the helpful rules is the third. It is like the rules and other things. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Sahakriyantara, helpful rules. Here are the two sets of virtues. 1. Those beginning with peacefulness, and 2. Those beginning with Vedic yanas. These two sets of virtues have already been discussed in the purport of Stitra 3.4.26. These rules, Vidya, are here considered in a new and different way. These rules must be observed by the followers, Paksina, of Varnasrama Dharma, but they need not be observed by they who are not followers of Varnasrama Dharma, for such persons already possess these virtues naturally. Therefore these persons are ordered to meditate on the Lord's form, qualities, and pastimes. Then the sutra explains, Tritayam Tadvita, there is a third thing like that. Desiring only to attain the Lord's mercy, the Nirapiksa devotee engages his mind in thinking about the Lord. That is the third rule, Pratiyam. This is described in the following statement of Shruti Sastra. Engaging his mind in thinking of him, the devotee attains the Lord. Hearing about the Lord is done with the body, and chanting mantras glorifying the Lord is done with the voice. Meditating on the Lord is done with the mind. Thus meditation is the third of these three processes. To show that meditation must be performed, the sutra gives the example of rules and other things, Vidhyadivat. As the followers of Varnasrama must perform Sandhya Upasana and other rituals, so the Nirapiksa devotees who have attained transcendental knowledge should meditate on the Supreme Lord's form, qualities, and pastimes. This does not mean that the Nirapiksa devotees should not perform japa, worship, and other spiritual activities, for by meditating on the Lord one also engages in these other activities. However, for the Nirapiksa devotee, meditation on the Lord is most important. In this way, three kinds of devotees situated in transcendental knowledge have been described. Adhikarana 13. The different asramas. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. That transcendental knowledge is attained by three kinds of devotees, beginning with the Svanista devotees, has already been explained. Now will be explained the way to make that transcendental knowledge very steady and secure. At the end of the Chandogya Upanishad 8.15.1, it is said, from the Acharyas one should learn the Vedas. One should perform his duties and also offer daksina to his spiritual master. Then one should accept household life, live in a pure way, study the Vedas, perform his religious duties, engage all his senses in the Supreme Lord's service, not harm any living being, and go on. Pilgrimage to holy places. A person who passes his life in this way goes to the spiritual world. He does not return to this world of repeated birth and death. Sarmza, doubt. Are they who are not in the Grihastha asrama able to attain transcendental knowledge, or are they not able to attain it? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Here and there the scriptures may say that the sannyasis are able to attain transcendental knowledge, but this is only flattery, only empty words of praise. These passages merely mean that one should renounce everything for the sake of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The conclusion is that in order to attain the Supreme Personality of Godhead one must accept the Grihastha asrama. That is the teaching of the scriptures. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 48. But because of all the goal is by a Grihastha. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, but, is used here to dispel doubt. This passage from the scriptures declares that the goal is attained by a grihastha not because only they can attain liberation but because everything else, Kritsna Bhavat, is contained in grihastha life. This means that all the duties of all the asramas are in some way included in the duties of grihastha life. Therefore the duties of other asramas, such as non-violence and sense control, are duties for the grihasthas also. In fact, no duty in any other ashrama is incompatible with grihastha life. In the Vishnu Purana it is said, Sannyasas, Brahmacharis, and all others who eat the food of begging depend on the grihasthas. Therefore the grihastha asrama is the best of asramas. Because the Shruti Astras declare that the followers of the other aramas may also attain liberation, if it is said that the followers of the grihastha asrama attain the goal of life, it is because that asrama contains the duties of all the other asramas. This is explained in the following sutra. Sutra 49. Because there is teaching of others like a silent sage. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The words Manavat here refer to the spiritual perfection already described. In the Chandogya Upanishad 2.23, 1, it is said, religious life has three branches. The first branch is jnana, Vedic study, and charity. The second branch is austerity. The third branch is living as a brahmachari in the home of the spiritual master. By staying as a brahmachari in the home of the spiritual master, everyone becomes saintly and pious. However, only he who takes shelter of the Supreme Lord becomes immortal. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4, 22, it is said, one who understands the Supreme Personality of Godhead becomes wise. Desiring to travel to his transcendental world, the Brahmanas become wandering sannyasas. In this way it is seen that the scriptures teach that the wandering sannyasas, the Naistika Brahmacharis, and the followers of the other asramas all can attain liberation. This is described in this sutra by the words etarsam api apadsat. The word etarsam is in the plural because the duties of the different asramas are very many. The four asramas are described in the following words of the Jabala Upanishad. When one completes his studies as a brahmachari, a man should become a grihastha. After he has been a grihastha, he may become a vanaprastha. After he has been a vanaprastha, he may become a wandering sannyasi. Or, leaving brahmachari life, he may at once become a wandering sannyasi. Or, leaving grihastha life, he may directly become a sannyasi. Or, leaving vanaprastha life, he may become a sannyasi. They who have followed vows or not followed vows, become a sniyataka or not become a snataka, carefully kept the sacred fire or not kept. In the Jabala Upanishad passage beginning with the words Paramahamsanam, the Nirapaksa devotees are specifically described. When the grihasthas are singled out, it is because the duties of the other asramas are all contained in the grihastha asrama. Still, the Upanishad clearly says, on the day one turns with distaste from the world, on that day one should become a wandering sannyasi. This means that when one sincerely renounces the world, one should at once accept sannyasa. In this way, the idea that the grihastha asrama is the only proper asrama is refuted. Whether one still has material desires or one has lost all taste for material things determines whether one should accept the grihastha asrama or the sannyas asrama. Still, when a person has peacefulness, self-control, tolerance, and other virtues, he may be within the Varnasrama Dharma, or he may be above Varnasrama Dharma. He will certainly attain transcendental knowledge. This has been clearly explained. Adhikarana 14. The Secret of Transcendental Knowledge. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now it will be said that transcendental knowledge is a great secret. In Svetasvatara Upanishad 6.22, it is said, this, the supreme secret of Vedic literature, should not be spoken to one who is not peaceful or in control of his senses, nor to one who is not a dutiful son or an obedient disciple. Samsa, doubt. Should transcendental knowledge be taught to everyone or should it not? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Out of compassion, the teacher does not distinguish between who is fit and who is not fit to receive transcendental knowledge. He reveals the truth to all. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words, the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 50. He does not reveal, because of the disciplic succession. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here the word Anaviskarvan means, he does not teach the transcendental knowledge. Why is that? The sutra explains. Anvat, because of the disciplic succession. This is declared in the previous quote from the Svetasvatara Upanishad. The lotus-eyed Supreme Personality of Godhead himself declares it in these words, Bhagavad Gita 18.67. This confidential knowledge may never be explained to those who are not austere or devoted or engaged in devotional service, nor to one who is envious of me when it is given to they who are fit to receive it. Transcendental knowledge bears fruit, but when it is given to they who are not fit to receive it, it does not bear fruit. This is explained in Svetasvatara Upanishad 6.23. Only unto those great souls who have implicit faith in both the Lord and the spiritual master are all the imports of Vedic knowledge automatically revealed. In the Chandogya Upanishad 8.7. 8.15.1, the story of how Indra and Virokana were both taught transcendental knowledge. However, because Virokana was not a fit student, he could not understand it. Therefore, transcendental knowledge should be taught to they who are able to understand it. It should not be taught to they who are not able. They who are faithful and accept the scriptures are able to understand. Adhikarana 15. Attaining transcendental knowledge in this lifetime. Introduction by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. Now will be considered the time when transcendental knowledge is manifested. Visa, the subject to be discussed. The stories of Nachiketa, Jabala, and Vamadeva will be discussed here. Sarmsa, doubt. Is transcendental knowledge manifested in this life or the next? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. It is manifested in the very lifetime that one strives to attain it. This is because a person striving for knowledge thinks, "Let me attain it in this lifetime." Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 51. In the absence of obstacles it is in this life. That is so because of scriptural revelation. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. When there is no obstacle, transcendental knowledge is manifested in this lifetime. When there is an obstacle it is manifested in another lifetime. Why is that? The Stitra explains, Taddarsanat, that is so because of scriptural revelation. In Katha Upanishad 2.3.18, it is said, learning from Yamara the truth of transcendental knowledge and yoga practice, Nachiketa attained the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He became free of the contamination of material life. He became free from death. Anyone else who truly knows the Supreme Personality of Godhead also becomes like Nachiketa. This text shows that transcendental knowledge can be manifested in one lifetime. Sometimes, however, a person strives for transcendental knowledge but attains it only in another lifetime. An example of this is seen in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1.4.10. When the obstacles are not great and the endeavor is very powerful, one can attain transcendental knowledge in one lifetime. Nachiketa and the king of Savira are examples of this. But when the obstacles are very powerful, then transcendental knowledge may have to wait for another birth, even though one may have performed great yajnas and austerities, given charity, and developed peacefulness, self-control, and a host of other virtues. This is confirmed in the following words of Bhagavad Gita 6.3745. Arjuna said, O Krishna, what is the destination of the unsuccessful transcendentalist, who in the beginning takes to the process of self-realization with faith but who later desists due to worldly mindedness and thus does not attain perfection in mysticism? O mighty armed Krishna, does not such a man, who is bewildered from the path of transcendence, fall away from both spiritual and material success and perish like a riven cloud, with no position in any sphere? This is my doubt, O Krishna, and I ask you to dispel it completely. But for you, no one is to be found who can destroy this doubt. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, Son of Partha, a transcendentalist engaged in auspicious activities does not meet with destruction either in this world or in the spiritual world. One who does good, my friend, is never overcome by evil. The unsuccessful yogi, after many years of enjoyment on the planets of the pious living entities, is born into a family of righteous people or into a family of rich aristocracy. Or, if unsuccessful after long practice of yoga, he takes his birth in a family of transcendentalists who are surely great in wisdom. Certainly, such a birth is rare in this world. On taking such a birth, he revives the divine consciousness of his previous life, and he tries to make further progress in order to achieve complete success, O son of Kuru. By virtue of the divine consciousness of his previous life, he automatically becomes attracted to the yogic principles, even without seeing them. Such an inquisitive transcendentalist stands always above the ritualistic principles of the scriptures. And when the yogi engages himself with sincere endeavor in making further progress, being washed of all contaminations, then ultimately, achieving perfection after many births of practice, he attains the supreme goal. Therefore it is not an unfailing rule that one always attains transcendental knowledge in one lifetime. A wise man agrees, L may attain transcendental knowledge in this lifetime or in another lifetime. That is the description in the scriptures. Therefore one may attain transcendental knowledge in this lifetime or in another lifetime. If there are obstacles, that knowledge may have to wait for another lifetime. Adhikara 16 Transcendental Knowledge and Liberation Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now will be shown the truth that liberation inevitably follows the attainment of transcendental knowledge. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.17, it is said, "He who understands the Supreme Personality of Godhead becomes immortal." In the Svetasvatara Upanishad 3.8, it is said, "Only he who knows the Supreme Personality of Godhead can transcend the bonds of birth and death." Samsa, doubt. Does a person situated in transcendental knowledge attain liberation when he leaves his material body, or must he take another birth and then become liberated? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Because the effect must follow the cause, such a person attains liberation the moment he leaves his material body. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 52. In the same way there is no specific rule about liberation, for it depends on the circumstances. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. As there is no rule about transcendental knowledge, so there is no rule that a person situated in transcendental knowledge and striving for liberation must attain liberation in the same lifetime. When there are no longer any obstacles, then a person situated in transcendental knowledge attains liberation when he dies. This means when there are no longer any past karmic reactions. When there are no karmic reactions remaining, then one attains liberation at the moment of death. When there are karmic reactions remaining, one does not attain liberation at the moment of death. Why is that? The Sutra explains, Tadavastavadvrata, for it depends on the circumstances. In the Chandogya Upanishad 6.14.2, it is said, "One who approaches a bona fide spiritual master can understand everything about spiritual realization. When his past karmic reactions are exhausted, he at once attains liberation." In this way the Chandogya Upanishad affirms that one attains liberation when his past karmic reactions are exhausted. In the Narayanadhyatma it is said, "A person situated in transcendental knowledge attains liberation." Of this there is no doubt. But if his past karmic reactions are not destroyed, many births may pass before he finally attains liberation at the end. Of this there is no doubt. Although transcendental knowledge certainly destroys all past karmic reactions, still, by the Supreme Lord's will a certain portion of past karmic reactions may remain. This will be explained later in this book. The last word of the sutra is repeated to indicate the end of the chapter. Epilogue. May Lord Hari, who gives renunciation of the world to his devotees and delights by binding them with the ropes of his glorious qualities, and who is himself bound with the ropes of his devotees' glorious qualities, be the object of my love and devotion. Chapter 4 Pada 1 Invocation. May Lord Hari, who is glorious, handsome, blissful, and filled with love, and who cures his devotees by giving them the medicine of transcendental knowledge, enter the pathway of my eyes. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. This chapter will consider the topic of the results obtained by one who has transcendental knowledge. Although some of the sutras discuss the methods by which transcendental knowledge is obtained, because most discuss the results obtained by transcendental knowledge, this chapter bears the title, The Results of Transcendental Knowledge. Adhikara 1 should always engage in devotional service. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.5.6, it is said, "One should gaze on the Supreme Personality of Godhead." Samsa, doubt. Must spiritual practices, such as hearing about the Lord's glories, be performed repeatedly, or is it acceptable they not be performed repeatedly, but only once? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. As an Agnistomayana and other yagyas need be performed only once in order to grant residence in Svargaloka, in the same way spiritual practices like hearing about the Lord's glories need be performed only once for the worshipper to directly see the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 1 It is repeated many times, for that is the teaching. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The various activities of devotional service, which begin with hearing the glories of the Lord, should be repeated many times. Why is that? The Sutra explains, a sacred many times, for that is the teaching. In the Chandogya Upanishad 6.8.7, it is said, Saya esonema edidatmyamidram sarvam tat satyam sa atma tat vamasi. He is the resting place. Everything comes from him. He is the supreme reality. He is the supreme person. You are like unto him. In these words Svetaketu was instructed 9 times. It is illogical to say that if the scripture mentions an activity once, then there is no need to perform that activity many times. This may apply to an activity where the result is not directly seen, but for an activity that has the direct perception of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as its result, a result that is clearly seen, the activity must be repeated until the result is obtained. This is like threshing rice, where the activity must be continued until the husk is removed. Therefore, the devotional activities that begin with hearing the Lord's glories should be performed again and again until the result is obtained. Sutra 2 also because of a sign. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in Taittiriya Upanishad 3.2. Bhrigu Muni repeated a spiritual activity many times. By this sign, Lingat, the importance of repetition is proved. It is understood that repetition is necessary for the conditioned souls who have committed offenses. Adhikarana 2 Meditation on the Supersoul. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now another topic will be considered. Satansa, doubt. Should one meditate on the Lord as the Supreme Controller or as the all-pervading Supersoul? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. In the Svetasvatara Upanishad 4.7, it is said, he sees the Lord as the Supreme Controller. Therefore one should meditate on the Lord as the Supreme Controller. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 3. Indeed, they know and teach that he is the Supersoul. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, indeed, is used here for emphasis. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is both the Supreme Controller and the all-pervading Supersoul, should be worshipped. They who know the truth understand that the Supersoul is the first cause of all causes. In the Shruti Sastra it is said, he is the Supersoul, present in everyone's heart. They also teach this truth to their disciples. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1.4.7, it is said, one should worship the Supersoul. The word Atma here should be understood to mean the all-powerful Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose human-like form is full of knowledge and bliss. Some claim that the word Atma means he who gives himself to create the living beings and who therefore is the person from whom the living beings are manifested. The word Atma, however, does not mean that when he is freed from illusion the individual spirit soul becomes the Supreme. That is a false idea, as we have already explained. Adhikarana 3. The Supreme Lord is not the mind. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The worship of the Lord is described in the following words of Chandogya Upanishad 3.18.1. One should worship the Supreme as the mind. Samsa, doubt. Should one meditate on the mind as being identical with the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Because the scriptures affirm that the mind and the Supreme Personality of Godhead are not different, therefore this kind of meditation should be done. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 4. Not in the part. It is not he. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. One should not think that the mind or other things that are only parts are identical with the Supreme Lord himself. This is because the Supreme Lord is not identical with his parts. Rather, the Supreme Lord is the support and the resting place of the mind. In Srimad Bhagavatam 11.2.41, it is said, a devotee should not see anything as being separate from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. Ether, fire, air, water, earth, the sun, and other luminaries, all living beings, the directions, trees and other plants, the rivers and oceans, and whatever a devotee experiences he should consider to be an expansion of Krishna. Thus seeing everything that exists within creation as the body of the Supreme Lord, Hari, the devotee should offer his sincere respects to the entire expansion of the Lord's body. In this situation the nominative case should be understood to have the force of the locative. That is the conclusion here. Adhikarana 4. The impersonal Brahman. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. It has already been shown that one should think of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as the all-pervading Supersoul. Samsa, doubt. Should one think of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as the impersonal Brahman, or should one not think of him as the Brahman? Visa, the subject to be discussed. The descriptions of the impersonal Brahman are not like the descriptions of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The Supreme Personality of Godhead should not be considered identical with the impersonal Brahman, for it has already been confirmed that he is identical with the all-pervading Supersoul. Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words the author of the Sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 5. He is seen as impersonal Brahman, for he is most exalted. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. As he is considered identical with the all-pervading Supersoul, so the Supreme Personality of Godhead should also be considered identical with the impersonal Brahman. Why is that? The sutra explains, Utkarsat, for he is most exalted. This means for he is the abode of limitless transcendental qualities. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 2.5.19, it is said, he is the all-knowing Supersoul and he is also the impersonal Brahman. This is also confirmed by the text that begins Athakasmadu Sayat Brahma. Adhikarana 5. The creator of the sun. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Purusa Sukta prayer, RG Veda 10.90, it is said, from his mind the moon was born. From his eye the sun was born. From his ear the wind and the life breath were born. From his mouth fire was born. Here the Supreme Lord's eyes and the other parts of his body are described as the causes of the sun and other parts of the world. Sarmsa. Doubt. Should they be thought of caused in this way or not? Parvapaksa. The opponent speaks. The Lord's eyes and the other parts of his body are said to be soft and delicate like lotus flowers and other soft things. That is why they cannot be the cause of things that are harsh, rough, and very powerful, like the sun. Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 6. Also, the idea of the sun and other things is in the limb, for that is reasonable. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word ka also is used here to begin the refutation of the opponent's argument. This kind of meditation on Lord Vishnu's eyes and the other parts of his body should be performed. Why is that? The sutra explains, apapat, for that is reasonable. This meditation is proper for it shows the Lord's greatness. Lt is by the Lord's greatness that his eyes are the creator of the sun and the other parts of his body are the creators of other great things. In this way the scriptures prove that the parts of the Lord's body are transcendental. They are not like anything in the material world. Adhikarana 6. Asanas and meditation. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Svetasvatara Upanishad 2.8, it is said, with the neck, head, and back straight, and with all powers of concentration, one should meditate on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, staying in the heart as the Supersoul. Traveling in the boat of the Supreme Lord's mercy, the learned devotee crosses the raging fearful waters of the cycle of repeated birth and death. Samsa. Doubt. When meditating on the Lord, is it compulsory that one adopt the asana, yoga sitting posture, described here, or is it not compulsory? Parvapaksa. The opponent speaks. Meditation is performed in the mind. Therefore the adoption of a particular posture of the body is not compulsory. Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 7. Sitting, for then it is possible. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. One should adopt an asana, yoga sitting posture, and then meditate on the Lord. Why is that? The sutra explains, Sambhavat, for then it is possible. When one is reclining, standing up, or walking, the mind is liable to be distracted and then meditation is not possible. In Svetasvatara Upanishad 1.3, it is said, sitting in a yoga posture and wrapped in meditation, the sages gazed at the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In this way they who desire to meditate on the Lord are described. Therefore one should adopt the asana posture. Otherwise meditation is not possible. Sutra 8. Also because of meditation. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Meditation is defined as thinking of one thing only and not thinking of anything else. This kind of thinking is not possible when one is reclining or in any posture but the yoga asana. Therefore one should sit in the yoga asana. Sutra 9. Also because it is related to stillness. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word ka also is used here for emphasis. In the Chandogya Upanishad the word dhyana, meditation, is used as a synonym of stillness. There it is said, Chandogya Upanishad 7.6.1. The earth is still, as if it were wrapped in meditation. This also hints that meditation should be performed when one is sitting in a yoga asana. Even in the mundane affairs of the world the word dhyana is used in this way, as in the sentence, Dhyati kantam prosido Ramani, the girl is still, wrapped in meditation on her absent beloved. Sutra 10. The Smriti Sastra also. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in Bhagavad Gita 7.1113. The Supreme Personality of Godhead explains. To practice yoga, one should go to a secluded place and should lay kusa grass on the ground and then cover it with a deerskin and a soft cloth. The seat should be neither too high nor too low and should be situated in a sacred place. The yogi should then sit on it very firmly and practice yoga to purify the heart by controlling his mind, senses, and activities and fixing the mind on one point. One should hold one's body, head, and neck erect in a straight line and stare steadily at the tip of the nose. In this way, the Smriti Sastra explains that they who meditate should keep their bodies, senses, and mind still. Without adopting the yoga asana, such stillness is not possible. Therefore, a person engaged in meditation should adopt the yoga asana. Adhikarana 7. The True Nature of Meditation. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now another point will be considered in relation to Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.5. 6. Sarmsa. Doubt. In worshipping the Lord, are there restrictions of direction, place, and time to be observed, or are there no such restrictions? Parvapaksa. The opponent speaks. In Vedic rituals there are such restrictions. Because worship of the Lord is also described in the Vedas, these restrictions must also apply to worship of the Lord. Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 11. Where is single-pointed concentration, there because nothing is specific. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. This sutra means, in whatever direction, place, or time, yatra, there is single-pointed concentration, ekagrata, of the mind, in that tatra, direction, place, or time one should worship Lord Hari. The meaning here is that in the worship of the Lord there is no restriction of direction, place, or time. Why is that? The sutra explains, avasat, because there is nothing specific. This means, because the scriptures give no specific instruction in this matter. In the Varayaha Purana it is said, one should seek a place, time, situation, and sensory environment where the mind becomes peaceful and cheerful. Other than that, there is no specific instruction about place or environment. Place, time, situation, and sensory environment should be chosen to facilitate a peaceful and cheerful mind. Here someone may object. Is it not so that there are actually rules regarding the place of worship? For example, in the Svetasvatara Upanishad 2.10, it is said, one should practice yoga as a solitary place with level ground, free from pebbles and stones, free from winds, clean and pure, pleasing to the mind, not unpleasing to the eyes, secluded, and far from noisy bathing places. Also, one should meditate in a holy place, for holy places bring liberation. If this is said, then I reply, yes, it is true. Still, there may be an unfortunate situation where one is not able to take shelter of a holy place, although of course, there is no such misfortune. One should stay in a holy place and worship the Lord there. Still, the final conclusion is given here in the words Manonukile. One should find a place that is pleasing to the mind. Adhikarana 8. Devotional service continues after liberation. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Prasna Upanishad 5.1, it is said, O Master, what world is attained by a person who up to the end of his life continues to meditate on him? In the Nrsimhatapani Upanishad 2.4, it is said, all who are demigods, all who are philosophers, and all who yearn to attain liberation worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the Taittiriya Upanishad 3.10.5, it is said, at it Sama Gayanast they sit down and chant the Sama Veda to glorify him. In the RG Veda 1.22.20, it is said, the wise and learned devotees always see the supreme abode of Lord Vishnu. In these verses it is said that devotional service both leads to liberation and also continues after liberation. Sarmsa. Doubt. Is devotional service performed only before liberation, or is it not? Parvapaksa. The opponent speaks. Because liberation is the goal to be attained by performing devotional service, therefore devotional service is performed only as long as one is not liberated. Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 12. Until liberation. Even there it is seen. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Devotional service should be performed both before and after liberation. Why is that? The sutra explains, Hidarstam. That means, because it is seen in the Shruta Sastra. In the Sauparna Shruti it is said, Sarvadanam apasito yavad vimukta, mukta api hyanam apasate. Before attaining liberation the great souls always worship the Lord. After attaining liberation, they continue to worship him. In this way, it is said that the Lord is worshipped in both circumstances. Here, someone may object: the liberated souls do not worship the Lord. This is so because they have no goal to attain by such worship, and because the scriptures do not order such worship. To this I reply: that is true. Still, even though there is no scriptural order to compel them, the liberated souls nevertheless worship the Lord because they are attracted by his transcendental handsomeness. Also, a person who has jaundice eats sugar candy as medicine, but when he is cured, he also continues to eat sugar. In the same way, the liberated souls continue to worship the Lord. In this way, it is proved that the great souls worship the Lord both before and after they attain liberation. Adhikarana 9. Transcendental knowledge destroys past sins. Introduction by 5 Shrila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The way to attain transcendental knowledge having already been considered, now will be considered the results of that knowledge. In the Chandogya Upanishad 4.14.3, it is said, as water does not touch a lotus leaf, so sin does not touch a person situated in transcendental knowledge. In the Chandogya Upanishad 5.24.3, it is said, as a blade of Icica grass is at once consumed by a fire, so are consumed the sins of a person situated in transcendental knowledge. Samsa, doubt. Must one experience the results of past and present sinful deeds to become free from the karmic results, or are such results destroyed and non-existent for a person situated in transcendental knowledge? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. One cannot become free from karmic reactions in any way other than experiencing their results. This is described in the following words of the Smriti Sastra. Even after millions of kalpas, one cannot become free from karmic reactions in any way other than experiencing their results. Therefore, one must experience the results of good and evil deeds. This being so, all scriptural passages declaring otherwise should be understood to be merely empty flattery offered to they who are situated in transcendental knowledge. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words, the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 13. When knowledge of him is attained, then there is destruction and not touching of past and present sins, for that is the teaching. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word Tadadhigama here means knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When such knowledge is present, then a person is no longer touched by sinful reactions to present deeds, and all accumulated past karma is destroyed. Why is that? The Stitra explains, Tadvyapadsat, for that is the teaching. This teaching has already been shown in the 2 passages of Chandogya Upanishad quoted in the introduction to this Adhikarana. No one has the power to refute the clear meaning of these 2 passages of Shruti Sastra. The passage declaring that one does not become free from karmic reactions in any way other than experiencing their results is meant to refer only to persons not situated in transcendental knowledge. Adhikarana 10. Transcendental knowledge destroys past pious karmic reactions. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.22, it is said, he crosses beyond all karmic reactions, both good and evil, and he becomes immortal. In this way, it is said that he crosses beyond the karmic reactions to both sins and pious deeds. Samsa, doubt. Do the reactions of past pious deeds meet the same fate as the reactions of past sins? That is, are the past pious deeds destroyed and the present pious deeds unable to touch the person performing them, or is this not so? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. This is not the fate of past and present pious deeds, for such deeds are not performed in disobedience to the teachings of the Vedas. Therefore, one does not become free from karmic reactions to such deeds in any way other than by experiencing their results. Therefore, it is not right to say that a person situated in transcendental knowledge can attain liberation as long as the obstacle of past good karma is still present. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words, the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 14. Indeed, when it is destroyed, the other ceases to touch. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. This stitra means that when transcendental knowledge is present, then the other, Idarasya, which here means the past and present karmic reactions of pious deeds, is destroyed and ceases to touch. Thus happens in the same way it happens to past and present sinful reactions. It is not that because they are prescribed by the Vedas, material pious deeds do not obstruct transcendental knowledge. The result brought by material pious deeds is an obstacle impeding the result brought by transcendental knowledge. In truth, material pious deeds are not pure and spiritual. In the Chandogya Upanishad 8.4.1, it is said, all sins are then destroyed. In this context, the word sins is used to include material pious deeds also. In Bhagavad Gita 4.37, the Supreme Personality of Godhead affirms, "As a blazing fire turns firewood to ashes, O Arjuna, so does the fire of knowledge burn to ashes all reactions to material activities." In this verse, the destruction of karmic reactions is described. In these general worlds, all karmic reactions, past and present, sinful and pious, are included. The author of the sutras describes this here in the words "pay to, indeed, when it is destroyed." The word "to, indeed," is used for emphasis. In this way, there is nothing wrong with the statement that liberation is attained when one's karmic reactions are destroyed. Adhikarana 11 Rabdha and Anarabdha Karmic Reactions Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here someone may object. If transcendental knowledge causes the destruction of all past pious and sinful karmic reactions, then it would automatically bring with it the liberation of the soul, and with that the sudden death of the material body. This clearly does not happen, and therefore what has been said about transcendental knowledge cannot be true. The author of the sutras now begins this Adhikarana to refute this objection. Past pious and sinful karmic reactions are of two kinds. 1. Anarabdha phala, where the reactions have not yet begun to manifest, and 2. Rabdha phala, where the reactions have begun to manifest. Sarmsa, doubt. Does transcendental knowledge destroy both kinds of past karmic reactions, or does it destroy only the Anarabdha phala karmic reactions? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. In the passage from Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.22, quoted in the beginning of Adhikarana 10, it is clearly said that both kinds of karmic reactions are destroyed. In this way, it is clear that transcendental knowledge completely destroys both kinds of karmic reactions. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words, the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 15. But only Anarabdha phala karmic reactions, for that is the time limit. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word "to," but, is used here to dispel doubt. Only the Anarabdha phala past pious and sinful karmic reactions, reactions that have not yet begun to bear fruit, are destroyed by transcendental knowledge. The Rabdha phala karmic reactions, which have already begun to bear fruit, are not destroyed in that way. Why is that? The Stitra explains, Tadavadha, for that is the time limit. And Chandogya Upanishad 6.14.2, it is said, Tasya Tavadeva Siraryavan Navimoksi, one cannot attain liberation as long as his past karmic reactions persist. In Srimad Bhagavatam 10.87.40, the personified Vedas pray to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When a person realizes you, he no longer cares about his good and bad fortune arising from past pious and sinful acts, since it is you alone who control this good and bad fortune. Such a realized devotee also disregards what ordinary living beings say about him. In this way, the scriptures explain that, by the Supreme Lord's will, the living entity remains in his material body until his Rabdha phala karmic reactions are destroyed. Transcendental knowledge is very powerful. It can at once burn away all past karmic reactions, leaving behind no remainder. In this, it is like a blazing fire that at once burns up any kind of fuel that may be supplied. Although these statements of scripture should be accepted, still it is seen that many great sages, wise with transcendental knowledge, still remain living within material bodies. In that situation, it should be accepted that, by the will of the Lord, these sages stay in this world, their Rabdha phala karmic reactions not yet exhausted, for the purpose of teaching the truth of spiritual life to the others. Asajul or other impediment may stop the burning of a fire, so transcendental knowledge's power to burn away all karmic reactions may be stopped in certain circumstances like this. Here someone may object. Without taking shelter of a series of past karmic reactions, transcendental knowledge does not become manifested. Those karmic reactions may be compared to a potter's wheel. As, once begun to spin, the potter's wheel gradually stops of its own accord, so past karmic reactions gradually come to a stop. To this objection I reply, no, it is not so. Transcendental knowledge is very powerful. It can at once uproot all karmic reactions. It is only the will of the Supreme Lord that stops transcendental knowledge. When a heavier stone is placed on a spinning potter's wheel, the wheel comes to an abrupt halt. Transcendental knowledge stops all karmic reactions in a way like that. Therefore, what was said in the beginning about transcendental knowledge is right and true. Adhikarana 12 Regular Duties and Karmic Reactions Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here someone may say, It has been said that transcendental knowledge destroys all past pious karmic reactions. Therefore, transcendental knowledge destroys all kamya karma, reactions to pious deeds performed to attain specific desires, as well as all nitya karmas, karmic reactions to regular pious duties. To refute this idea, the present Adhikarana is begun. Sarmza, doubt. Brihadranyaka Upanishad 4.4.22 explains that transcendental knowledge destroys all past pious and sinful karmic reactions. Does this mean that, as kamya karma reactions are destroyed by transcendental knowledge, the reactions to nitya karma activities, such as the performances of Agnihotra yanas, are also destroyed in the same way, or are they not also destroyed? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. It is the nature of transcendental knowledge to destroy all karmic reactions. Because it cannot abandon its own nature, transcendental knowledge must destroy the reactions of nitya karmas also. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words, the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 16. But Agnihotra Yafayas and other rituals have that as their effect, for that is the revelation. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, but, is used here to dispel doubt. Performed before transcendental knowledge is manifested. The daily Agnihotra yana and other nitya karmas have the manifestation of transcendental as their karmic reaction. Why is that? The sutra explains, Tad Darsanat, for that is the revelation. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.22, it is said, by studying the Vedas they come to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This means that transcendental knowledge is the karmic result of nitya karmas, such as study of the Vedas. Transcendental knowledge, then, destroys all past pious karmic reactions except for those of nitya karma duties, such as the performance of daily Agnihotra yanas. That is the meaning of the sutra. Transcendental knowledge does not destroy the karmic reactions of nitya karma duties, for the attainment of transcendental knowledge is itself the karmic reaction these duties produce. When a house is set afire, some seeds within it may become heated but not destroyed. Such grains can never be sown, for they will never sprout into plants. In the same way, the reactions to nitya karma activities are not destroyed, although they will not sprout into future material bondage. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad it is said, Karmana Pitraloka, by performing nitya karma duties one goes to Pitraloka. This shows that sometimes nitya karma duties bring the attainment of Svargaloka as their karmic reaction. These reactions all become destroyed. Adhikarana 13. Some fine points of karmic reactions. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. It has been shown that by the Lord's will the Rabdha Phala pious and sinful karmic reactions of they who are enlightened with transcendental knowledge remain and are not destroyed. The Lord does this so the enlightened souls may stay in the material world for some time and teach the spiritual truth to the people in general. Now it will be shown that for some Nirapaksa devotees the Lord at once destroys their Rabdha Phala karmic reactions. Thus these devotees do not have experienced these karmic reactions. In the Kasataki Upanishad 1.4 it is said, Tat Sukrita Duskrit Vidhunat Tasya Priyajnatya Sukritam Upanti Apriyaduskratam. His pious and sinful karmic reactions are removed. His pious reactions are given to his friends and kinsmen. His sinful reactions are given to his enemies. In the Satyani Sastra it is said, Tasya Putra Dayam Upanti Sarda Sadhu Krityam Dvisanta Papa Krityam. His children claim their inheritance, and his friends claim the reactions of his pious deeds. His enemies must take the reactions of his sins. Samsa, doubt. Are the Rabdha Phala karmic reactions sometimes destroyed without the person having to experience their results, or is this never so? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Without experiencing them, Rabdha Phala karmic reactions are never destroyed. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 17. Therefore there is another also. Of some there is both. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. For some Nirapaksa devotees who are very ardently devoted to the Lord, their pious and sinful Rabdha Phala karmic reactions are removed without their having to experience the results. The reason for this is given in the word Anaya. There is another also. This means, there is another scriptural quote, a quote revealing that by the Supreme Lord's will Rabdha Phala karmic reactions are sometimes also destroyed. The other scriptural quote is the passage from Kausatiki Upanishad previously quoted, and the passage from the Satyayana Sastra also. This is the meaning. In one place the scriptures say that rabdha phala karmic reactions are destroyed only when the person experiences them, and in another place the scriptures say that transcendental knowledge can destroy rabdha phala karmic reactions. If these two statements are not to be thought of as contradicting each other, they must be considered to apply to different circumstances. These scriptural statements do not apply to kamya karma activities, for Sutras 13 and 14 stated that all pious and sinful karmic reactions are destroyed, and because sins are by definition not kamya karma activities. Therefore, for some very dear devotees, who ardently yearn to see the Lord and who are no longer able to bear separation from Him, the Supreme Lord takes away their rabdha phala karmic reactions and distributes them to those persons who are close to those devotees. This will be further described in another adhikarana. Thus the devotees' rabdha phala karmic reactions are experienced by these people. In this way the rule the Lord has decreed for rabdha phala karmic reactions is maintained. Here someone may object. Karmic reactions are formless, and therefore it is not logical to say that they can be given to others as though they were tangible objects. If this is said, then I reply, that is not true. Because He is all-powerful, the Supreme Lord can do anything He wishes, even if what He does is different from what you think is logical. Therefore the Supreme Personality of Godhead can remove the rabdha phala karmic reactions of some great devotees who ardently yearn to see Him. In the next sutra the author refutes the claim that the karmic reactions of one person cannot be given to another. Sutra 18 because of Chandogya Upanishad 1.1. 10. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Chandogya Upanishad 1.1. 10 shows the power of transcendental knowledge, even when it is only knowledge of the individual spirit soul. The word high in this sutra means because. This means that because transcendental knowledge cannot be stopped by any obstacle, and because the Supreme Personality of Godhead in these circumstances gives His own mercy, sometimes the living entity does not have to experience his rabdha phala karmic reactions. No one should be surprised at this. What happens then? The author of the Stitras gives the following explanation. Sutra 19 renouncing the two others, he enjoys. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. This stitra means, leaving behind the gross and subtle material bodies, the two others, and attaining the body of a personal associate of the Lord, the liberated devotee enjoys transcendental bliss. This is described in the following words of Taittiriya Upanishad 2.1. 1. Then he enjoys the fulfillment of all his desires. That is the meaning of the sutra's word sampadhyate, he enjoys transcendental bliss. Pada 2 Invocation. May Lord Krishna, who is radiant with the thirst to be reunited with his devotees, and whose mantras exorcise the ghosts and demons of repeated birth in the material world of 5 elements, be my shelter. Adhikarana 1. The time of death. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the next pada will be described the way the soul travels to the world of the demigods. In this pada will be described the way a person enlightened with transcendental knowledge leaves his material body. In the Chandogya Upanishad 6.8. 6. It is said, when a good person leaves his material body, the voice enters the mind enters the life air enters the element fire, and the element fire enters the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Samsa, doubt. Does the voice itself enter, or do only the activities of the voice enter? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Because the nature of the mind is not like the nature of the voice, and because the voice and other parts of the body are subordinate to the mind, therefore it is only the activities of the voice that enter. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 1. Because of what is seen and heard, voice enters mind. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Voice itself enters the mind. Why is that? The sutra explains, Darsanat, because of what is seen. This means that even when the external voice is silent, it is seen that the voice is still active in the mind. The sutra also explains, Sabdat, because of what is heard. In the scriptures, Chandogya Upanishad, it is heard. Vanmanazi sampadhyate, the voice enters the mind. Any other interpretation would do violence to the clear meaning of this quote. No evidence actually supports the idea that only the activity of the voice enters the mind. Here someone may object. Because mind does not possess the nature of the voice itself cannot have entered the mind. It is only the activities of one thing that can enter another thing dissimilar in nature. An example of this is the activities of fire, which can thus enter water. This is so, for it is clearly seen. If this is said, then I reply, voice and mind meet. They do not join together and become one. The meaning is that even though their natures are different, the two of them actually do meet. Sutra 2 Therefore they all follow. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here someone may object. The voice may enter the mind, but the mind does not enter the element fire. If this objection is raised, the sutra gives the following reply: Sarvani, all. This means, the sense of hearing and all the other senses also enter. The word anu here means, they all enter, following behind the voice. In the Prasna Upanishad 3.9, it is said, when the fire of life is extinguished, the senses enter the mind, and the soul again takes birth. Accompanied by that mind, the soul is born again. In the Prasna Upanishad 4.2, it is said, O Gargya, as the rays of sunlight enter the setting sun only again to emerge from the rising sun, in the same way the senses enter their deity, the mind. Adhikarana 2 The mind enters the breath. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now the passage of Chandogya Upanishad 6.8. 6, quoted in the beginning of Adhikarana I will be again considered. Satansa, doubt. Does this passage mean to say that the mind enters the life breath or that it enters the realm of the moon? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Brihadranyaka Upanishad 3.2. 13, declares, Manas Kandram the mind enters the moon. Therefore the mind enters the moon. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 3 Then the mind enters the life breath, because of what follows. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The words Tanmana Priyan mean, accompanied by all the senses, the mind enters the life breath. Why is that? Because of the statement that follows, Adharat. Here someone may object. This cannot be, for Brihadranyaka Upanishad 3.2. 13 affirms that the mind enters the moon. The author of the sutras replies to this objection in Sutra 3.1. 4. Adhikarana 3 The life breath enters the individual soul. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now will be considered the following words of Chandogya Upanishad 6.6. 1. Pranastajasi The life breath enters fire. Samsa, doubt. Does the life breath, which is by then accompanied by the mind and the senses, enter the element fire, or does it enter the individual spirit soul, jiva? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Chandogya Upanishad 6.6. 1 says that the life breath enters the element fire, therefore the life breath enters the element fire. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 4 That in the master because of the scriptural statements that begin with the descriptions of approaching it. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word sa, that, here means the life breath, and the word adyaks, in the master, here means, in the individual spirit soul, who is the master of the body and senses. Thus the life breath enters the individual spirit soul. Why is that? The sutra explains, Tada Pagamadibhya, because of the scriptural statements that begin with the descriptions of approaching it. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.3. 38 it is said, as bodyguards, warriors, charioteers, and generals gather around a king who is about to depart on a great march, so do all the senses and life breaths gather around the soul who is about to leave its material body. In this way the Shruti Sastra explains that the life breath and the senses enters the individual spirit soul. This statement does not contradict the other statement of the Shruti Sastra that the life breath enters the element fire, for it may be said that after the light breath enters the soul the two of them proceed to enter the element fire. This is like saying that the Yamuna, joining with the Ganges, proceeds to enter the ocean. Adhikarana for the individual spirit soul enters the combined elements. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now will be considered the statement that the individual spirit soul enters the element fire. Sarmsa, doubt. Do the individual spirit soul and the life breath enter the element fire, or do they enter all the elements combined? Purvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The Shruti Sastra says that the life breath enters the element fire, therefore the life breath enters the element fire. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 5 In all the elements, because of the Shruti Sastra. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The individual spirit soul enters all the 5 elements. It does not enter the fire element only. Why is that? In Brihadranyaka Upanishad 4.4. 5 it is said, the individual spirit soul enters the elements ether, air, fire, water, and earth. In this way the Shruti Sastra affirms that the individual spirit soul enters all the material elements. A further explanation is given in the next stra. Sutra 6 because they both say it is not in one. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. It should not be considered that the individual spirit soul enters into one element, into fire. The word hi here means because. This means, because this was described in the questions and answers in Chandogya Upanishad chapter 5, parts 310. Adhikarana 5. The departure of the enlightened soul. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now will be considered a doubt that may arise concerning Chandogya Upanishad 6.8. 6. Samsa, doubt. Does this passage describe the departure from the material body of the soul enlightened with transcendental knowledge, or the soul that is not enlightened? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. In Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.7, it is said, when his heart is free of all material desires, the mortal becomes immortal. Then he enjoys spiritual life, even in this world. Their word atra, here in this world, means that the enlightened soul need not leave the material world. Even in this world he enjoys the bliss of spiritual life. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 7. Indeed, in the beginning they are the same. Also, immortality is without burning. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The first ka means indeed. In the beginning, the enlightened soul and the unenlightened soul depart from the material body in the foresaw way. However, when they reach the nadis, subtle pathways emanating from the heart, their paths diverge. The enlightened soul passes through one of the 100 nadis, but the enlightened soul passes through a different nadi. This is described in Chandogya Upanishad 8.6. 6. 101 nadis led away from the heart. One passes through the head and leads to immortality. The others led to a variety of destinations. This is also described in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4. 2. The soul endowed with transcendental knowledge departs from the material body through the passage passing through the top of the head. The unenlightened souls depart through the other passages. The scriptural statement, Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.7, explaining that the enlightened soul enjoys spiritual life even in this world means that such a soul no longer produces any karmic reactions even though his connection with the material body is not yet burned away. Sutra 8. That is so, for it is taught that until then there is the world of birth and death. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. This describes the immortality of an enlightened soul who is free from sin even though his connection to a material body is not yet burned away. How is that? The sutra explains, apitek, until then. Until he attains the direct association of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the individual spirit soul still has a relationship with a material body, and thus he remains in the world of repeated birth and death. The direction association of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is attained when the soul travels to the world of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That is the conclusion of the Vedas. Sutra 9. The subtle, because of authority and direct perception. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In this contact the relationship of the enlightened soul with the material body is not yet burned away. This is because the subtle, sixma, material body still persists. How is that known? The sutra explains, pramanata, because of authority. Even when he travels to the worlds of the demigods, the enlightened soul retains relationship with the subtle material body, as is seen in the words of the moon god in Kausataki Upanishad 1.3. Therefore in the previous passage of Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.7, the immortality described is one where the relationship between the soul and the material body is not yet burned away. Sutra 10. Therefore it is not by destruction. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.7 does not describe the kind of immortality where the relationship of the individual spirit soul and the material body is destroyed. Sutra 11. It has warmth, for that is reasonable. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The warmth that touches the gross material body while it is alive is manifested from the subtle material body, not the gross body. Why is that? The stitra explains, apapat, for that is reasonable. When it is alive the gross body is warm, and when it is dead the gross body is not warm. From this it can be seen that the warmth in the gross body comes from the subtle body. The word ka, also, here shows another reason also. When he leaves the gross body, the enlightened soul also takes the heat-producing subtle body with him. Next, fearing that another doubt will be raised, the author of the sutra speaks the following words. Sutra 12. If someone says that it is denied, then I reply, no, it is not so, because of the resident of the body. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here someone may object. The enlightened soul does not leave the gross material body. This is corroborated by the following words of Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.46. One who does not desire, who has no material desires, and whose desires are all fulfilled, his life breaths do not leave. He is spirit. He goes to the spirit. In this way the scriptures deny, pratizadat, that the enlightened soul leaves his material body. If set this objection is raised, then the author of the sutras replies, no. This means that the text of the Upanishad does not specifically say that the life breath leaves the body. The meaning of this text is that the life breath does not leave the individual spirit soul. After all, it is clearly seen that even enlightened souls leave their material bodies. Sutra 13. Because it is clear in some. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In this passage of Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.46, there is no room for controversy. This is so because, in some, ekasam, recensions of the Vedas, namely the Madhyandina recension, is seen a clear, spasta, denial of the idea that the life breath does not leave the material body. This same passage in the Madhyandina recension reads, the life breaths do not leave him, the soul. They enter there. He is spirit. He goes to the spirit. The word atra, there, clearly shows that the life breaths enter the spirit soul. To this the objector may reply. In the Kanva recension, in Yanavalkya's answer to Artabhaga's question, it is clearly seen that the life breaths of the soul enlightened with transcendental knowledge do not leave the material body. To this objection I reply. This passage describes a special case where the enlightened soul is very distressed in separation from the Supreme Lord. The impersonalists claim that this passage describes a person who thinks he is one with the impersonal Brahman. They say that for him the life breaths do not leave the material body. To this I reply, this is fool's idea. No words in the text support this interpretation. At any rate, the impersonalist idea has already been clearly refuted. Sutra 14 in the Smriti Sastras also. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Yanavalkya Smriti 3.167, it is said, among all of them, one great soul travels upward. He breaks through the circle of the sun. He passes beyond the planet of Brahma. He enters the supreme destination. In the Shruti Sastra also it is said that the enlightened soul passes through the nadi at the top of the head and thus leaves the material body. In this way it is proved that the enlightened soul certainly does leave his material body. Adhikarana 6. The senses enter the supreme introduction by 5. Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. That the individual spirit soul, accompanied by the life breath and the senses, enters the element fire and the other subtle elements at the time of death has already been proved, and the fallacious idea that the soul enlightened with transcendental knowledge does not also depart from his body in this same way has been dispelled. Now the following will be considered. Sarmsa, doubt. Do the enlightened soul's voice and other working senses, life breath, and elements of the gross and subtle material bodies enter into the material features that are their direct causes, or do they enter into the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. They enter into their direct causes. This is described in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.2.13. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 15. They in the Supreme, for thus it says. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Chandogya Upanishad 6.8.6, it is said, Teja Parasyam, fire enters the Supreme. In this way it is established that the Teja, which here includes the voice and other senses, the life breath, and the bodily elements, enters the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is so because the Supreme is the cause and the resting place of all. Why is that? The Stitra explains, Tathahayaha, which means because the Shruti Astra affirms that it is so. This is confirmed in the Chandogya Upanishad 6.8.6. Teja Parasyam Dividayam, fire enters the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.2.3 should be interpreted metaphorically. This has already been explained in Sutra 3.1.4. Adhikarana 7. The nature of the senses entrance in the supreme introduction by 5. Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now another consideration will be examined. Sarmsa, doubt. When the enlightened soul's life breath, voice, mind, and other senses enter the Supreme Personality of Godhead, do they merely enter or do they become one with Supreme Personality of Godhead, as is explained in Mundaka Upanishad 3.2.8. Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Because of the previous statements and because there is no specific statement otherwise, it should be held that they merely enter. Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words the author of the Sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 16. There is no division, for that is said. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. The life, breath and other features of the material body merge into and become one with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Master of inconceivable potencies. Why is that? The Stitra explains, Vakanat, for that is said. In the Prasna Upanishad 6.5 it is said, as rivers merge into the ocean, so do the 16 elements of the material body merge into the Supreme Personality of Godhead. After thus explaining that the life, breath and the other elements of the material body merge into the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Upanishad continues. Vidyat kasam nama rape perusa ideavam prasyate sa asomrto bhavati. The elements of the body then lose their names and forms. They are said to become one with the Supreme. When this happens to the elements of his material body, the individual spirit soul becomes immortal. Thus the elements of the material body lose their names and forms. This is the meaning. When he leaves the gross material body, the soul enlightened with transcendental knowledge is followed by the now greatly weakened subtle material body. When the soul finally leaves the egg of the material universe behind, the subtle body merges into the eighth covering of the universal shell. Now completely pure and free from any touch of matter, the soul attains a spiritual body and then gains the association of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Adhikarana 8. The 101st Nadi. Introduction by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. Now will begin a discussion to show one specific aspect of the enlightened soul's departure from the material body. In Chandogya Upanishad 8.6, as well as in Katha Upanishad 7.6, it is said that the unenlightened souls depart from the material body by the path of the 100 nadis and the enlightened soul departs by another nadi. Sarmsa. Doubt. Is this description correct or is it not? Parvapaksa. The opponent speaks. Because the nadis are both very numerous and very fine, it is not possible for the spirit soul to distinguish them one from another. Therefore this description is not correct. The scriptures explain. Te ardvamayan amritatvam. Going upwards, he attains immortality. Therefore, going upwards is the important factor, and it is not important which nadi the soul enters at the moment of leaving the material body. Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 17. Then the top of his home is illumined and the door is revealed by him. By the power of transcendental knowledge, by the memory of the path it brings, he attains the mercy of he who resides in the heart. By the 101st. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. The enlightened soul departs by the path of the 101st nadi, which is called Susumna. It is not that the enlightened soul cannot discern where is this nadi. Because of the two causes that begin with the power of transcendental knowledge, the soul attains the mercy of he who resides in the heart. This is possible by the power of transcendental knowledge. The effect of transcendental knowledge is that it enables the soul to remember the correct path to take in departing from the body. This soul also obtains the mercy of Lord Hari, who resides in a palace in the heart, Harda. That is the meaning here. When, accompanied by the voice and the other senses and elements of the material body, the enlightened soul is about to depart, the top portion, Agra, of the heart, which is his home, Oka, becomes illuminated, Jvalanam. The door, Dra, there is not illuminated by the individual spirit soul. It is Lord Hari, who resides in the heart, Harda, who illuminates and reveals, Prakasita, that door. In this way the soul becomes aware of the entrance to the 101st nadi. In this way the enlightened soul departs. Adhikarana 9. The path of the sun's rays. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. In the Chandogya Upanishad 8.6, 5, it is said, after he departs from the body, the soul travels on the sun's rays. Casting off the material mind, and meditating on the sacred syllable O, the soul travels to the sun, which is the doorway to the worlds. They who are enlightened with transcendental knowledge may enter that doorway, but they who are not enlightened are stopped from entering. The following verse describes this. There are 101 nadis. This means that after he passes through the nadi on the top of the head, the enlightened soul travels on the path of the sun's rays. Samsa. Doubt. Must the soul depart from the body during the daytime, or may he also depart during the night, and still attain liberation? Parvapaksa. The opponent speaks. Because during the night the rays of the sun do not shine, the enlightened soul must depart from the material body only during the daytime. Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words, the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 18. He follows the rays. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Whenever he dies, the enlightened soul is able to follow the rays of the sun. This is so because the Shruti Sastra gives no specific instruction in this regard. Sutra 19. If someone says that it is not during the night, then I reply, no. Because the relationship exists as long as the body is present. It also reveals it. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here someone may object. Is it not so that because at night the rays of the sun are not present, the soul departing from his body cannot follow them at that time? If this is said, then the sutra replies, no. Why is that? The sutra explains, Sambandhasya, because of the relationship. This means that as long as the material body is present, there is a relationship with the sun's rays. Therefore the soul may depart at any time of the day or night and still travel by the path of the sun's rays. It is clearly seen that the body remains warm in both the hottest of days and the coldest of nights. If the body had not relationship with the sun, this would not be possible. The scriptures also give further proof of the body's unchanging relationship with the sun. In the Chandogya Upanishad 7.6.2, it is said, the path of the sun's rays begins at the sun and ends at the nadis. It also begins at the nadis and ends at the sun. In another place in the Shruti Sastra it is also said, the sun's rays are connected to the nadis, and that connection is never broken as long as the material body is alive. By the sun's rays the soul sees. By them he departs. By them he performs actions. In this way it is proved that the soul enlightened with transcendental knowledge is always able to travel by the path of the sun's rays. Adhikarana 10. The soul's departure during the different seasons. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now the following will be considered. Samsa, doubt. If he dies during the 6 months when the sun travels in the south, does the enlightened soul still attain the benefit of his knowledge, or does he not? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Both Shruti Sastra and Smriti Sastra affirm that in order to attain the spiritual world one must die during the 6 months when the sun travels in the north. Also, it is seen that Bhismadeva and other great souls refused to die until that auspicious time had arrived. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 20. Therefore it is also during the passing in the south. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Because transcendental knowledge does not bring only a partial result, and also because it removes all obstacles in its path, the enlightened soul attains the fruit of his knowledge even till he dies during the 6 months when the sun passes in the south. The argument of our opponent is very foolish and slow-witted. As will be explained in the future, the word Uttarayana here does not mean the 6 months when the sun passes in the south, but rather it means the Attivahika Devatas, or the demigods that carry the soul to the higher worlds. Blessed by his father, Bhismadeva had the power to choose the time of his death. It is either to demonstrate that power, or to show the example of a saintly person that he acted in that way. Therefore there is no disadvantage in dying during the 6 months when the sun passes in the south. Here someone may object. The Supreme Personality of Godhead himself affirms in Bhagavad Gita 8.2326, O best of the Bharatas, one shall now explain to you the different times at which, passing away from this world, the yogi does or does not come back. Those who know the Supreme Brahman attain the Supreme by passing away from the world during the influence of the fiery god, in the light, at an auspicious moment of the day, during the fortnight of the waxing moon, or during the 6 months when the sun travels in the north. The mystic who passes away from this world during the smoke, the night, the fortnight of the waning moon, or the 6 months when the sun passes to the south reaches the moon planet but again comes back. According to Vedic opinion, there are 2 ways of passing from this world, one in light and one is darkness. When one passes in light, he does not come back. But when one passes in darkness, he returns. In this passage word day and other words denoting time are prominent, and therefore it is clearly shown that time is an important factor for the attainment of liberation. It is also shown that one who dies during the night or during the 6 months when the sun passes in the south does not attain liberation. The author of the sutra speaks the following words to refute this objection. Sutra 21. It is remembered of the yogis. Also, 2 are remembered. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The yogis, that is they who are devoted to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, do not take these descriptions of the passing of the moon, the light, and other points in time very seriously. They merely make a mental note of them. Smari 8. The sutra explains, at smart they are remembered. The Supreme Lord explains in Bhagavad Gita 8.27. Although the devotees know these two paths, O Arjuna, they are never bewildered. The conclusion is that a person situated in transcendental knowledge need not be concerned about the specific time of his death. The mention of specific times is not prominent in this passage from Bhagavad Gita 8.2326. The passage begins with the mention of fire, which has nothing to do with time. In fact, the different factors mentioned in this passage are all Ativahika devatas, demigods that carry the soul from the body. The author of the Stitras will explain this in Sutra 4.3.2. It is also said, the best times for they who are about to die are the daytime, the bright fortnight, and the 6 months when the sun travels in the north. The other times are not good. This verse describes the condition of the souls not enlightened with transcendental knowledge. They who are enlightened with transcendental knowledge always attain Lord Hari. The time when they leave their material bodies is not relevant. Pada 3 Invocation. I love handsome and dark Lord Krishna, who shows, even to they who have only the dim reflection of devotional service, the path that leads to him. Adhikarana 1 Many paths or one. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In this pada will be described the nature of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the path that leads to the realm of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the Chandogya Upanishad 4.15.5.6 it is said, whether his final rites are performed or not, the yogi goes to the light. From the light he goes to the day. From the day he goes to bright fortnight. From the bright fortnight he goes to the 6 months when the sun travels in the north. From the 6 months when the sun travels in the north he goes to year. From the year he goes to the sun. From the sun he goes to the moon. From the moon he goes to lightning. From there a divine person leads him to Brahman. This is the path to the Lord, the path to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They who travel this path do not return to the world of human beings. In this passage light is the first stage on this path. However, in the Kausataki Upanishad 1.3 it is said, Satrandeva yanam panthanam apadyagnalakam agachati sa vaulokam sa vrunalakam sa indralakam sa prajapatalakam sa brahmalakam. He travels on the path of the heavenly planets. He goes to Agnaloka. He goes to Vailoka. He goes to Vrunaloka. He goes to Indraloka. He goes to Prajapataloka. He goes to Brahmaloka. Here Agnaloka is the first stage. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 5.10 it is said, Yadaha Viparuso Smat Lokat Prati Savayam Agachati Tasmai Sa Tatra Vijahat Yatho Ratha Kakrasya Kamtena Ardva Akramate Sa Adityam Agachati. Leaving this world, the soul goes to Vailoka. There he passes through the opening of a chariot wheel. Then the soul ascends to the sun. Here Vailoka is the first stage on the path. In the Mundaka Upanishad 2.11 it is said, passing through the doorway of the sun, the soul is cleansed of all impurities. Here the sun is the first stage on the path. In other scriptures other accounts are also seen. Sarnsa, doubt, is only one path to the world of the Supreme described here, or are many different paths, beginning with the path that begins with light, described here in these passages of the Upanishads. Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Because these paths are all different, there must be many different paths. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stras gives his conclusion. Sutra 1 It begins with light, for that is well known. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The enlightened souls travels to the world of the Supreme Personality of Godhead on a path that begins with light. Why is that? The Satra explains, Tat Prathite, for that is well known. In the Chandogya Upanishad 5.10.1 it is said, Tadyatham viduryisim ranai shradam tapaiti apasati archasam. This they know. They who perform austerities and worship the Lord with faith travel on the path that begins with light. This passage is taken from the chapter describing the knowledge of the 5 fires, Pankagni Vidya. Therefore the path that begins with light is traveled even by they who study the fire and other Vidyas. In the Brahmatarka it is said, 2 paths are famous. The path beginning with light is traveled by they who are enlightened with transcendental knowledge, and the path beginning with smoke is traveled by they who perform Vedic rituals. That is the conclusion of all the Vedas. This being so, it is understood that the scriptures describe a single path for the enlightened souls, and therefore the differences in the descriptions should be reconciled in the same as they were in the case of the attributes of the Lord. This is so because the knowledge to be described here is one, even though the scriptural texts seem to give different explanations. The conclusion, then, is that the path begins with light. Any other interpretation breaks the real meaning of the Vedic texts. Adhikarana to Vailoka. Introduction by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. Now has begun a new discussion to show that Vailoka and other places should be added to the sequence that begins with light. In the previously quoted passage from Kausataki Upanishad 1.3, it was said, Satrandeva Yanarn Panthanam Apadyagnalakam Agachati Sa Vailokarn. He travels on the path of the heavenly planets. First he goes to Agnaloka and then to Vailoka. Sarmza, doubt. Should Vailoka be added to the path that begins with light, or should it not? Purvapaksa, the opponent speaks. It should not, for the Shruti Sastra describes these stages in a specific sequence, and because that sequence cannot be changed by someone's whim. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 2 Vyu comes after the year, for it both specific and not specific. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. In the path beginning with light, the stage of Vailoka should be placed after the year and before the sun. Why is that? The sutra explains, avasat, for it is not specific. This means that in the passage from Kausataki Upanishad 1.3, it was not specifically stated where Vailoka comes in the sequence. However, in the passage from Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 5.10, there is a specific statement that Vailoka comes before the sun in this sequence. Also, in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 6.2.15, it is said that after the months and after Divaloka, the soul comes to the sun. The Divaloka here should be understood to be Vailoka. In the scriptures it is said, Vailoka is the home of the Devas. Therefore, because it is the home of the Devas, Vailoka is also called Divaloka. Some say that there is a specific planet, Divaloka, which is part of this sequence. If this interpretation is accepted, then Divaloka should be placed after the year and before Vailoka. It should not be placed between the months and the year, for that stage in the sequence is well known. Therefore Divaloka and Vailoka should both be placed between the year and the sun. Adhikarana 3 Vrunaloka. Introduction by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. In the Kausataki Upanishad 1.3, it is said, Sa Vrunalakar Sa Indralakarn Sa Prajapatalakam. He goes to Vrunaloka. He goes to Indraloka. He goes to Prajapatalaka. Samsa, doubt. Is Vrunaloka one of the stages in the path beginning with light? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Because there is no place for it in this path, as there was a place for Vailoka, Vrunaloka is not a stage in this path. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 3 Vrunaloka comes after lightning, for that is their relationship. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. In the Chandogya Upanishad 4.15.3, it is said, Kandramaso Vidyudam. He leaves the moon and goes to lightning. It is seen that the soul travels from lightning to Vrunaloka. Why is that? The Stra explains, Sambandat, which means for that is the relationship between lightning and Vrunaloka. First lightning is manifested, and then comes rain. In the Shruti Astra it is said, Yatha Hivizila Vidyutas Tivra Stanita Nurhosa Jimatadarnritrianti Athapa Prapatanti Vidyatate Stanyati Varsayati Vi. When brilliant lightning and heavy thunder play among the clouds, water will fall. Lightning, thunder, and rain follow in that sequence. Because the rain has a close connection with Vruna, there is also a close relation between Vrunaloka and the realm of lightning. After Vrunaloka come Indraloka and Prajapataloka. Vrunaloka should be placed there because there is not other place for it and because it is reasonable to place it there. In this way the path to the spiritual world, a path that begins with the realm of light and proceeds to Prajapataloka, has either 12 or 13 stages. Adhikarana 4 The Ativahika Devadadamigod's introduction by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. Now a certain aspect of the path that begins with light will be considered. Sarmza, doubt. Are the light and other things landmarks on the path, or are they persons carrying the enlightened soul? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. They are landmarks, for the text describes them in that way. They are like landmarks people may indicate, just as one may say, go to the river. Then there will be a hill, and after that will be a village. Or they may be persons, for the words could be interpreted in that way. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 4 They are Ativahika demigods, because of their characteristics. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. The things beginning with light are demigods appointed by the Supreme Personality of Godhead to carry the soul. They are neither landmarks nor ordinary persons. Why is that? The Stitra explains, Tallingat, because of their characteristics. This means that they have the characteristics of they who carry others. In the Chandogya Upanishad it is said, he is a divine person. He brings them to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The divine person described here brings the soul to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The light and other things are his assistants. That is the meaning. That they are neither landmarks nor ordinary persons is corroborated in the following sutra. Sutra 5. It is proved because the other two are untenable. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Because they who die during the night do not have contact with the daytime and thus cannot have contact with the light and other things on the path, these things cannot be landmarks. Because ordinary persons are not very powerful and therefore cannot carry the soul in this way, they cannot be ordinary persons either. In this way the Shruti Astra shows that they can be neither landmarks nor ordinary persons. Therefore they must be Attivahika demigods. That is the meaning. Adhikarana 5. The Divine Person. Introduction by 5. Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Samsa. Doubt. Does the Divine Person sent by the Supreme Personality of Godhead descend to the plane of light, or does he descend only to the plane of lightning? Parvapaksa. The opponent speaks. Because the Supreme Personality of Godhead sends his messengers even to the earth to carry back a Jamila and others, therefore this Divine Person must descend to the plane of light. Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 6. Then by the person in light. This is because of the Shruti Astra. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. When he comes to the plane of lightning, the enlightened soul by a messenger sent by the Lord himself. How is that known? The Sutra explains, Takratek, because of the Shruti Astra. In Chandogya Upanishad 4.15. 5. It is said, Kandramaso vidyudam tat paruso manavasayatan Brahma gamyati. From the moon he goes to the lightning. There a divine person takes him to the Supreme. In this way it is shown the Vrunaloka and the others are the assistants of that divine person. The case of a Jamila is extraordinary. It is not typical. Adhikarana 6. Badari Muni's opinion. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Having thus described the path by which the goal is reached, now the author describes the goal itself. Visa, the topic to be discussed. The topic here is Chandogya Upanishad 4.15. 5, which says, Sayatan Gamyati. There a divine person takes him to the Brahman. In the following section the opinion of Badari Muni is given first. Sathsa, doubt. Here it is said that a divine person brings the soul to Brahma. Is this Brahma the Supreme Personality of Godhead, or is it the demigod Brahma, who has 4 faces? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The word Brahma here must refer to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, for in this passage it explains that the soul attains immortality. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words Badari Muni gives his opinion. Sutra 7. Badari Muni says it is the created one, for that is the only possible goal. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Badari Muni thinks that the divine person takes the soul to the demigod Brahma. Why is that? The sutra explains, Asayagati apapat, for that is the only possible goal. The demigod Brahma is situated in a single place, and therefore the soul can go from one place to another in order to meet him. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, however, is all-pervading, always present everywhere. Therefore it is not possible for the soul to go from one place to another in order to meet him. That is the meaning. Sutra 8 also because it is specifically stated. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in Chandogya Upanishad 7.14. 1. It is said, he attains the home of Prajapati. In this way it is specifically stated that he attains the demigod Brahma. Sutra 9. But that designation is because of Nirnas. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.2. 15. It is said, Saataya Brahmalokan Gamyati tu tesu Brahmalokasu Paraparavanto Vasanti tesam Ianapunar Avadrasti. Then he takes them to Brahmaloka. In Brahmaloka they stay for many ages. They do not return. Here the explanation, Vyapadsa, is that they do not return. This means that because they are near Samipyat to liberation, they will be liberated in the future. This means that the enlightened souls attain the world of the demigod Brahma. They thus attain liberation along with the demigod Brahma. In this way they do not return. When does this occur? The next sutra explains. Sutra 10 with its ruler to the Supreme when the creation is annihilated because of the explanation. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. When the material creation up to the world of four-faced Brahma is destroyed, they go with the ruler of the material world, the four-faced Brahma, from that created world to the supreme Brahman, who is different from the four-faced Brahma. The reason for this is given by the sutra, Abhidhanat, because of the explanation. In the Taittiriya Upanishad 3.1.1, it is said, Brahma vidanoti param, he who knows Brahman attains the supreme. It is also said there, in the company of Brahman, he enjoys the fulfillment of all his desires. The phrase with Brahman here means, with the demigod Brahma, who has four faces. That is the meaning. Sutra 11 from the Smriti Sastra also. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Smriti Sastra it is said, when the material universe is destroyed, they whose hearts are devoted to the Supreme Lord, enter the supreme abode along with the demigod Brahma. In this way the Sanista devotees travel on the path beginning with light, a path that brings them to the demigod Brahma. That is the opinion of Badari Muni. In the next stitra Hmini Muni gives his opinion. Adhikarana 7 Hmini Muni's opinion. Sutra 12 Hmini thinks it is the supreme, for that is the primary meaning. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Hmini Muni thinks the soul is taken to the supreme. Why is that? The Sutra explains, Mukyatvat, which means for that is the primary meaning of the word Brahman. Also, it is not correct to say that it is not possible to attain the Supreme, for he is all-pervading. When the devotees become free from all material designations, then they can attain the Supreme Lord, which means then they can perceive his presence. Sutra 13 also because it is seen. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Dara Vidya chapter of Chandogya Upanishad 8.12. 3. The goal is clearly described as the Supreme Brahman. This is so because the attributes of immortality are ascribed to this Brahman, and also because the soul who travels to this Brahman manifests his own original spiritual form. All these explanations would not be appropriate if the Brahman here were the demigod Brahma. Indeed, this chapter of the Upanishad is not about the demigod Brahma. It is clearly about the Supreme Brahman, the Supreme Lord. In the Katha Upanishad, in the passage beginning Satamka, the Supreme Brahman is clearly described as the goal of this path. In another place in the Shruti Sastra, in the passage beginning with the word Dharmat, the goal also must be the Supreme Brahman, for he is described there as immortal. It is also said, Sutra 14, the desire is not to know the created. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here the word pratapatti means knowledge, and the word abhisandi means desire. The soul enlightened with transcendental knowledge does not desire to learn the truth about the demigod Brahma, for the attainment of that knowledge is not the highest goal of life. However, he does desire to attain knowledge of the Supreme Brahman, for that is the highest goal of life. One attains the goal he strives for. This is explained in Chandogya Upanishad 3.14. Therefore the conclusion is that the divine person leads the devotees to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That is the opinion of Hmini Muni. Now the author of the sutras gives his opinion. He says, Sutra 15, he leads they who take shelter of the Lord as he who has no material form. That is Vyadeva's opinion. Because both have faults, and also because of the maxim beginning with the words tat krata. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The divine person leads to the Supreme the Sanistas and all other devotees who do not think that the Supreme is material. These devotees are different from they who worship the Lord as the names and forms of this world. That is the opinion of Vyasadeva. He does not accept the view that the divine person leads the worshippers of the demigod Brahma, nor does he accept the view that the divine person leads all the worshippers of the Supreme. Why not? The stitra explains, Abhyathakadosat, which means because both views contradict the statements of scripture. The first view contradicts the following words of Chandogya Upanishad 8.12. 3. Param Jyotra Papadya, he meets the effulgent Supreme Person. The second view contradicts the description in Chandogya Upanishad 5.10 of the goal attained by they who have knowledge of Pankagni Vidya and who travel on the path beginning with light. Another reason is given in the maxim of Chandogya Upanishad 3.14. 1. That declares a person attains a destination appropriate to the nature of his faith. They who identify the Supreme with the words and other things in the material world cannot travel by the path beginning with light, for this would contradict the maxim of Chandogya Upanishad. However, in the scriptures it is affirmed that they who worship the Lord in the words of the Vedic mantras attain their desires independently. In the Chandogya Upanishad 7.15, it is said, Sayo nama brahmti upastyavan namno gadam tatrasya karnakara. He who worships the Lord as the sounds of the Vedic mantras attains the goal of the mantras. He attains his desire. However, they who are followers of Pankagni Vidya travel by the path of light until they reach Satyaloka. They do this because they worship the Supersoul. When they attain perfect knowledge of the Supreme, they are able to rise above the realm of Satyaloka. This is so, for the Shruti Sastra declares that they who travel on that path never return to the material world. Adhikarana 9. A special situation. Introduction by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. Now will be explained the truth that the Lord himself takes certain exalted Nirapaksa devotees back to his own abode. In the Gopalatapani Upanishad 1.22 and 24, it is said, "To they who always diligently worship Lord Vishnu's transcendental form, the Lord, in his original form as a cowherd boy, shows his lotus feet. To they who chant the 5-word mantra with Om and Govinda, the T-Lord reveals his own form. Therefore, to attain transcendental peace, they who desire liberation should regularly chant this mantra." Satansa, doubt. Are the Nirapaksa devotees carried to the spiritual world by the Ataivahika demigods, or by the Supreme Lord himself? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The scriptures affirm, Dvaveva Margau, there are two paths. The conclusion is that they who are enlightened with transcendental knowledge travel by the path beginning with light. In that way they enter the spiritual world. That is affirmed by the Shruti Sastra. That is how the Supreme Lord becomes the cause of their liberation. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 16. It reveals a special situation also. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. The general situation is that the souls enlightened with transcendental knowledge are carried to the spiritual world by the Ataivahika demigods. However, those Nirapaksa devotees who are especially distressed in separation from the Lord are carried there by the Supreme Lord himself, for the Lord becomes impatient and cannot tolerate any delay in bringing them back to him. This is a special situation. The Shruti Astra reveals the truth of this situation in Gopalatapani Upanishad 1.22 and 24. The Supreme Lord himself also explains, Bhagavad Gita 7.6 and 7. But those who worship me, giving up all their activities unto me and being devoted to me without deviation, engaged in devotional service and always meditating upon me, having fixed their minds upon me, O son of Partha, for them I am the swift deliverer from the ocean of birth and death. The word ka, also, in this sutra means that for the liberated souls there are two paths, one where the material body is cast off, and the other where contact with the material body is maintained. It is not possible to say that the Nirapaksa devotees follow the path that begins in light. Also, in the Vraha Purana the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself says, "My devotees need not follow the path beginning in light. Riding on Garuda's shoulders, I personally take them to my supreme abode." In this way the truth has been explained. Pada 4. Invocation. May the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose form is eternal and full of knowledge and bliss, and who, pleased with his devotees' sincere devotion, gives himself to them, fill us with transcendental happiness. Adhikarana 1. The original forms of the liberated souls. Introduction by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. In this pada will be described first the original forms of the liberated souls, and then their glory, opulence, bliss, and other features. In the Chandogya Upanishad 8.12.3, the demigod Brahma explains, by the Supreme Lord's mercy, the enlightened soul leaves his material body and enters the effulgent spiritual world. There he attains his own spiritual body. He becomes the most exalted of persons. Samsa, doubt. Does the liberated soul attain a body, like the bodies of the demigods, that is different from himself, or does the manifest his original identity, which is not different from himself? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. He attains a body different from himself. This must be so because the word abhinaspadyate, is attained, is employed here. Any other interpretation would make this word meaningless and would also make meaningless the scripture statement that liberation is a benefit attained by the soul. If this form is only the original nature of the soul and it had existed all along, then attaining it would not be a benefit granted to the soul. Therefore this form is newly attained by the soul and is different from the soul's original nature. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stras gives his conclusion. Sutra 1. Because of the word svina it is the manifestation of he who has gone. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The individual spirit soul who, by means of devotional service accompanied with knowledge and renunciation, attains the effulgent supreme, becomes free from the bondage of karma and attains a body endowed with 8 virtues. This body is said to be the soul's original form. Why is that? The sutra explains, Svene Sabdat, because of the word Svena. The word Svena here means, in his own original form. For this reason it cannot be said that this passage means, the soul arrives there and then accepts that form, which is an external imposition. In that way it is proved that the form here is the original form of the soul. This is not contradicted by the use of the word nispadyate, for that word is also used to mean, is manifested. An example of that usage is seen in the following words of the Shruti Sastra. Idam ekarsu nispanam, he is manifested. Also, it is not that the manifestation of the soul's original form cannot be, because it already exists, a goal of human endeavor. This is so because even though the soul's original form exists, it is not openly manifested. Therefore it is not useless to say that the soul may endeavor to openly manifest the original form of the soul. Therefore the manifestation of that form can be an object of human endeavor. Here someone may say, when the spirit soul is manifested in its original form and it attains the effulgent supreme, as described in the words Param Jyotrapa Sampadya, the liberated state thus attained is characterized mainly by the cessation of all material sufferings. If this is said, then I reply, no, it is not so. The Shruti Sastra explains that in the liberated state the soul is filled with intense spiritual bliss. This is described in Taittiriya Upanishad 2.7. When one understands the personality of Godhead, the reservoir of pleasure, Krishna, he actually becomes transcendently blissful. Here someone may object, how do you know that approaching the effulgent Supreme Lord is true liberation? If this is said, the author of the Stitras gives the following reply. Sutra 2. He is liberated because of the statement. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The liberated soul manifests his original form. Why is that? The sutra explains, described in Chandogya Upanishad 8.7. 1. After that description, the following promise is given 8.9. 3. Again I will explain it to you. The demigod Brahma proceeded to explain that the liberated soul is free from wakefulness, dreaming, and dreamless sleep, the 3 conditions of material consciousness, and also free from the material body, which is created by the karmic reactions of pleasant and unpleasant deeds. The demigod Brahma described this in order to fulfill the promise he made in 8.9. 3. Because this passage explains that the soul becomes liberated when he is free from the external material body created by karmic reactions, it should be understood that in the liberated state the soul is manifested in its original form. In this way it is proved that Chandogya Upanishad 8.12. 3 explains that in the liberated state the soul manifests its original form. Now another point will be considered. Sarmza, doubt. Does the word Jyoti in Chandogya Upanishad 8.12. 3 refer to the sun globe or to the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. It refers to the sun globe. This must be so, for the Mundaka Upanishad declares that after passing through the realm of the sun one attains liberation. The sun globe is also described in that way in the Chandogya Upanishad's description of the path beginning with light. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 3. It is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, because of the context. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word Jyota here refers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It does not refer to the sun globe. Why is that? The sutra explains, Prakaranet, because of the context. Although the word Jyota can refer to either, because of the context it refers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. DT is like the word Diva, which in the sentence Devo Janati me mana, your lordship knows my heart, means your lordship. The word Atma in this stitra means the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is all-powerful and full of knowledge and bliss. The word Atma is derived from the verbal root at. In this way Atma means, he who is splendidly manifest, he who is attained by the liberated souls, and he who is all-pervading. DT also means Upanishad, and it has many other meanings also. Further, the word Atma also shows that the Supreme is a person. This is also seen by the use of the phrase Uttama Purusa in the Upanishads and Bhagavad Gita. In this way it is seen that the Param Jyoti in Chandogya Upanishad 8.12. 3 refers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Hari. Adhikarana to the individual soul meets the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now another topic will be considered. Samsa, doubt. When the liberated soul attains the effulgent supreme in the spiritual world, is the liberation Salokya, residing on the same planet, or Satya, meeting with the Lord? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. As a person entering a king's capital resides in the same city as the king but does not attain a private audience with the king, so the liberated soul resides on the same planet with the Lord. Therefore the soul attains Siloya liberation Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 4. There is no separation, for that is seen. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The liberated soul is not separated from the Lord. In this way the soul attains Satya liberation. Why is that? The Stitra explains, Prastitvat, for that is seen. This means, for this situation is seen in the Shruti Sastra. For example, in Mundaka Upanishad 3.28, it is said, as flowing rivers abandon their names and forms and meet with the sea, so the enlightened soul, free of what had been his name and form, meets with the effulgent Supreme Person. That the word Satya means meeting is seen in the following passage of the Mahanarayana Upanishad 25.1. The soul that dies during the 6 months when the sun travels in the north attains the glory of the gods. He approaches the sun and attains Satya with it. Salokya and the other kinds of liberation are different varieties of Satya. It is not that when they feel the sentiment of separation from the Lord, the liberated devotees are not also, at that same moment, meeting with the Lord. This is so because the Lord is always manifested in their thoughts and continues to touch them with his glories. The example of the rivers entering the ocean, given above, should not be taken to mean that the liberated souls become identical with the Lord. When water from one place enters water of another place, the two waters do not actually merge and become identical. They remain separate. This is seen in the fact that the volume of water in the ocean increases as the rivers flow into it. Adhikarana 3. The qualities of the liberated soul. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now the author will describe the pleasures experienced by the liberated soul. In order to describe these pleasures, the author will describe the liberated soul's spiritual form and its host of advantages, which begin with the blessing at all its desires are at once fulfilled. First, the liberated soul's advantages and virtues will be described. Samsa, doubt. When he meets the effulgent Supreme Lord, does the individual spirit soul manifest a form glorious with many virtues and advantages, or does the soul manifest a form of spiritual consciousness, or does the soul manifest a form with both virtues and consciousness, for these two can certainly exist together in a single form. Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Here Hmini Muni gives his opinion. Sutra 5. Hmini Muni thinks it is with what is given by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, for there are references and other proofs. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The liberated soul is glorious with a host of virtues and advantages, beginning with sinlessness and the attainment of every desire, which are all gifts from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. How is this known? The Sutra explains, Upanyasadibhya, for there are references and other proofs. The reference here is to the demigod Brahma's description, in Chandogya Upanishad 8.7. 1. Of the individual spirit soul's virtues. The word adi, beginning with, refers to the Chandogya Upanishad's description of the liberated soul's activities, such as his eating and enjoying pastimes. In this way the liberated soul is by nature filled with glories and virtues. That is the opinion of Hmini Muni. In the Smriti Sastra this is also described in the passage beginning with the words, Yatha Nahriyat Jayatsna. Sutra 6. It is consciousness alone, for that is its nature. That is the opinion of Adulomi Muni. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. When its material ignorance is burned away by transcendental knowledge and it attains its spiritual form and meets the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the individual spirit soul is manifested as pure consciousness alone. Why is that? The Sutra explains, Tad Atmakatvad, for that is its nature. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.5. 13. In the second story of Maitreyi, it is said, as salt has neither inside nor outside, but is a mass of taste and nothing else, so the soul also has neither inside nor outside, but is a mass of knowledge and nothing else. In this way it is concluded that the soul is consciousness alone and nothing else. The scriptural statements affirming that the soul is sinless and has other virtues are merely meant to teach that the soul has not material qualities, such as material happiness, qualities that are all temporary and subject to change. That is the opinion of Adulomi Muni. Now the author of the sutras gives his opinion. Sutra 7. Even though there are these references, it does not contradict what was before. That is the opinion of Vyasadeva. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Even though it is true that the soul consists of pure consciousness, that truth does not contradict the soul's possession of the 8 virtues. That is the opinion of Vyasadeva. Why is that? The sutra explains, Apanyasat parva bhavadavirodham. Even though there are these references, it does not contradict what was before. This means that Adulomi's quote from scripture does not contradict Mini's previous quotation of the words of the demigod Brahma. The conclusion is that both scriptural statements are clear and without reservations, and therefore both are equally compelling evidence, and therefore both are equally true statements about the liberated soul. Vyasadeva certainly accepts the statement of Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.5.13, that the soul is consciousness alone, consciousness untouched by material qualities. Indeed, this view does not at all contradict Mini's opinion. The statement that the soul is pure consciousness is meant to show that it has not the slightest trace of matter in its nature. That statement is not at all opposed to the statement that the soul has 8 transcendental virtues, just as the statement that a block of salt is taste only does not at all contradict the statement that the block of salt has hardness, a certain shape, and other qualities visible to the eyes and the other senses. In this way it is shown that the soul, which consists of transcendental knowledge, certainly possesses the 8 virtues, which begin with sinlessness. Adhikarana 5. The soul's desires are fulfilled. Introduction by 5. Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now the author of the sutras will describe the truth that all the desires of the liberated soul are at once fulfilled. In the Chandogya Upanishad 8.123, it is said, laughing and enjoying pastimes, he is happy in the company of wives, relatives, and chariots. Sarmsa, doubt. Does the liberated soul's meeting with his relatives and the others happen because of an endeavor of his part, or does it happen spontaneously simply by his desire? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. In the material world, even kings and other powerful people, of whom it is said that their every desire is fulfilled, must still exert some effort to attain that fulfillment. In the same way, the liberated souls attain their desires by willing accompanied with action. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 8. Indeed it is by desire, because of the Shruti Sastra. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Simply by willing the liberated souls attain what they wish. How is that known? The sutra explains, Tak Kritek, because of the Shruti Sastra. In the Chandogya Upanishad 8.2.1, it is said, if desires to go to Pitraloka, simply by his will he finds the Pittas standing before him. In this way he finds himself glorified by the residents of Pitraloka. In this way the Shruti Sastra affirms that he attains his wishes by merely willing that they be fulfilled. Any other view cannot be accepted here. In the previously quoted passage of Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.5.13, the statement was qualified by other evidence from the scriptures. In this passage, however, we see not other statements of scripture that might qualify or change the clear statement of these words. However, this kind of liberation, where the soul's own happiness and glory and power are prominent, is not liked by they who are eager to taste the nectar of service to the Supreme Lord. They reject it and they speak many words criticizing it. Adhikarana 6. The Supreme Lord is the master of the liberated soul's introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now the author the Stitras will show that the liberated soul, whose every desire is fulfilled, takes shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead alone. Sarmsa, doubt. Is the liberated soul subject to the orders of anyone other than the Supreme Personality of Godhead, or is the soul not subject to the orders of anyone other than the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. As a person who enters a king's palace must obey the orders of many people there, so the liberated soul who has entered the palace of the Supreme Personality of Godhead must also obey the orders of many others. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 9. Therefore there is no other master. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Because, by the grace of the Supreme Personality of Godhead all the liberated soul's desires are at once fulfilled. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the liberated soul's only master, Ananyadapati. There is no other master for him. Taking shelter of the Supreme Lord, the liberated soul shines with great splendor. If this were not so, then there would be no difference between the liberated soul and the soul trapped in the world of repeated birth and death. By worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the liberated soul attains the condition where his every desire is at once fulfilled. Feeling merciful to him, the Supreme Lord gives limitless transcendental bliss to the soul who thus takes shelter of him. In this way the Lord becomes very pleased. That the Lord thus fills the liberated soul with bliss will be explained in Sutra 4.4.20. It has already been demonstrated that the individual spirit soul is part and parcel of the Supreme Lord, and the Supreme Lord is the supreme controller and enjoyer. Because the liberated soul is in a position where his every desire is at once fulfilled, his only master is the Supreme Lord. He has no other master. For this reason ordinary prescribed duties and prohibitions no longer apply to him. If they did apply to him, he would no longer be in a position where his every desire is at once fulfilled. This view is held by some philosophers. Adhikarana 7 The Spiritual Body Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now the author of the sutras will show that the liberated soul has a spiritual body. Samsa, doubt. Does the liberated soul who has attained the association of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, as described in Chandogya Upanishad 8.12, 3, have a spiritual body or does he not? Can he have any body he wishes or can he not? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Here Badari Muni gives his opinion. Sutra 10 Badari Muni says there is none, for thus it is said. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Badari Muni thinks that the liberated soul has no body. The body and its paraphernalia are all created by past karma. Because he is free from all past karma, the liberated soul does not have a body. Why is that? The Satra explains, Ahahaivam, thus it is said. The word hi here means because. In Chandogya Upanishad 8.12.1, it is said, he who has a body cannot become free of pleasure and pain. Only one who has no body is untouched by pleasure and pain. This means that as long as the body is present, it is not possible to be free of sufferings. That is why the Upanishad explains, as Matsvarat Samatha, the soul then leaves the body. Also, in Srimad Bhagavatam it is said, they who live in the spiritual world have neither bodies nor senses. Sutra 11 Hmini Muni has that opinion, because it is said thus and because that view is accepted. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Hmini Muni thinks the liberated soul has a body. Why is that? The sutra explains, Vikalpamananat, because that view is accepted. In the Bhima Vidya passage of the Chandogya Upanishad 7.26.2, it is said that the liberated soul can manifest many different bodies simultaneously. He becomes 1, then he becomes 2, then 3, then 5, then 7, then 9, then 11. He becomes 110. He becomes 1020. Because the individual spirit soul is atomic in nature, it cannot expand itself to become many different bodies, so these bodies must be possessions of the atomic soul. Nor can it be said that this statement of the Upanishad is not true, for this is in a passage describing the process of liberation. The body described here must actually exist, and also it must not have been created by past karmic reactions. This will be explained later with a quote from the Smriti Sastra. In the next sutra Vyasadeva gives his opinion. Sutra 12 Vyasadeva says it is of both kinds, like the 12 days. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Lord Vyasadeva thinks that because the liberated soul's every desire is at once fulfilled, both conditions must be true. This is so because statements describing both conditions are found in the scriptures. Therefore it should be accepted that the liberated soul may have a body, and again he may not have a body. This is like the 12 days. A 12-day yajna becomes, by the wish of the yajamana, either a satra, which has many yajamanas, or an aina, which has many yajamanas. There is no contradiction in this. In the same way the liberated soul may, by his own wish, either have a body or not have a body. That is the meaning. The truth is that they who by the power of transcendental knowledge have broken the bonds of material existence are in a situation where all their desires are at once fulfilled. Those amongst them who desire to have a body can at once have any body they wish. This is described in Chandogya Upanishad 7.26.2. They who do have no desire to have a body do not have a body. This is described in Chandogya Upanishad 8.12.1. They who desire always to employ a spiritual body in the service of the Supreme Lord eternally manifest such a body by their spiritual powers. That is how it should be understood. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 2.4.14, it is said, Yatrati Asaya Sarvam Atmavabhatat Kina Karn Pasyat. Everything there is spiritual. What is the nature of the seer? What is the nature of the scene? In the Madhyandina Shruti it is said, devoted to the Supreme Lord, the individual soul leaves his mortal body and meets the Lord. By the Lord's grace he sees. By the Lord's grace he hears. By the Lord's grace he perceives everything. In the Smriti Sastra it is said, everyone there has a spiritual form like that of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The spiritual desire of the soul is cultivated from the very beginning of his devotional activities. This is described in the Yathakrata maxim and also in the following words of the Smriti Astra. I walk with Lord Vishnu's feet. I see with Lord Vishnu's eyes. In the Smriti Sastra it is again said, this is the nature of the liberated soul. Adhikarana 8. The bliss of the liberated soul's introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now will be shown the truth that through his spiritual body the liberated soul enjoys spiritual pleasures. That he enjoys spiritual pleasures is affirmed by the following words of Taittiriya Upanishad 2.1.1. He enjoys all pleasures. Now the author of the sutras begins his explanation that this is so in both situations, possessing or not possessing a body. Sarnsa, doubt. Is it possible for the liberated soul to enjoy pleasures, or is it not possible? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Because he has neither body nor senses, the liberated soul cannot enjoy any pleasures. If a yogi somehow has the power to enjoy pleasures, still he will not do so because, being filled with spiritual bliss, he has no thirst for them. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 13. In the absence of a body it is like a dream, for that is reasonable. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Even in the absence of a body pleasure is still possible. The sutra explains, it is like a dream, for that is reasonable. The word sandhya here means dream. As in a dream one can enjoy pleasures without a body, so the liberated soul can also enjoy pleasures without a body. Thus it is said, of course, when a body is present the pleasure is much greater. The author of the sutras explains this in the following words. Sutra 14. In the existence it is like being awake. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word bhave here means, when there is a body. When there is a body the pleasure is like that in the waking state. Our opponent claims that the liberated soul does not desire to enjoy the delicious tastes and other pleasures mercifully offered to him by the Supreme Lord. However, the truth is that the liberated soul, desiring to render devotional service, certainly does desire to enjoy the pleasures that the Lord in his kindness offers. He does this out of love for the Lord. In this way it should be understood. Adhikarana 9. The liberated soul is full of transcendental knowledge. Introduction by 5. Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now will be shown the truth that the liberated soul has all transcendental knowledge. In the Chandogya Upanishad 7.26.2, it is said, the liberated soul does not see death. He does not see disease. He does not see suffering. Still, he sees everything. He attains everything everywhere. In this way it is said that the liberated soul has knowledge of everything. Samsa, doubt. Is this correct or not? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.3.21, it is said, embraced by the all-knowing Supreme Personality of Godhead, the individual soul is oblivious to all that is within and all that is without. Therefore it is certainly not correct to say that the individual spirit soul is all-knowing. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 15. Its entrance is like a lamp, furthermore it reveals. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. As with its rays of light a lamp enters many places, so with his expansion of knowledge the liberated soul enters many things to be known. Furthermore, Tathahai, the words of Svetasvatara Upanishad 4.18 give the following revelation. Darsayati. By the Supreme Lord's mercy the soul's ancient knowledge is revived. This verse should be interpreted, by the Supreme Lord's mercy the soul's ancient knowledge is revived. Here someone may object. It is not correct to say that the liberated soul is all-knowing. Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.3.21 explains that the liberated soul is oblivious to everything and thus does not know anything at all. If this is said, the author of the sutras gives the following reply. Sutra 16. It refers either to dreamless sleep or to the death swoon, for thus is it revealed. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. These words of Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.3.21 do not show that the liberated soul is oblivious and has no knowledge at all. Rather, these words refer either to dreamless sleep or to the death swoon. Svapya sampatir and idrapaxium. The word svapya here means dreamless sleep, and the word sampati here means the moment of leaving the body. In the Chandogya Upanishad 6.8, 1. Sleep is defined in these words. When one indeed, API, enters Ida, himself, Sva, then it is said that he sleeps, Svapiti. In the Chandogya Upanishad 6.8, 6. The time of death is described in these words. Van Manazi Sampadyate, at the time of death the voice enters the mind. In this way the Shruti Sastra describes the state of consciousness during dreamless sleep and the moment of death. However, the Shruti Sastra also explains that in the liberated state the soul is all-knowing. The condition of dreamless sleep is described in these words of the Chandogya Upanishad 8.11. 1. Sound asleep, he does not even know who he is. He cannot say, I am he. His knowledge of everything perishes. I do not see this as a good or pleasant state of being. On the other hand, the liberated soul is described in these words of the Chandogya Upanishad 8.12. 5. Brahmalok, seeing with divine eyes the pleasures in the spiritual world, he rejoices in his heart. The death swoon, however, is described in these words. Atebhyobhutya samathatini evanuvinasyati, rising, at the moment of death, from the elements of the material body, the soul suddenly loses all consciousness. Here the word vinasyati means, he cannot see anything. In this way it is proved that the liberated soul is all-knowing. Adhikarana 10. The liberated soul has not the power to create the world. Introduction by 5. Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in Chandogya Upanishad 8.1, 6 and 8.2. 1. It is said, he who knows the truth of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and places his desires in eternal spiritual happinesses may go, when he leaves this body, to any world he wishes. If he desires to create a Pitraloka planet, then that planet is at once created. Sarmsa, doubt. Does the liberated soul have the power to create a material universe, or does he not? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Because he is equal to the Supreme Lord, and also because all his desires are at once fulfilled, the liberated soul must also have this power. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 17. Except for creating the universe, because of the context and because he is not near to it. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The creative power of the liberated soul is described in Chandogya Upanishad 8.2. 1. However, the liberated soul has not the power to create a material universe. Only the Supreme Personality of Godhead has the power to create, maintain, and destroy the material universes. This is described in Taittiriya Upanishad 3.1. 1. How is this known? The sutra explains, Prakaranadasaniyatvat, because of the context and because he is not near to it. From the context it is seen that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the topic discussed in this passage of Taittiriya Upanishad 3.1. 1. Neither by a great struggle nor by chanting mantras can the individual spirit soul obtain this kind of power. This is corroborated by the explanation given in Taittiriya Upanishad 2.6. 1. Also, the liberated soul is not the subject of discussion in any passage near to Asaniyatvat. These words of Taittiriya Upanishad 2.6. 1. If it were otherwise, and the liberated souls had the power to create the material universe, then the author of the sutras would not have defined the Supreme Personality of Godhead in these words. Vedanta Stitra 1.12. Janmadi Asayayata, that Brahman, the Supreme Spirit, is he from whom the creation, sustenance, and destruction of the manifested universe arises. Also, if the liberated souls had the power to create universes, there would be many creators, and from that there would arise a great chaos and calamity. Therefore the liberated souls have not the power to create material universes. Here someone may object. In Taittiriya Upanishad 1.5. 3. It is said, all the demigods bring offerings to him. Also, in Chandogya Upanishad 7.25. 2. It is said, Sasvarad Bhavati Tasya Sarvasyu Lokasu Kamakaro Bhavati, he is independent. He can go to any world. In this way it is seen that because he is worshipped by all the demigods, and because he has all extraordinary powers, the liberated soul can certainly create material universes. If this is said, then the author of the sutras gives the following reply. Sutra 18. Someone may say, no, it is not so. Because there is a direct teaching. If this is said, I reply, no, what you say is not true. Because those texts describe great leaders. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here someone may say, it is not correct to say that the liberated souls have no power to create material universes, for many passages of the Shruti Sastra directly describe that power. If this is said, then the author of the Stitra replies, no, it is not so. Why not? The sutra explains Adhikarika Mandalasya because those texts describe great leaders. These texts explain how, by the mercy of the Supreme Lord, the liberated soul can travel to the planets of the great demigods, such as that of the four-faced Brahma, and enjoy many pleasures there. In this way it is said that the great liberated souls, such as Narada Muni and the four Kumaras, can travel to the planets of the demigods, and when they do, the demigods there honor them with great respect. These passages of the Upanishad mean in truth that by the Supreme Lord's mercy the liberated souls can travel to many different worlds and feel pleasure by seeing the Lord's glories and opulences there. These passages should not be wrongly interpreted to mean that the individual spirit soul has the power to create material universes. Here someone may object. If the liberated soul is thus an enjoyer of various material pleasures, then he is not different from a conditioned soul, for all material pleasures must come to an end. If this is said, then the author of the sutras gives the following reply. Sutra 19. Furthermore it is changeless, for it describes that condition. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word vikara here refers to the 6 kinds of transformation, beginning with birth, that are present in the material world. These transformations do not affect the liberated soul. Neither do these transformations affect the supremely pure personality of Godhead, his transcendental abode, or anything else that has transcendental qualities like those of the Supreme Lord. Aware of what is the truth about all these worlds, the liberated soul may observe them, but he does not really reside in them. The word high in this stitra means, because. The true nature of the liberated soul is described, stitamaha, in the following words of Katha Upanishad 2.2. 1. Although he resides in the city of 11 gates, the city of the unborn and pure-hearted Supreme, he does not lament. He is free. He is liberated. Although his spiritual form seems to be covered, the soul enlightened with transcendental knowledge is liberated in truth. Although he seems to reside in the world of the 3 modes, he is liberated. That is the meaning of this verse. In these 2 ways he is liberated. He has directly attained the goal of life. The covering of material life is like a garland of clouds. It covers the eyes of the conditioned souls, but it does not cover the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In Shruti Sastra it is said, the illusory energy of the Lord cannot take precedence, being ashamed of her position. But those who are bewildered by her always talk nonsense, being absorbed in thoughts of it is I and it is mine. Therefore the clouds of material illusion can never really cover the sun of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Here someone may object. The goal of life is to make manifest the true nature of the individual spirit soul, who is blissful, whose desires are all at once fulfilled, and who has a host of transcendental virtues. That is enough. Why should one labor to understand the Supreme Lord also? If this is said, the author of the sutras gives the following reply. Sutra 20. Direct perception and logic both reveal it. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Although he has the transcendental qualities already described, because he is atomic in size, the liberated soul does not, by himself, have bliss that is limitless. It is when he associates with the Supreme Personality of Godhead that the liberated soul attains limitless bliss. This is described in Taittiriya Upanishad 2.7. When one understands the personality of Godhead, the reservoir of pleasure, Krishna, he actually becomes transcendentally blissful. Also, in the Bhagavad Gita 14.27, Lord Krishna explains, and I am the basis of the impersonal Brahman, which is immortal, imperishable, and eternal, and is the constitutional position of ultimate happiness. This is like a poor man who takes shelter of a rich man and becomes wealthy. Here someone may object. In the Mundaka Upanishad 3.1.3, it is said, Niranyana Paramran Samyam Apati, freed from matter, the liberated soul becomes equal to the Supreme. The Shruti Sastra thus explains that the liberated soul is equal to the Supreme. What is the use, then, of even using the word, the Supreme Lord? The so-called atomic nature of the individual soul is only a figure of speech. The truth is that the individual soul is all-pervading. If this is said, then the author of the sutras gives the following reply. Sutra 21. Also because of the indication that the equality is only an enjoyment. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word ka also is used here for emphasis. As a frog jumps, so the word not should jump into this stitra from Satra 18. In the Taittiriya Upanishad 2.1.1, it is said, the liberated soul enjoys all transcendental pleasures in the company of the all-knowing Supreme Personality of Godhead. The meaning here is that the Upanisad statement that the liberated soul is equal to the Lord applies only to the soul's enjoyment of transcendental happiness. The liberated soul is not equal in nature to the Supreme Lord. That is the meaning. This objection was previously refuted in Sutra 2.3.19. In this way it is proved that the equality of the Supreme and the individual spirit soul is in the matter of enjoyment only, that their natures are different, and that difference is real. Adhikarana 11 The liberated soul never returns. Introduction by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. Now will be explained the truth that the liberated soul has the association of the Supreme Personality of Godhead eternally. Visa, the subject to be discussed. All scriptural statements describing the soul's entrance into the spiritual realm of the Supreme Lord are here the subject of discussion. Satsa, doubt. Does the liberated soul stay in the spiritual world eternally, or does he not stay there eternally? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The spiritual world is a place like Svargaloka or any other place. As one may fall down from Svargaloka, so one may also fall down from the spiritual world. Therefore the liberated soul does not necessarily stay in the spiritual world eternally. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 22 No return, because of the scriptures. No return, because of the scriptures. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana, a devotee who faithfully worships and serves the Supreme Lord and then goes to the Lord's spiritual world, never returns. How is that known? The Sutra explains, Sabdat, because of the scriptures. In the Chandogya Upanishad 4.15.6 it is said, Etina pratipadyamana imram manavamartar navartanti. They who enter the spiritual world never return to the world of men. In the Chandogya Upanishad 4.15.1 it is said, leaving this life, he enters the spiritual world. He never returns. In the Bhagavad Gita 8.15 and 16, Lord Krishna declares, after attaining me, the great souls, who are yogas in devotion, never return to this temporary world, which is full of miseries, because they have attained the highest perfection. From the highest planet in the material world down to the lowest, all are places of misery wherein repeated birth and death take place. But one who attains my abode, O son of Kunti, never takes birth again. In the Bhagavad Gita 8.15 and 16, Lord Krishna also declares, here someone may express the following fear. Lord Hari is all-powerful, the master of all. Perhaps at some point in time he may throw the liberated soul out of the spiritual world. Or perhaps the liberated soul may at some time voluntarily leave the spiritual world. There is no need to fear in this way, for Lord Krishna has explained in Bhagavad Gita 7.17. Of these, the wise one who is in full knowledge and union with me through devotional service is the best. For I am very dear to him, and he is very dear to me. Lord Krishna also declares in Srimad Bhagavatam 9.4.68, the pure devotee is always in the core of my heart, and I am always in the heart of the pure devotee. My devotees do not know anything else but me, and I do not know anyone else but them. In these words the mutual love of the Lord and his devotee is described. In Srimad Bhagavatam 9.4.65, Lord Krishna declares, since pure devotees give up their homes, wives, children, relatives, riches, and even their lives simply to serve me, without any material improvement in this life or in the next, how can I give up such devotees at any time? In Srimad Bhagavatam 2.8.6 it is also said, a pure devotee of the Lord whose heart has once been cleansed by the process of devotional service never relinquishes the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, for they totally satisfy him, as a traveler is satisfied at home after a troubled journey. In this way the scriptures explain that the Supreme Personality of Godhead will never abandon his devotee, and the devotee will always ardently love the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is always truthful and his desires are always at once fulfilled. He is an ocean of love for they who take shelter of him. He washes away the ignorance that made his devotees turn from him. Once he brings back to himself his dear devotees, who are his parts and parcels, the Supreme Personality of Godhead will not again let them go. In the same way the individual soul, who had been searching for happiness and who finally has turned from the pathetic, wretched, pale reflection of happiness he had for many births sought in the material world in many ways, and who now, by the mercy of the bona fide spiritual master, has understood the truth of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, of whom he is a part and parcel, who now has no desire apart from the Supreme Lord, who is now purely engaged in devotional service to the Supreme Lord, and who has now attained the Supreme Lord, whose spiritual form is filled with limitless bliss, and who is the merciful friend and master, will never desire to leave such a Lord. In this way the truth is understood from the scriptures. This truth is understood only by taking shelter of the scriptures. The words of the sutra are repeated to indicate the conclusion of the book. Epilogue: Let the wise worship and serve Lord Govinda, the infallible Supreme Personality of Godhead, who lifts his devotees from the mud of material sufferings, takes them to his eternal and blissful spiritual abode, and out of deep love for them will not leave them for even half a moment. Let they whose hearts are greedy to taste the honey of the lotus flower that is glorious Lord Govinda's feet study this Govinda Bhasya. Let a curse fall on the non-devotees who try to study it. All glories to graceful and handsome Lord Govinda, who is the dear friend of Sri Radha, who kindly gave me the name Vidyabhusana, and who spoke this commentary to me in a dream.